Welcome to Manhwa Recaps, spoilers ahead, watch out, and take care. Before the video starts, I'd like to thank everyone for the support. If you're unaware, I received some copyright strikes and had to unlist my videos, but now that they're back up, I appreciate all of the support. Liking and commenting really help a lot. So once again, thank you guys for the support. Hope you enjoy the video. We learned that a century ago, the sky fell apart, and dungeons appeared. Monsters flooded out of the dungeons and normal weapons couldn't harm them. And only those who awakened could fight them, and thanks to the Awakener's performance, the world stabilized. And this let a new civilization take root. And some Awakeners became hunters to take down monsters. But after a few decades, there were too many hunters, and once it became revealed that anyone could awaken if they had money, this meant the number of people who wanted to become hunters increased. And this led to the Great Age of Hunters. This was when the government made the Pro-Hunter exam. And limited only those that passed the test to become hunters. And naturally, the institutions that taught everything one needed to know to become a hunter, were called hunter academies. We see a dragon holding its severed arm, asking how such a human can exist. And the human replies that maybe the dragon is just a frog in a well. And the man explains that in order to become a hunter, people have to attend the hunter academy. We see the dragon unleash a breath attack, and the human describes the academy he will attend. And we see multiple prominent figures from different cultures. And that it's on a completely different dimension than other academies. We see him walking away from the dragon's corpse, and he starts a lecture. The Manhwa starts by introducing us to our main character, Kim Seo-jun. He explains he's a natural awakener, which means he was born with more strength than others. But due to his deceased parents' death, he is a porter for dead monsters. And the only reason he is able to endure the work is because of his dream to become a pro-hunter. We see him talking to some co-workers, and they ask how saving up to become a hunter. Seo-jun replies that he's been searching for a cheap hunter academy. It is also explained that due to hunter academies being taught by people with experience, this created a gap between the educated and uneducated. And that he has finally saved up enough for 1 year of classes. And that he'd love to go to a more popular academy, but they are expensive. He receives an ad on his phone for Transcension Academy. The ad describes how the professors are tens of thousands of years old, and offer custom tasks for individual students. And shows some reviews from students, but Seo-jun thinks the ad is crazy. He looks at some of the professors' names and sees Hercules, and Heaven's Great Sage, and he decides to check out the Great Sage. A red monkey appears on his screen and introduces himself, and his weapon. The Great Sage says it's hard to understand from just an explanation, so he demonstrates. The first movement he covers is to deflect outwards. Disperse is the name. And the second he demonstrates is pierce. And we see him blow a mountain away. This amazes Seo-jun, and he receives a notification that says, if you take this lecture, you will obtain the Great Sage DGP. Seo-jun makes an account, and the registration fee is all of the money he has saved up. Seo-jun decides they are scammers, and decides to try Arc Academy instead. We see a crane lifting a hybrid goat monster. The crane's chain snaps, and Seo-jun describes how life is a comedy from far away, but up close, it's a tragedy. And the monster falls on him. We learn that the nerves in his leg are undergoing necrosis, and now he has refused work, and the surgery is his entire savings. Now all Seo-jun has left is 3,000 to his name, and he wonders if he can do it all again. He gets a notification on his phone and it says, the past of a transcended is always low, and there's a special sale on new students. The registration fee is adjusted to 3,000 and he wonders if it's asking for all he is because it has changed since last time. He decides to try registering, because he has no money in his account. We see the 3,000 beside his hospital bed disappears. Another notification says, congratulations on becoming a member. A small pink-haired person pops out of his phone and introduces himself as his mentor. Seo-jun asks him if his name is Mentor, and he says no. I am your mentor, my name is Mentor. Mentor mentions how Odysseus was his first student, and the goal of the academy is to teach those who want to transcend the limits of their race. Seo-jun asks if it's for transcended and not hunters, and Mentor tells him you can't even compare the two. And makes him fill out an aptitude test. His first question asks what field he wants, and he selects combat. The second asks about his skill level, and Mentor asks him questions and he says no to every one of them. This shocks Mentor and he wonders how he was able to register at the academy even though he's so weak. But it's fine because they'll never kick out a member, and finish the questions. Seo-jun answers them all, and he helps him pick a free class because of his free pass. He decides to take Buddha's lessons so he can learn unwavering heart, which can allow him to break through most Transcension fields. Jun decides to watch the lecture, and it shows Buddha asking questions, and Jun quickly notices that the lecture is really hard. He feels like he's going to lose his mind. After all of that, he's only 0.06% done with the lecture. 1 week later, we see Jun fully healed, and even the doctor is surprised. We learn that, thanks to Buddha's lecture, it helps speed up his recovery. Now he's at 1.3%, and he's excited for 100. He finally learns this is the real deal, and he contemplates Krion's lecture, to learn the metamorphosis skill. He starts the lecture, and we see Chiron introduce himself. He also happens to be the teacher of almost every hero in Greek mythology. Chiron mentions how he won't teach combat in this course, and he begins to say the first step to becoming transcended is, then, clears his throat and yells at him to get up and move. Which startles Jun. We see Jun on the floor, and he is assigned a daily task. It is physical training, and he decides to listen to his doctor's orders, so he closes the training pop-up. But it spams his phone, and he decides to listen to more of Buddha's lecture. He sees there's an expiration date on his free pass, and he instantly begins doing his daily task. He decides to absorb all of the content in the lectures, and begins exercising for the first time in a while. Because of his physical job, he didn't bother with exercise. He finishes 300 push-ups, but realizes the counter only counted 81 of them. He realizes without proper form, it doesn't count the number. He finally finishes the task after the entire day, and 3 days later, as he's going to exercise again, he sees on TV a monster has appeared in Seoul. An old lady asks Jun if he'll be on TV one day too, and an old man chimes in, saying it's difficult to become a pro. And that Jun isn't even a cadet yet, and should give up. Jun thinks about all the work he's been through, and this angers him. And tells the man he'll decide what to do with his own life, and that he should worry about himself first. The man yells at Jun, but he ignores him and walks away. Jun thinks about what he says and calls it bullshit, saying that it's not impossible to be a pro with the Transcension Academy. And that he will become a hunter. It cuts to a woman saying she hates being a hunter, while fighting some monsters. She wonders what's the point of making an academy, that everything costs money and she has no cadets. And that she's going to be annoyed. We see one of the monsters is still alive. We see Jun laying in his bed, glad that he's home from the hospital. He mentions how there's a year left until the exam, but he has nothing in his bank account now. He registers for another lecture, and we see Chiron talking about how the first step for a transcend is sense, and that he's 5.7% into the lecture. We see Jun's boss being snooty towards him, and Jun mentions how he wouldn't be there if he had a choice. But he doesn't have enough money to feed himself. Jun continues to listen to Chiron's lecture on senses, and Kriun says he'll teach a method that will unlock the sixth sense, intuition. We see one of Jun's co-workers try to jokingly hit him, but Jun dodges. This surprises the both of them, and he jokingly asks if he has eyes on the back of his head. We see Jun gets to work carrying monster parts, and he wonders why he feels so strong today. So he decides to do some of his daily tasks at work. He realizes that squatting with the excess weight adds multiple rep numbers to the task. Jun thinks this is fire, and decides to do his task while working. The more weight there is, the more the count increases. So he can earn money, and save time at the same time. He's finally back home, and is glad that he can be efficient in doing his tasks while working, but that it's hard. He finished his tasks, and his lectures for the day. He decides to listen to another free lecture, and it's from Xiangyu. He begins the lecture, and Xiangyu says that Trash wants to learn the spear, but that he'll teach them. And he gives him a new daily task, of swinging a spear weapon 5,000 times. The next day at work, we see the woman complaining about having no students at Jun's work. And we learn that she's the granddaughter of the Sword Star, and her name is Park So-yoon. We learn the Sword Star is a man named Park Min-chul, and 100 years ago, he was one of the Awakeners who helped return civilization to the world. In other words, a hero. And sure, he may be an old man now, but he's still a heavyweight in terms of power. He decides it's none of his business and continues his exercise. So-yoon asks his boss what he's doing, and she wonders if something is wrong with his head. One of his co-workers asks how long he's going to continue doing that for, and the two joke about it. Behind his coworker, we can see a giant beast getting up off the floor, and beginning to attack his coworker. Seo-jun screams out to him. We see Park So-yoon is glad that she's gotten away from Seo-jun's boss. She overhears some people talking about her, and they wonder why her level is so low. And we learn to her the name of the Sword Star is just a burden to her. Because she was unable to overcome the wall that was her grandfather, and that her real dream is to be a teacher, but because of her grandpa, she was unable to live the life she wanted. So she made her own academy, but once people found out it wasn't her grandpa teaching, everyone left. Because they didn't enroll for her, but her grandpa, she wishes she just had one cadet. One of Seo-jun's co-workers tells her to run because of a monster, and it shows the man below the monster telling Seo-jun to run, but he realizes if he runs, the man will die. And that it's too late for anyone else to save him, but who will save the man? Seo-jun grabs a pipe and runs toward the monster, and swings at it, but the monster dodges. He tells the man to run, and Seo-jun decides to stall for time until the other hunters show up. Seo-jun tries to tell himself not to be scared, and he remembers Buddha's teachings and he calms down. The monster jumps at him, and he realizes it'll be too late if he has to think about his reactions. So he puts his faith in Chiron's teachings of intuition and dodges the monster. He jumps above and wonders if he should attack or not. He remembers Shen Yu's teachings and decides to split the monster. He uses the power to pull out mountains, and hits the monster. We see So-yoon running over, asking about what happened, and she sees Seo-jun over the corpse of the monster. Seo-jun is surprised that it actually worked. So-yoon stares at Seo-jun and says she's found him. A proper cadet. As Seo-jun leaves work, he sees his progress increased a lot, and wonders if it's because of the manticore he killed. We see So-yoon approach him, and she asks if he has the time to talk. He tells her yes, and she asks him if he wants to meet her grandpa. He tells her no, and this confuses her. She tells him to wait. And he asks if she wants him to join, and he tells her no. And she begrudgingly asks what about if her grandpa teaches him. And he tells her it does not matter. She asks him more questions, about how he'll do on the written test, or joining raids. And she tells him that she won't ask for any payment. And he asks if she wants to be affiliated, and mentions how if there are perks, there must be a duty he has to perform. She tells him before she passes the pro exam to attend some competitions under her academy name, and when people ask to say he attends there. He realizes it's a tempting offer, but doesn't know why she's so desperate. He asks her why she's willing to go so far, and she tells him that she sees his potential. He likes her answer, and they introduce themselves to each other. The next day she hands him his temporary license, and he's excited because this is just the beginning. He asks her to teach him the method for raiding. She tells him to pick a weapon, and tells him she already has a raid appointment for him. We see inside the dungeon, he is fighting some kobolds, and he asks why she followed him. She tells him to just think of her as a safety device. As he's walking in the dungeon, his intuition goes off and he dodges a surprise attack, and quickly hits the monster back. He sees the progress for his lectures is increasing, and compares it to a grinding experience in a game, and charges straight into some kobolds. We see So-yoon calling Seo-jun weird, and that he's been staring at a blank screen the entire time. But it's even weirder that a cadet, without training, can kill kobolds like a veteran. And then exercises with their corpses. We see Seo-jun is happy that he has money in his bank account again. And he wonders if he'll ever be as strong as Sun Wukong, then remembers that he saw one of his free lectures, and that he didn't attend it because he didn't have money. He registers for the class, but he sees the fee is 27 million. Realizing he can't take the lecture, he wonders if the academy sells any items, and he sees mythic level equipment. He buys the training copy of a spear, but the next day we see him training harder than last time. And it turns out the spear cost 100k. So-yoon explains to him about a competition between academies, and based on your performance, you get to participate in a higher league. She tells Seo-jun she wants him to participate as her representative, and he agrees since it's part of their agreement. He realizes he has no experience fighting humans, and asks her to spar with him. They begin sparring, and she realizes his movements are awkward, and sloppy. She realizes she overestimated him, and attempts to end it with her next strike, but he blocks it. She is confused because it was infused with mana, and his weapon was meant to fly out of his hands. Seo-jun tells her he'll also go all out. She realizes his attacks have become much faster and sharper. And how much of a difference it is. We see him following some of Chiron's teachings while sparring with her. She begins to fall down, and he uses this opportunity to attack her. Realizing she's in danger, she uses mana, and Seo-jun says it looks like he ended up losing. She's surprised that he thought he could actually win. We see that Seo-jun's lecture progress increased. And he asks her if they can spar more often before the tournament. Because the spars will help him a lot. She agrees, and says she'll listen to what he asks. And that she will give him the prize money if he wins the tournament, and that the prize is 100k. And he thinks of the training spear. He asks how long until the tournament, and she tells him 2 weeks, and he is immediately fired up. He begins to exercise on the spot. It cuts 2 weeks ahead into the tournament and we see a man with glasses, who is nervous and afraid because of all the competition, sees Seo-jun with his shabby equipment, and thinks of him as a comrade. And that he came alone. He introduces himself as Lee Mingi. Mingi begins to explain random things to Seo-jun, and he wonders if he's one of those explanation characters. Another cadet named Lee Junwon tells everyone they should be quiet, and Mingi explains how there's a rumor that Seo-jun made an offer to him to be her cadet. But he had declined the offer. But Seo-jun understands why he probably did. But we see Junwon regrets not taking her offer, because even if he wins nobody will recognize him for it. But we learn he was just going to use her, and discard her after. He notices Seo-jun and wonders why a peasant like him is participating. We see the first match start, and it's called the Dungeon Maze Race. We see some reporters watching the tournament, and one of them bumps into Seo-jun. They see Junwon instantly kills a monster, and they are surprised that he's a cadet. Seo-jun recognizes his name, and wonders why he is there, and how Seo-jun is doing. Seo-jun continues through the maze and ends up at a three-way, and an unknown feeling tries to lead him down one of the other paths. And he wonders if it's Chiron's teachings. He decides to trust it, and he thinks it's weird. He's been walking for a while, but keeps hearing notifications of people being eliminated, but nothing is happening around him. And he wonders if his intuition is avoiding monsters too. He runs into Miji in the maze, and Miji asks him if he knows where he's going, and he tells him he's just walking by following his gut. Miji says that's bad, and that he'll lead the way from now on. Miji says he'll use a method to traverse the maze, and Seo-jun tells him that it would take too long, and that he'll just trust his gut. And wonders why Miji is following him, and Miji says he thought the weak should stay together. Miji explains that his parents are gone, and all he has left is his little sister, and Seo-jun relates to him. And says they are comrades in a similar situation. But the money from the prize is all his. Miji follows him, and mentions how it's like he knows where he's going. They come to a dead end, and Seo-jun puts his hand on the wall and opens a door. We see that he is the first to finish the maze, and everyone is shocked to see it is Seo-jun, and not Junwon. We see the shocked people mention how fast first place was, but that he's from a no-name academy. In the waiting room, we see Junwon approach Seo-jun, and he calls him a lucky guy and walks away. We also learn that the second part of the tournament will be one-on-ones. And Seo-jun realizes there should be 32 rounds, and wonders how it will go. He sees a man forfeit. And it cuts to Seo-jun, who overhears some people yelling about how the match is already starting from the semi-finals. It turns out that almost everyone forfeited, and we learn the people yelling are gamblers. One of the men says that Junwon is going to win, but we see a mysterious person bet 1 million on Seo-jun to win, which shocks Seo-jun. We see the first round is Seo-jun against a man named Jang Dukshul. And the second round is Junwon versus Mingi, and another contestant gets a freebie. We see Seo-jun and Dukshul on stage, and Dukshul says that his luck will end here, and that he's unlucky to have met him here. Seo-jun tells him we don't know which of them is unlucky yet, which angers Dukshul. The match starts, and Dukshul charges at him. It cuts to the waiting area and we see Mingi is losing hope, wondering if he should just forfeit. But hears on the TV that the match was decided in the blink of an eye. And we learn that Seo-jun has already won. It shows some of the fight between Seo-jun and Dukshul, and we see Seo-jun easily avoiding Dukshul's attacks. And this angers Dukshul that he's doing it so effortlessly, and he puts his mana into an attack. But we see Seo-jun knocks his weapon out of his hands, and Dukshul falls to the floor. Miji and Junwon's fight begins. And Junwon says he can tell without fighting Miji, that he's just a prey, and will be eaten by a predator like himself. We see Junwon charges at Miji and unleashes a relentless attack, but Miji is able to block them. This angers Junwon and he hits Miji with the handle of his sword. We see this hurts Miji, and causes him to fall to his knee. As he's wondering if he's going to lose, he remembers Saw Jun's fight and stands back up. And sets it his goal to just hit Junwan once, and charges at him. We see that Junwan knocked away his attack, and Miji is laying on the floor. We see Junwan has a cut on his face and is bleeding, and this angers him greatly. Junwan tells the ref he's going to forfeit, and he knees Miji in the face. He walks over to the unconscious Miji and puts his foot on his head, saying he should know his place. We see Saw Jun clashes with Junwan, and Saw Jun tells him he was going to wait until the finals, but he deserves to be beaten now. He tells Junwan to move his foot. Junwan pushes more down on Miji's head, and asks what if he doesn't? Saw Jun swings at his foot, knocking his shoe off. Saw Jun asks why he's treating Miji like this, and he says that only the capable can succeed, and to survive, you have to squash others. Saw Jun tells the ref to take care of Miji and tells Junwan that's not something he can evaluate. Saw Jun charges at Junwan, and attacks him, but the attack is blocked. Junwan sends him flying backward, and charges in at Saw Jun. Saw Jun manages to block his attacks, but realizes that he's strong. But he clears his mind and lands a hit on Junwan. Junwan says he's a predator, but sees the eyes of a predator in Saw Jun's eyes too. He attacks Saw Jun from above, and we see that he's getting confused as Saw Jun continues to block all of his attacks. And that it's like watching a monster grow in front of him. They trade hits, and knock each other back, and this angers Junwan, and he infuses mana into his blade. Saw Jun wonders what to do, and if he should run away, but remembers a lecture from Xiangyu, and activates his power to uproot mountains, and infuses mana into his spear. They begin to collide in the middle of the arena, and we see their auras crashing against each other. This causes a giant dust cloud around the two of them, but once it fades, we see Junwan falls to the floor, while Saw Jun remains standing. The people cheer as Saw Jun stands over Youngwan. We see the crowd cheering for him, and So Yun is shocked by him infusing mana into his spear. We see the person who bet 1 million is screaming that isn't possible, and disappears. We see Saw Jun tired, walking away from the tournament, and we learn that he was disqualified. And that the man who got the freebie, Chulmin, ended up winning without having to fight. But from his fight, his lecture progress went up a lot. So Yun approaches him and asks how he is. He apologizes to her because he could have won, and she asks if he's okay because he didn't get the prize money. He says he regrets not winning, but he would have regretted it more if he had not stepped into their fight. We see Mingi approach him and asks if he'll be like him if he trains more, and Saw Jun tells him it'll be difficult, but that he shouldn't let anyone tell him he can't do what he wants. And that even if others say he has no talent, he doesn't need to let their opinions become his reality. And that if he wishes for something, he just needs to do it. We see Miji crying, and he says he'll visit him again. We see Saw Jun and So Yun talking, and he says he should have recommended Mingi to join their academy. And she's happy to hear him refer to it as theirs. She tells him she'll buy a weapon for him, and they continue walking. It cuts to the Sword Saint's aide telling the Sword Saint that his granddaughter attended the most recent tournament. And that it seems as if she recruited a new student. And the Sword Saint says he'll see what kind of guy he is. It cuts to Saw Jun training, and So Yun asks him what mana cultivation technique he uses. This confuses Saw Jun, and she explains how he needs a technique to handle mana. Saw Jun thinks to himself he hasn't learned one, but she thinks that he doesn't want to answer, and decides it can't be helped. She tells him she has some business to attend to and leaves. And he makes a joke about he's surprised that she has something to do. We see her flushed face leaving the building. We see Saw Jun receiving a lecture on mana from Merlin. He receives a new daily task to gather mana orbs. He decides to give it a try, and he realizes Kriyan's teachings have helped him feel and control mana. But it's hard to shape it. He remembers more of Merlin's teachings, and manages to manifest mana. But realizes it's tiny, and it probably won't count toward the daily task. We see the Sword Saint yells at him, and that he came to check on So Yun's student, but recognizes that him controlling mana means he has a lot of talent. And he thinks the only reason a talented man would join So Yun's academy, is to use his granddaughter. The Sword Saint asks who he is, and Saw Jun introduces himself. And says that So Yun just left for some business. The Sword Saint asks why he's unfazed, and explains he let out killing intent that only an S rank could handle. And then asks him to tell him his objective. And says that someone with his talent could go anywhere, and why he has gotten close to So Yun. and that he better tell the truth. So-jun tries to tell him it's a misunderstanding, and the Sword Saint tells him he knew he wouldn't talk easily, and swipes at his face. So-jun barely dodges and loses some of his hair. We see that So-yun actually went to her grandpa's and that she wanted to talk to him about So-jun. It cuts back to the Sword Saint telling So-jun to speak, and what his objective is. We see the Sword Saint said tell So-yun that her grandpa went to her academy, and she runs off. And she decides she can't let the two of them meet. It cuts back to So-jun realizing the Sword Saint hasn't even unsheathed his sword. And that he is trying to restrain him, and not kill him. The Sword Saint asks who he is, and So-jun tries to tell him again it's a misunderstanding. The Sword Saint tells him that he not only formed mana, but showed such movement and still claims it as a misunderstanding. He then strikes at So-jun again, but is blocked. He tells him he doesn't know what So-yun has said, but to calm down. For some reason, this angers the Sword Saint more, and realizing that he isn't going to listen. So-jun prepares to fight him. But he realizes that if the Sword Saint wanted him dead, he would be dead. As he's the Sword Saint for a reason. So-jun realizes this is a great opportunity, and the Sword Saint realizes his aura has changed. And says he's met countless hunters, but there's only one person who showed determination against him. And that he must be greatly skilled, and wonders again why he approached So-yun. We see the Sword Saint has an intimidating presence, and So-jun realizes that this will be an attack he won't be able. But he wants to know how long he can last, and he begins parrying the attacks, and charges at the Sword Saint. The Sword Saint hits him in the side, and the Sword Saint tells him he only has to answer his question. So-jun realizes tricks won't work, and that he only gets one shot. And he has to end it in one shot. He dodges the Sword Saint's attack, and we see as he's dodging, he remembers Merlin's teachings about mana, and strikes at the Sword Saint with all that he's got. We see him hit something, but he falls to the floor. We see that he's cut the suit of the Sword Saint, and he yells at him for finally showing his true colors. So-jun says he's the one who attacked him first, and wonders when So-yun will get there. This causes the Sword Saint to snap, and he tells him if he wishes for it so much, he will send him to death. But we see So-yun tells him to stop, and asks what he's doing, and calls out to her grandpa with a flustered face. We see So-yun asking if So-jun is okay, and he tells her it hurts. And the Sword Saint makes a joke about him being a man. And So-jun makes one back, then hides behind So-yun. So-yun tells her grandpa to stop it, and apologizes to So-jun. He understands the atmosphere and decides to leave. We see her talking to her grandpa, and he tells her that So-jun is suspicious. And she tells him he's not suspicious, and we learn her grandpa would trouble any student that she's gotten previously. He tells her to wrap it up, and she repeatedly yells at him that she doesn't want to. Because she has a feeling when she's with him, that makes her want to be with him longer. And while she may be unable to answer why, she wants to find out what that feeling is. She tells him she doesn't want to live under his shadow, and sees her grandpa's shocked face. She apologizes for raising her voice, and tells him she isn't going to do as she wants. And he wonders if she's ever had such a strong opinion about something before. And we learn that he was all that So-yun had left after his son died. And to make sure she could defend herself, he was strict with her. Even if this isn't the path she wanted, and because of the pressure he's been putting on her, an emotional rift has formed between them. And this is the result of that rebellion. We see that So-yun called So-jun, and she briefly explained why the Sword Saint attacked him, and he now understands why the Sword Saint was so hostile towards him. So-jun thinks to himself as he enters the academy, that it'd be nice if he got an apology from the Sword Saint, and once he's inside, the Sword Saint greets him. And tells him to sit down for a bit, which scares So-jun. We see So-jun and the Sword Saint talking, and So-jun explains why he's at the academy to him. The Sword Saint realizes he's telling the truth, but is still confused about his talent. He asks the Sword Saint if he can leave for training, and the Sword Saint thinks he can understand where his strength comes from if he watches him train. We see the Sword Saint making a funny face, and thinking that So-jun is crazy. He asks if So-jun is meditating, and he tries to give him some advice. But So-jun brushes it off. The Sword Saint is confused because he's ignoring his teachings, and offers to teach him personally. And is taking pride that he responded, but So-jun says he's alright. This is an L for the Sword Saint. We see So-yun enters and apologizes to So-jun, but she sees her grandpa and tells him he wants to bully him again, but is interrupted by the Sword Saint. He tells her that Seo-jun is crazy, and explains that he's ignoring his teachings. And that he's really just nuts. She says it may seem weird at the moment, but that's how she thought at first, too. The Sword Saint thinks to himself that he doesn't like Seo-jun, but he notices Seo-yun is always smiling with him. And how he's never seen her smile like that. One of the Sword Saint's aides tells the Sword Saint that a group called the Order of Truth is asking to meet with him. And that they've also asked for Seo-jun to meet with them too. The Sword Saint asks Seo-jun if he's part of the order, because how else would they him? Seo-yun remembers the man who bet on the tournament, and thinks it's him. Seo-jun wonders if he has to go, and they explain to him that the Order of Truth is a prestigious group, and the one asking for him, Sir Kalia, is an important figure. Seo-jun responds by saying that he's still someone he doesn't know, and the Sword Saint's aide tells him that Kalia predicted that he'd deny his request, and offers him 100k for visiting. And Seo-jun wonders how he knew he needed 100k in the first place. We learn more about the Order of Truth, and how they serve truth rather than a god. There are 7 apostles, and their words are the truth. And how they used to be treated like a cult, but they helped during the Great Cataclysm, and how they defeated a monster that nobody else could defeat. We see Seo-jun and the rest outside of a hotel for their meeting with the Order. Seo-jun still wonders why they offered him 100k, and explains it might have been a random number to entice him. They are introduced to a room, and told to wait until Sir Kalia greets them. Seo-jun asks the Sword Saint if he's met Kalia, and he says no, but they've called a couple of times. Seo-jun asks if he's met the Grand Voice before, and the Sword Saint he hasn't, but he's seen him from a distance. They hear a knock at the door, and Kalia walks into the room. Kalia introduces herself. And when Seo-jun goes to introduce himself, she says she knows who he is. He asks how she knows him, and she explains during the tournament, one of her believers watched his match, so she was interested and invited him too. And asks what the true motive for inviting him was. She explains that she wanted the Sword Saint to assist her on a dungeon recon. He asks why he needs to attend, and she tells him the Order of Truth thinks the dungeon is worth checking out. He asks what she'll give him in return, and she mentions how it doesn't seem like he wants anything. But brings up Seo-yun's academy. And this makes the Sword Saint release killing intent. He tells her if she mentions his granddaughter again, he won't leave her alone. Kalia apologizes, and says she'll listen to one of the Sword Saint's requests. And she performs the vow of truth. She then tells Seo-jun the Order would like to sponsor him, and that they aren't asking him to leave the academy, and that they will help in the areas the academy can't. He asks what he has to do in return, and she tells him that them just having a relationship is more than enough. Seo-jun thinks they'll want something in return later on, and says he'll think about it if she answers one of his questions. And asks what they see on his smart screen. We see Seo-jun has a Buddha lecture on, but Kalia says it's just a black screen. Seo-jun decides not to take their sponsorship. It cuts to Kalia talking to one of her believers and asks the man Calcus if he's sure about what he saw. And truthfully, there was nothing special about Seo-jun, but it startled Kalia when Seo-jun asked about the phone screen. And gave them an unpleasant feeling. We see the Sword Saint asks why Seo-jun rejected the proposal, and he says it leaves a bad taste in his mouth. Seo-jun asks the Sword Saint about his conversation with Kalia. And the Sword Saint explains that distortion in a dungeon is when the mana is distorted, and they lead to an increase in a dungeon's rank, or dungeon breaks. And while it's not common now, but during the Cataclysm it was common. The Sword Saint warns Seo-jun and tells him that if he pulls any moves on Seo-yun he won't leave him alone. Seo-jun meets back up with Seo-yun, and she thanks him, and mentions how he needs money, and he shows him a dungeon sweep contest. We see the prize is 300k for the contest, and we learn the purpose is to stop a dungeon break from occurring. Seo-jun realizes he can raise lecture progress while attending, and decides to join. And realizes she probably searched for the contest for him. She explains how it lasts for a week, and when it starts, he'll receive the list of destinations. And that the dungeon must be cleared within 10 hours of reservation, and they can only reserve one at a time. Seo-jun realizes that he'll have to handle the corpses after the raid, and that speed is crucial. He wonders what the exact rules are, and it cuts to the day of the competition. We see his lecture progress, and we see that some of his lectures are stagnating, so they might require something different. We see that Seo-jun called for the old man Manchul, the man he saved from the Manticore, to help with the monster's corpses. The event starts, and Seo-yun tells him fighting. We see Manchul and Seo-jun get into a truck, and explain the two elements of winning are 1, how fast you can raid, and 2, how quickly can you reach the dungeon. And he asks Manchul to plan out their travel path, and Manchul tells him to hold on tight. We see outside of a gate that a supervisor named Go Sujin just watched Saw Jun go into the dungeon, and she thinks it's going to take him an hour. And how she was anxious because she thought at first it was cheating, but Manchul sitting outside the dungeon isn't against the rules. She sees the gate begins to warp, and Saw Jun pokes his head out and tells Manchul to get ready. She tells him that having someone interfere is against the rules, and he says he knows, but he's done. She goes in and sees piles of corpses, and asks Saw Jun what he's doing. As he does lunges with a goblin corpse. We see Saw Jun continues bringing monsters to Manchul for him to butcher. And they head to the next dungeon. We see another dungeon supervisor enjoying his peaceful day, and we see Saw Jun pull up and instantly go into the dungeon. He quickly disposes of some skeletons and leaves their bones with Manchul. They quickly finish and leave. The poor supervisor is lost. We see at the dungeon management office he's going over the number of dungeons that have been cleared, and he's shocked that second place is at 16, while Saw Jun is at 32. He asks if it's correct, and they explain how it's legit, and he really raided that many dungeons. And they think someone is helping him, because it's a lot of dungeons. And we see that the girl in second place is going to cheat, and that she hates someone named Jinsu. It cuts and shows Saw Jun and Manchul on a bench, and Saw Jun tells him about how much money they've earned so far. And how they are splitting it 50-50. Manchul is surprised because he says that Saw Jun should have 70% instead. And that if he doesn't agree to this he won't show up to work tomorrow. Saw Jun asks Manchul if he's not surprised by how fast he's clearing dungeons, and he tells him he watched the tournament fight. On the second day of the competition, we see someone approach them asking if they are the dungeon dismantlers, and it seems they've gained a nickname. And at first, he was doubtful, but after watching them there were no issues. We see on the ranking board that Saw Jun is at 73 clears, and in second place Lee Soyeon is at 36. Saw Jun goes to reserve a dungeon, but sees there's none left. Manchul and Saw Jun agree the situation is fishy, and it continued to happen, and they were only able to raid 10 dungeons in a day. Manchul recognizes it as second place's scheme, and Saw Jun recognizes he might lose at this rate. He tells Manchul that until a gap is formed between first and second again that dismantling will need to be stopped. And Saw Jun says he has a plan. It cuts to Lee Soyeon inside of a dungeon, and once she finishes and is ready to go to the next one, she is told all the dungeons near her are reserved already. This shocks her, and she realizes Saw Jun keeps reserving the dungeons near her. On the 5th day, they finally meet, and Saw Jun tells her, regardless of who wins, that they should play fair. Because the competition has good intentions, she laughs and says there is no such thing as good intentions. She enters her dungeon, and quickly returns to see the dismantling squad putting in work. She's confused, and Saw Jun asks if he can have the corpses in her gate. She says sure, and watches him do lunges with the goblins' corpses. She asks why he's doing it, and he says money, of course. It cuts to the sword saint on top of a monster, and asks Kalia why there was a 10-star inside of a 6-star dungeon. She says it's a mistake because of the distortion, and we're introduced to Young Jimin, the magic saint's disciple, who gets the two to stop arguing. Kalia wonders if a similar situation could happen in a different dungeon, and they decide all low-ranked dungeons need to be re-evaluated. And we see some supervisors for the competition are shocked by 3 gates being attached together, which is the first time it's happened. We see that Saw Jun and Manchul are constantly being interrupted while going about their dungeon route, and So Yoon decides to send a complaint. It works, but on their way to another dungeon, they are being interrupted still, which causes Saw Jun to lose first place. But, Saw Jun has a plan, and we learn that instead of reserving the dungeon ahead of time, he only reserves it once he's near. And due to how fast he clears, they can't block him. It shows Saw Jun and Soyeon clearing dungeons, and after a few clears, they end up being tied at 141. It cuts to a meeting room for the contest and it shows Seon Yoon and Seon's dad arguing with each other. To get them to stop arguing, one of the men in the meeting room gives them a suggestion. One of the team leaders for the dungeon management explains to Saw Jun and Seon that out of the 3 dungeons ahead of them, whoever raids theirs faster will be able also to finish the last, and will win the competition. Saw Jun asks if he can choose first, and he chooses the blue portal, and Seon picks the red. They both race into their dungeon. Saw Jun runs around him for a bit, but is confused because there aren't any kobolds, but he hears a monster roar, and what approaches him is a manticore. He wonders why a 4-star monster is there, but quickly kills it. Jun quickly runs out to tell the manager about the mismeasured dungeon, and to cancel the competition. But he learns that Xian hasn't cleared her dungeon yet. It shows Xian is confused that nothing is in her dungeon. Jun is confused that she hasn't come out, and realizes something is off. And he thought that the dungeon having a manticore was a scheme from Xian's side. Another manager realizes the dungeon has upgraded to a 4-star, and Jun remembers what the Sword Saint said about the distortion previously. One of the managers tries to talk to Jun, but realizes he's gone, and it cuts to Xian missing her arm. And a 6-star monster leaning over her. As it goes to finish her, we see Jun block the monster. He tells her to run away, and she asks what he's doing here. Jun struggles, but yells at the monster and lures it away. He blocks another attack, and realizes if it hits him it'll be game over. Han thinks that now he's used to its attack pattern if he just continues to deflect the attacks, but his thought is interrupted as the goat monster stabs him. It flings him towards Xian, and he tells her he'll buy her time again, and she asks why he's going so far, and says that it has nothing to do with him. And we learn that she hates people who try to act like heroes, because her brother died. Jun tells her that what she's done is bad, but she doesn't deserve to die. And this shocks her, and he says, what better prize is there than saving people's lives? We see the monster charging at them, and Jun remembers Chiron's teachings about intuition. And decides to leave the judgment to his intuition. And that combining thoughts and intuition is the true way for an ascended to rely on intuition. He dodges the monster's attack, and we see the attack breaks the floor. Jun receives a cut, but realizes he can see where the next attack will be. He blocks another attack, and starts to feel the monster's movement. He dodges again, and he understands that if he continues to hold on, a pro will arrive, but he wonders how much longer Xian will last. With this in mind, he decides that he has to defeat the monster. He uses Shen Yu's teachings, and rushes at the monster, but the monster lets out a roar. Jun realizes that he cannot win with only Shen Yu's teachings, and forces aura onto his weapon. He lands a hit on the monster and defeats it, which shocks Xian. He gains a lot of lecture progress, and begins carrying Xian back. And he tells her he came in to save her, but hopes they don't die. She's quiet, so he makes a joke saying he hopes he didn't waste his efforts. One of the managers asks what happened, and Jun tells them to just get the medical team. Xian tells him that she'll never think of him as her savior, and that she did nothing wrong. He tells her he wasn't expecting anything for helping her, and we see her get carried off on a stretcher. Due to the news of what happened, and how a 6-star monster appeared in a 2-star dungeon, this was the first time there was such a big gap between stars. And due to the popularity, people began to wonder who Jun was for being able to defeat it. We see one of Kalia's henchmen tell her that the apostle is looking for her, and it has to be related to the distortion. It cuts to Jun in the hospital, and he's wondering why he saved her, and he should have made her do other challengers so he could have gotten the prize money. Yun walks in and asks what's wrong with Jun, and when Manchul explains, he doesn't want to split the prize money. She asks him why he would have to do that when he's the only winner. And that Xian forfeited, and even reported the cheating that she did. Which confuses Jun. And we learn that she told Yun that she thinks both hers and Jun's way of thinking is incorrect. Yun also mentions how there is an additional bonus added to the prize pool, and this excited Jun. She also tells him that her academy has been promoted too, and she thanks Jun. Once they leave, he begins to browse the Transcendent shop. Jun remembers the spear is 100k, but he doesn't know how much his free pass cost for his lectures, and that waiting too long will make things worse. He browses through the equipment, and he realizes he can't figure out what the equipment does because they have no descriptions, so he browses the community for Transcended cadets, and he finds a post about the gear. Out of all of the equipment, he stumbled upon an item called Kib Isis, and the review says pretty much the entire post was just to get people to buy this one item, and that it's a subspace pouch, with many different effects, and you should purchase it early, and that it decreases weight by 70%, but the space is wide. Jun realizes that it's really convenient for doing squats, as the pouch will not get bulky, it's a perfect size for squats. He buys it. 3 days later, we see Jun with the spear, and his Kib Isis pouch. We learn he used all of his money on the items, and Yun asks him why he isn't resting, and he says there's no point, and he needs to earn money, because he's already spent all the prize money. This shocks her, and she sees his new spear and realizes what he spent it on. We see the two of them in a 4-star dungeon, and he notices some statues guarding a chest, and realizes they are gargoyles. He dashes at them, and he decides to just swing and see how the weapon is without his power, and he cleanly halves the gargoyle, which confuses him. And they both look at each other and ask what happened. So Yoon is dumbfounded, and she wonders why the gargoyles are getting sliced like tofu, and she gets even more shocked watching him shove their bodies into his pouch. She asks where he bought the items, and he tells her it's some back alley shop, and she gets excited to visit it. And he tells her the store is closing because the owner is going on a journey. And we see a perfectly normal serious face to indicate that he totally isn't lying to her. They finally make their way to a big foyer, and see multiple gargoyles around them. Seo-joon thinks about how strong his spear is without his power, and wonders what it would be like with his powers, and we see the gargoyles leap at him, and he gathers mana into the tip of his spear, which shocks Seo-yoon. He sends the attack out, and we see it hit all of the gargoyles, pretty much obliterating them. Seo-yoon is shocked, and we see the attack left a giant crater in the floor. We learn the Spear of Longinus is the spear that stabbed Jesus, and is also known as the Holy Lance, and due to being a copy, he thought it was going to be weak, but that wasn't the case at all. Seo-yoon tells Seo-joon that Jimin, the magic saint's disciple, wants to meet him. And we learn a little about her, and how the magic saint says that she has already surpassed him. Seo-yoon mentions how she had to stop her from barging in, and Seo-joon wonders if she is like the sword saint, but Seo-yoon quickly tells him that isn't the case. He says if that's the case, then okay, he'll meet her. Seo-yoon texts Jimin to tell her Seo-joon agrees, and we see a beam of light, and Jimin appears, saying she's here. We see Jimin yelling no way after seeing Seo-joon, wondering where he got something, and she yells a bit more. Seo-yoon says that she gets like that when she really wants to know something, and then introduces her to him. Seo-joon mentions how Jimin is meant to be in her 40s, but looks so young. And we learn she uses magic to maintain her appearance of when she was young. Jimin mentions how since she has memories of her form, she just uses that. And she asks him where he got his subspace pouch, and he holds it out for her. Seo-joon wonders if it's that impressive, and she yells an entire essay into his ear. She offers him 100 million for it, and he tells her he cannot sell it. She asks why, and he gives it to her so she can try using it, and it shocks her. So not only can only he use it, nobody else can even touch it. This impresses her even more, and she says if he tells her where he bought it he'll give her $1 million. She looks suspicious of his story about buying it in an alley, and she asks him to at least let her research the pouch. And offers to pay him for letting her research. And he wonders if that is okay. Because if he tries to hand ownership, they'll be shocked, but if it's just researching, he wonders if it's possible. He tells her if she gets the money, he'll help her, and asks if they should start now. She tells him she needs her equipment, and that she'll invite him to her lab later. And she remembers why she came there in the first place. And asks him to explain everything about the distortion. She asks how he defeated the goat monster, and he tells her he was lucky. He thinks to himself if it weren't for Merlin's mana, he wouldn't have been able to do it. He asks Jimin if aura and magic are both based on mana, and asks her if that would be the same for a distortion. He explains further by saying that if magic and aura are just different ways of using mana, wouldn't a distortion be the same? And how Merlin's lectures mention that using mana is distorting the laws of the world using individual will. And that distortion could have happened based on someone's will. And rather than distortions being natural phenomena, they could be the work of a person. He wonders what he's doing, and tells her to take it with a grain of salt. And she asks if he's also a magic scholar, and he tells her no, he's an aspiring hunter. And she asks what's with his description, and is surprised by how he can differentiate aura and magic. And she asks if he was the one to make the pouch, and he wonders what kind of bullshit she is spouting. Jimin asks how he thought of all this, and continues to ask questions, and Seo-joon suddenly has the thought and wonders how much money he could earn from teaching others. He realizes he has to understand the material before teaching. Seo-yoon comes back, and Jimin leaves the office, and Seo-yoon and Seo-joon eat. It cuts to him at the academy, and he's wondering why his lecture progress isn't going up. He goes to ask Seo-yoon something, but she's wondering what to do about getting a lecturer, and she's so absorbed she doesn't hear him. He startles her, and he asks what she's thinking about. She asks him what he needs, and he asks if there's a competition coming up soon. She says there isn't one within the next 20 days, but there's a mock exam next month. A mock exam is an exam academies make to prepare their cadets for the hunter exams. And because the academies are some of the top ones, everyone watches the mock exam, and there are rumors that the score you get is the same as in the pro hunter exams. Jun realizes that there will be more cadets like Junwan, and the prize money will be given in the form of scholarships, and it just so happens to be during the time his free pass ends. He decides to see how far he goes. It cuts to Jun listening to lectures, and he hears Chiron mention how the mock exam is approaching soon, and this shocks Jun. He sees a pop-up mentioning the exam, and he recalls the cadet interview, and says he thought it was a skit. He doesn't think there's a reason for him to take their exam, and it'd be better for him to progress his lecture instead. Shenyu pops on his screen and says everyone should get ready for their exams, and he then wonders if all of the other professors are mentioning the exam too, and they are. He wonders if the exam is really that important, and decides to look on the forums. He sees a post similar to his, and he sees a comment mentioning how the exam will help a lot with lecture progress. And he wonders if he should try it out. It cuts to Jun holding his phone, and a prompt tells him the first time taking the exam is free, and he accepts it. He chooses some options for the exam, and the first subject starts instantly, which shocks him. He looks around and wonders how the exam will start there, and his phone begins to glow, and a black hole forms. He throws his phone. He watches as the monster grows larger and larger out of his phone, and the monster is revealed to be a dragon. His time limit is 30 minutes, and the dragon's throat begins to glow, and it shoots out fire toward him, and we see a blue flame hit Jun directly. Another status window appears saying failure, and Jun is surprised and rolls around on the floor. He wonders how the other levels will be because it's only level 1, and there is 10 total. And that it wasn't just an ordinary dragon, but the dragon of ruin, and he remembers that some of the transcended are gods. He wonders what to do now and is happy that he has 10 more attempts left. While he doesn't think much will change, he wants to see how it will go. The failure screen pops up multiple times, and now he has 5 times left. He rolls around on the floor again, confused about what to do. He gets a lecture pop-up mentioning how a lecture on the mock exam. One of the lecturers is from Wukong, and he watches it. Wukong explains that, in reality, it's not that difficult. He says that if you can avoid the breath attack, there's nothing to Fafnir except that. He says watch this while standing in front of Wukong, and he says don't think of splitting the breath apart, but all you have to do is dodge it. And now he cannot use it again for a while, so he becomes a lizard, so just beat him up. We see Wukong demonstrate one of his abilities called Meteor Grand Fall, and we see a big light emanating from his staff that destroys Wukong. Wukong says, simple, right, and the more difficult it is, the simpler you should think about it, which confuses Jun. And he has an existential crisis, so he watches another lecture on face to breath, which leaves Jun confused again. He wonders what to do now, and sees another lecture this time. It's from the first dragon slayer Siegfried, the man who killed Fafnir. The lecture starts with Siegfried talking about Fafnir's breath attack, and he explains, similar to Wukong, that the only attack is the breath attack, so it depends on whether you can dodge it. And if they are attending the lecture, it means they are having a hard time with dodging it, so he will explain 2 attack methods. 1 is Fafnir will fire his breath attack where you were summoned, and if you dash after being summoned, you can dodge it. And if you find dodging difficult, the second method is for you. He says to prepare gold because Fafnir is extremely greedy, and that's how he became a dragon. It doesn't need to be real gold, but throw it, because he won't fire his breath attack in fear of melting the gold. Siegfried mentions that if they need more help with dragon slaying, to visit his other lectures. Jun realizes he has nothing to lose anyways, and decides to try again. We see him holding a bar of gold in front of Fafnir, and he instantly throws the gold, like an MLB pitcher, directly at Fafnir. He totally falls for it, and is like a dog playing fetch. He runs after the gold, and turns around, and smacks Jun. He fails again, and now he has 4 attempts left, and wonders if he should make armor out of gold. It cuts to Jun jumping over Fafnir, and struggling to dodge all of his attacks. Fafnir begins to swipe his tail at him, and he realizes it's too late to dodge, so he reaches into his pouch and throws gold out for Fafnir. Fafnir instantly turns around, angry, and Jun throws more gold for him. While Fafnir is distracted, Saw Jun jumps above him, and uses P-Tum, imbuing mana into his spear. He lands on Fafnir and stabs him in the back, but the attack does nothing but sting Fafnir, and he fails again. But his lecture progress has gone up. Saw Jun has failed the battle exam, and wonders how the next one will go. He starts it, and he sees a red pearl in his hands. The exam this time is to flee from the emoji while holding the pearl. The exam is for him to not be hit at all by the emoji, and it instantly bites him, causing him to fail. He moves on to the third exam, and its goal is to defeat or survive the Sphinx. It asks him something, but he can't understand it. Saw Jun asks if the answer is man, and it smacks him. He fails, and goes to the next subject, which is providing mana to the Bulgasari. We see Saw Jun feeding the Bulgasari mana, and Saw Jun runs from it. The next exam is him listening to the siren song for the duration of the test. We see a siren singing, and he says it's actually enjoyable, and he passes the first level. Level 2 is listening to Helheim's Requiem, but it's really bad, so he fails. He looks at his exam progress, and lecture progress, and we see he's close to finishing 2 of the lectures. Mentor appears out of his phone, and says it's been a while, scaring Saw Jun. He asks Mentor why he's so late, and he says he was going to come back earlier, but Saw Jun's profile is pathetic, and that at Saw Jun's current level, he cannot help him, so it'd be better if he focused on the 2 lectures he recommended the first time. Mentor asks if he is focusing on his lectures, and then is shocked when he looks at his progress, asking if it's a bug. Because it says, he's taking 4 lectures. Saw Jun tells him it's true, and that the information on the screen is right. Mentor asks how he pulled it off with such a low level, and that it should take him longer for this much progress. Saw Jun mentions that the mock exam helped him with his progress, and Mentor asks if he's taking the mock exam right now. Mentor looks devastated and says it looks like he didn't need him after all. Saw Jun asks him how to choose a subject, and Mentor says you just choose the subject you want, and is confused why it shows undecided for him. Saw Jun also mentions how he doesn't have a Transcension Academy ID, and Mentor asks how he doesn't have one. And Saw Jun holds his phone up, showing that he doesn't have an ID, so he can't make a post. Mentor says he'll have to bring it up to the principal, and that he'll be back, so finish up on the mock exam. He makes a joke about going for milk, and fixes Saw Jun's exam so he can choose what he wants. We now see new subjects on his phone, and it cuts to him having completely obtained the P-Tum technique. Saying no way, he swipes his spear, and creates a giant mana wave easily, and comments on how naturally it flows. He gets a notification for an epilogue lecture, and Shen Yu says that everyone is probably noticing a lot of changes within their bodies, and that P-Tum is the most basic of basics, but don't let it get to your head, because you are still trash. But this is something to be congratulated about, and now you can officially learn a spear technique. And that the path will be hard, but don't worry, there are no set paths. Which means to trust in your decision, and that it's a marathon, not a sprint. It cuts to So-Yoon mentioning how the mock exam is accepting applications, and that he tells her to go ahead. She tells him the exam will start in 10 days. He gets really close to her face, and wonders what would happen if they spar now. He quickly asks her how the recruitment of new cadets is going, and she says she's worried about it. Because there's no telling how her grandpa will act about it. And that she's worried about what lecturer to invite for him, and she mentions how lecturers are expensive, and he asks how much they make. She tells him, and his greed overwhelms him, and he tells her if she needs help to ask him. It cuts to 3 days later, and he's finished Shen Yu's lecture, and while he looks at his phone, Mentor pops up, and is a little sad that Saw Jun isn't surprised. Saw Jun tells him he finished one of his lectures, and this shocks Mentor. And he tells him there's a big problem. Mentor says that before he went to the principal, he looked for Saw Jun's information, but couldn't find it. There's no information for him in the academy. Saw Jun asks how he's able to take lecturers then, and Mentor says he's confused too, because the academy uses a strict screening process, so if he weren't properly screened, Mentor wouldn't be there. Saw Jun asks if it's a system error, and Mentor says, it can't be. But there are traces of someone interfering, but they don't know who. And that even the principal didn't know about it. Saw Jun asks if he'll be expelled, and Mentor tells him no, it's an issue on their end, and once a member, always a member. Saw Jun is relieved it isn't a system error, and wonders who it could have been. Saw Jun asks what he should do because his free pass is ending soon. Mentor explains how the academy curriculum is split into 4 levels, and explains what they are. Jun asks if, after he breaks through the upper level, if he'll be a transcended, and Mentor says no, there are many other steps after the upper level. He asks Jun if he'll keep a spear as his weapon in the next level, and recommends that he takes Hercules, and Zhang Sanfeng's lecture. We see the fees are expensive, and Mentor says he needs to work hard to gain causality, and explains that it is a justification, and Jun asks what the academy gains out of it. And Mentor says it's to help cadets become transcendents, and Jun asks him why that's the case. Mentor says that there's not much more he can help due to Jun's current basis, and to increase his causality and he'll know what he means. And that to work hard, because he supports him. Before he goes, Jun asks if there are other cadets, and Mentor says of course, but he understands Jun probably means in the same dimension, and Mentor says out of all the dimensions, the dimension with the most number of cadets is 4. Jun covers the academies again, and mentions how the academy holding the exam is Mills. Due to the price of the exam, Jun has no other choice, but to place first in this exam because he needs the money. It shows a couple of hunters, one is Kim Gan-chul, and the other is a man carrying a variety of different weapons who gets dragged away after causing a commotion. The first subject is on endurance, and it has the participants all running on a track, and what's important is how many times you finish the 3 kilometers goal. It shows Jun saying how easy the race is, and it cuts to him performing squats. Everyone looks on in confusion, as he's easily squatting a bar-bending amount. He's amazed by how much stronger P. Tums has made him, and cannot wait to see what Hercules' lecture is like. We learn that to those with certain abilities, the mock exam doesn't matter. Those people are Li Dan, Kim Gan-chul, and Jin Dongmin. And they are only participating as a performance. We learn that Kim Gang-chul is participating because someone from the Order of Truth told him to watch over Jun, and Gang-chul has no clue who he is, but recalls meeting him and saying he looks useless. He walks into a room, and we see from the result board, that Jun is in first place. This shocks Gang-chul, because there is such a big gap between him and Jun, and because he's not in second, but in third place. And he wonders who the guy in second place is too. He reminds himself to calm down because the other subjects won't be the same way, and it shows the combat scores, which has him in third place still. The third subject is mana proficiency, and Jun says he isn't confident in mana. Dawn passes by him, and people fangirl over her. She begins to prepare a fire spell, and sends it flying into the measuring device, which puts her at number 1 for mana proficiency currently. The crowd begins to talk about how nobody is a match for her, and one of the stagehands calls for Jun. He passes Dawn on stage, and she smirks, thinking he can't beat her. Jun says he isn't confident, but he'll try his hardest. He begins to concentrate his mana into his spear, and we can see it glowing. It shows Dawn watching him, and Jun remembers Merlin's teachings, and charges at the measuring device. He slashes at it, but it is cut in half a lot easier than he was expecting, causing a shockwave to erupt from it. Dawn and the crowd are confused, and it shows that Jun is now in first place. We learn that because the measuring device was broken, they had to pause the test, because they didn't expect it to be broken, so there is no spare. It shows the final results again, and we see the crowd is shocked that it isn't someone from the 3 academies in first place. The people in the crowd begin to recognize him as the man who cleared the distorted dungeon. We see Yun is excited by how much of a gap he's formed between the contestants. It cuts to Jun wondering if it's the spear that cut through the measuring device, or if it's from his mana, so he wonders if he should buy a second weapon to compare. He wonders who has been singing, and sees the man with all of the weapons on his back, and recognizes him from before. The man notices Jun and runs up to him, and introduces himself as Li Minyul, the man in second place. Minyul apologizes for speaking informally, and Jun is relieved that Minyul didn't approach him for a grudge or anything, but because his personality is weird. The fourth subject is a dungeon raid, and it evaluates how fast someone can clear a dungeon. It's revealed that the monsters they need to hunt are 10 of the goat men from the distortion. Jun easily kills one, and we see him begin to slice up some more of them. He's strong enough now that he can easily defeat them, and that they were weaker than the real thing. He mentions how 3 months ago, he was a normal person, but now his life has begun to change. We see him standing over their corpses, and that he's still number 1 on the total scoring. All the other participants from the big guilds, except Gangchul, show clear disdain towards Saw Jun, but Minhyul is cheerful with him. Saw Jun asks what's the deal with all of his weapons, and Minhyul explains because he hasn't learned from anyone, he doesn't have a specialty, so he just uses them all. Saw Jun is surprised that Minhyul is a self-taught cadet, and asks him why he hasn't joined an academy with his talent. Minhyul says he does have a master, but the man isn't aware that he has a disciple. As Saw Jun goes to ask about it, he is interrupted by one of the staff mentioning a problem. The staff hand mentions the people that were meant to be the judges had to stop a dungeon break, and that everyone needs to wait until they make a decision on how to proceed. Gangchul thinks to himself that it must be the Order of the Truth who did this, and that there is a chance the exam will end early, because then Saw Jun will become winner without the tournament finishing. With this in mind, Gangchul suggests a tournament to finish the exam, and tries to convince the staff hand that if the exam ends so abruptly, it'll reflect poorly on them. But he really just doesn't want the top 3 guilds having their names tarnished. And he thinks he'll beat Saw Jun in front of everyone. Others agree, and Saw Jun says that they should add extra prize money for it. The tournament starts, and a bunch of no-name people get eliminated by the top 3, and they all want to take Saw Jun down. We see Saw Jun thinking about the prize, and with this money, he might be able to register for his next class faster. He says he's not worried about the top 3, but he is worried about Minhyul. It shows Minhyul shooting arrows at his opponent, and when his opponent closes the gap, Minhyul uses 2 swords and blocks his attack, and sends the man backward. Saw Jun recognizes that Minhyul is just brawling, and that they are similar. Saw Jun wonders if he's also a cadet from Transcension Academy. He mentions how what Minhyul said about the master makes sense if it was from lectures. Minhyul wins his match, and the next match is Dawn and Saw Jun. We learn that Dawn is a genius, and that she is one of the top 5 cadets at her academy, and she is acknowledged as following Jimin's footsteps, and to Dawn, the word impossible didn't exist. She thinks to herself that the only reason she isn't in first place is because the mock exams aren't a good representation for mages. Is what she thought, and it shows her get gradually more confused as we see Saw Jun cut her fireball in half. She is confused that he cut magic apart, and it means either he used overwhelming amounts of mana, or he used a dispel. It cuts to Saw Jun thinking about how there has to be something special about the spear. We see Dawn cast a lot of fire arrows in front of him, and she sends them all down toward him. He easily cuts them all, which makes her hasty, and we see her spam more arrows, screaming for them to hit. But Saw Jun just cuts them all apart, and she drops her staff and falls to her knees, just utterly defeated mentally. Saw Jun puts his spear to her neck and asks if he won, and she calls him a monster. He's declared the winner. It shows Minhyul and Dogman exchanging blows, and Minhyul punches him in his side, causing him to fall to the floor. Minhyul is declared the winner. Gangchul realizes the Order of Truth's goal is to have Saw Jun and Minhyul fight, and he wonders if Minhyul is connected to the Order of Truth, and the next match begins. Gangchul and Saw Jun both walk onto stage, and Gangchul says he'll stop the Order's plan. Their fight starts, and Saw Jun blocks Gangchul's attack. The force from the attack shatters the arena floor. They distance themselves from each other. Gangchul leaps back in and unleashes a flurry of blows. Saw Jun blocks them all, and Gangchul steps in closer and unleashes a mana attack, destroying more of the arena. Saw Jun realizes it's not a bluff that Gangchul is part of the top 3, and decides to actually try. We see a menacing aura, and dashes in at Gangchul. Gangchul comments on how Saw Jun's usual aura is calm, like the ocean, but his current aura feels like that of an eruption from a volcano. Gangchul gets pushed back by Saw Jun's relentless attacks. Gangchul comments on how the attacks are just simple spear swings, and Saw Jun thrusts his spear, knocking Gangchul back. Gangchul wonders why simple attacks are so strong, and he realizes Saw Jun isn't using his aura, and the thought of that terrifies him. Gangchul compares it to a previous time, and we see him kneeling in front of someone, and how he recalls feelings of hopelessness. Gangchul gets angry and pours everything he has into his sword while charging at Saw Jun. He screams die, and we see Saw Jun infusing mana into his spear. It shows Gangchul's sword falling into pieces while the crowd is shocked, and Gangchul falls to his knees. And Saw Jun is declared the winner. Minhyul is excited by this. We see some of the crowd commenting on how they thought Saw Jun was overgeared, but now they know he's just really skilled. The finals begins with Saw Jun and Minhyul. Jun asks him about the situation he mentioned previously with his master. And asks who it is, which upsets Min-yul, but Jun says he might know his master. Jun thinks that even if it's part of the academy, it doesn't mean they are friends, and it's better if they are competitors. Jun asks him a question while making a nod to the academy. And Min-yul asks how he knows, and bets that whoever loses must answer questions for the winner. The fight begins, and Min-yul dashes at him with a sword. Jun decides to go all out from the start, and we see him slice toward Min-yul. He blocks it, but it breaks his sword in the process. He does a flip to avoid the attack. And stumbled backward. Jun uses this chance to get close, but is greeted with a shower of arrows. He quickly deflects them. Min-yul asks about his weapon, and if he'll talk about it after he wins. And they clash again, and Jun says of course. Both of them begin to trade an onslaught of blows, creating a storm of sparks from their weapons colliding. Jun mentions how he doesn't sense any desperation for Min-yul to win. Jun asks if he doesn't want to win, and Min-yul says that's not the case, and he really wants to beat him, but it's also okay if he loses. Jun asks if that's the case why he's using such cheap tricks to win, and Min-yul says that's just him trying his best. Jun mentions how it doesn't look good to others, and Min-yul said he doesn't care what others think. He knows his worth. Jun recalls some of Buddha's lecture because of Min-yul's words, and the flashback is Buddha talking about seeing the world from someone else's perspective. Jun remembers all of his hard work improving, and his daily struggle, and how he felt so much pressure to work harder than last time. In order to not fall behind, in order to survive in life. He receives minor enlightenment from Min-yul's words, and he wonders why he never thought about things from that type of perspective. Jun puts his weapon back into kibisis, and pulls out a normal spear. Jun asks if praise from others doesn't increase his worth, and that he decides his own worth. Min-yul says he's a better friend than he thought, and drops all of his weapons. Min-yul says he's right, and he hopes he doesn't take this as an insult. And he holds a dagger saying, this is the only thing his master taught him, and he's confident in it. They collide in the middle, and they both say, I just have to win. Min-yul knocks Jun's spear up, and dashes in at him, and unleashes an insanely quick flurry of stabs, almost each one grazing Jun, cutting him. Jun mentions how the Lance of Longinus would be enough to just instantly break his attacks apart, but now that he put it up, it's dangerous. And that Min-yul's ever-changing attacks are difficult to respond to. And we see Jun stop the dagger with his hand. We see Min-yul gets pushed back, and Jun thinks to himself it's okay to lose, but that he'll do his best to win. Jun swipes at him, and he flips over him. And he swiped back at Jun, but it is dodged. We see the attack knocks a lot of dust up, and blocks Jun's vision. Allowing for Min-yul to disappear, Jun catches a glimpse of him, and thinks this is his final trump card. Jun uses Merlin's mana, and infuses it into his spear. He notices something from Min-yul's previous fights, and wonders if this is the right way to handle the situation. And he realizes his fighting style is too rigid. He recalls Merlin mentioning that if you make learning a habit, you'll impede your own self-expression because learning is accepting the way someone else expresses themselves. And says how long will you display the way others express themselves? And he realizes he shouldn't be dragging out Merlin's mana, but his own. He decides to use his own methods, and he uses both Merlin's and Kriyun's, Shen Yu's, and Buddha's teachings and creates something that doesn't belong to anyone else. And we see his eyes glowing orange, and he emanates a new aura onto his spear. Everyone goes crazy in the crowd because of him creating an aura blade, including Soyun. We see Min-yul's pov of him getting closer to Jun, but he turns his head and looks directly at him. We see the spear goes toward Min-yul, breaking his stealth. We see the attack splits around Min-yul, avoiding him, and Min-yul's dagger is broken. And he declares his defeat. It cuts to Kalia being notified that Jun won. She asks if they noticed any distortions, and the man notifies her about Jun's aura blade, which is a shock to Kalia. She tells the man to continue monitoring Jun. It cuts to her receiving orders from a robed man to watch over Jun, and when she asks why he pressures her, and tells her she's forgetting her place. And he tells her it is not his will, he mentions to her he knows that she's been doing work without approval, but anything related to Jun she must report. And she says the only person who can control an apostle like that is that man, and it cuts back Jun talking to Soyun. She asks about the aura blade, and he tells her he was lucky. He also notices Minhyul being swarmed by academy offers, and Minhyul runs behind Seo-jun, saying he's going to Soyun's academy. And Seo-jun and Soyun are confused, and Minhyul tells them to run quickly. It shows them hiding from the recruiters, and Seo-jun asks why he said that, and Minhyul says he did not have the thoughts of joining the same academy as Seo-jun. And the wording gives Seo-jun WTF.exe face. And he tells him they can talk about it later, and asks if he remembers their promise. Seo-jun asks about his mentor, and Minhyul says he doesn't know, and confuses Seo-jun. Minhyul says that he didn't learn from him directly, and explains how he met his master when he was training in the mountains. He felt the presence of someone else and saw a man lying in a field, and ran up to him. Minhyul asks the man if he's alright, and notices blood on his hands. Minhyul says he'll take him to a hospital, but the man tells him no. Minhyul treated the man at an abandoned house in the mountains, and took care of the man, and nursed him back to health. And at first, his condition was severe, but he noticed the man recovering over time. It cuts to a month later, and Minhyul says it'd be nice if the grandpa recovered his consciousness, and as he approaches the building, he hears people talking. A group of men surround the grandpa, and ask if someone helped him. The grandpa says they don't need to know, and they ask if it's the greenhorn hiding behind the tree, meaning they noticed Minhyul. The grandpa instantly kills one of them, and then swiftly kills some more of the group, not giving them a chance to retaliate. One of them yells for everyone to kill him, and we see a group of them lunge at the grandpa. And Minhyul comments on how it's the first time he's seen someone fight so well, and it cuts back to his flashback. We see one of the group members are still alive, and says this isn't how the plan was meant to go. The grandpa tells Minhyul to run, and to never come back. And they both disappear. Minhyul, confused by the situation, grabs his belongings from the house, and notices a book the grandpa forgot, so he takes it too. And mentions how he planned to return it to him, but hasn't seen him again. Seo-jun asks why he calls him his master then, and Minhyul says because he saw the man's most sacred text, which had his martial arts. Soyun says that his master may be a man called the Dark Saint, and that the man is just like the Sword Saint, so he's one of the 5 heroes that represent Korea, and he's very hidden. Seo-jun asks if she's met him, and she says that he's visited her grandpa a few times, and Minhyul is shocked to have learned her grandpa is the Sword Saint, and asks for her help in finding his master. Seo-jun uses his winnings, and buys the free pass, and notices his lecturers have reached 100%, and he gains a skill from Chiron called Metamorphosis. And he excitedly moves around, but is instantly confused when he doesn't notice a change. While mentioning how different metamorphosis is in novels, he feels a snake-like presence, and turns around to see nothing. But he hears a voice saying, "I can't believe it, you were able to notice my existence, but it doesn't seem like you can see my form, is it your natural sense?" And the voice says, "Don't be worried, I am not here to kill you." Seo-jun asks who it is, and the voice says, "You would definitely be a hard opponent for that stripling." Seo-jun puts the words together and asks if the man is the Dark Saint, and he sees the man come from the shadows. The Dark Saint says he's quick on the uptake, and it's surprising he noticed his presence. Seo-jun asks if he found him because of Minhyul. The Dark Saint says he was just on his way, and Seo-jun comments on how he left his sacred text behind on purpose, and the Dark says nothing good will come of Minhyul telling people it was his sacred text. Seo-jun tells him that Minhyul had no idea who he was, and this makes the Dark Saint call him an idiot. Seo-jun tells him Minhyul will be there soon, and asks him to wait and greet him. The Dark Saint says that if that's the case, he doesn't have much time. And if he wanted to meet Minhyul, he would have done it before, and he came to see him to ask if he has a connection to the Order of Truth. Seo-jun mentions how he only met Kalia once, and the Dark Saint says that for a while, he's been tracing the steps for the Order of Truth. Because he doesn't trust them, and he brings up the great monster the Order of Truth hunted. And he tells Seo-jun that Berserk did not die that day. He mentions that Berserk isn't a monster that can be killed, and they don't even have proof, or the body to prove it. And that the monster just suddenly disappeared. Seo-jun says if that's the case, why do people say the Order of Truth saved humanity, and the Dark Saint mentions how the Grand Voice did something to Berserk. And he asks Seo-jun if he's ever wondered why the Apostle of Chastity's seat is empty, and how the original Apostle of Chastity disappeared like Berserk did. And in order to find the truth out, he's learned 2 things. 1. The Order was trying to kill him for investigating, and 2. The recent 10-star break was their scheme, and they did it because of Seo-jun. Jun asks him why he's telling him all of this, and says he came to ask for him to take care of Minhyul for him. And mentions how they have a special thing called watching, which is when they can see the results of their target's action. And because he's one of their targets, anyone he talks to will have his trace on them. Jun says he doesn't have his trace on him too, and the Dark Saint says he's an exception, because they can't watch him. He hands Jun a book, saying he has no time, and to give it to Minhyul. And he goes to give Jun another copy for him to learn, and he says he doesn't need it, and asks for something else. And asks the Dark Saint for child support. This confuses the Dark Saint, and Jun says if he doesn't give him money he won't do it. Jun asks him for 3 million, and the Dark Saint calls him crazy. Jun drops some bars onto him about how he's the only one who can do it, and believes he should be receiving 3 million as compensation. He asks if he can tell Minhyul about him, and he says it doesn't matter if he does or not, but he needs to tell Minhyul not to mention him to anyone else. As soon as he disappeared, Minhyul arrives, and it cuts to after Jun tells him everything. He's surprised his master is really the Dark Saint, and Jun hands him the book. Minhyul asks why he handed him the book, and Jun tells him that the Dark Saint asked him to. Minhyul mentions how he could have just kept it to himself, and Jun says doing something like that is mean. Minhyul says he's decided, and we see his eyes full of respect, saying he wants to join Jun's academy starting today. Minhyul tells Yun that he's planning to enroll in her academy, and she says that's good news for her. Jun thinks this is good, because he'll train with the secret book the Dark Saint gave him. And that he can get more money from the saint if he keeps hanging out with Minhyul. And that he'll be a golden goose, and we see a funny image. Yun says it seems like they can enter team-based contests, and she mentions the rewards. Jun turns into an anime girl, and says we have to do it. 3 days later, see Hercules, benching a pillar, and he says he'll keep the introduction short. He says he's Hercules, and he says that a physical body is the most important, and that the people who think that the bigger you are, the slower you are wrong. And that it's not true. And that speed and strength all come from muscle power. He crouches down and tells them to watch, and we see him perform a move called lightning speed. And mentions that it comes from the lower limb, and strength comes from the upper limbs. And we see him performing some rapid movement, and mentions how stamina comes from muscles too. He receives his daily mission, and is surprised it isn't much different from Chiron's, but notices at the bottom it says it only recognizes a weight of 1 ton. Jun rubs his eyes to see if he read it properly and transforms into a stick man. He watches the next lecture from Jang Sambong, who is an elder of the Wudong sect. And he mentions what foot techniques are, and what it is in reference to. Sambong gives some examples, and begins to walk into the sky. And says that by using your inner energy, you can use your feet to step on air. And he says he'll explain later, so don't ponder too much on it currently. Jun is surprised he can walk on the air like that. And he receives his daily mission from Sambong. And the requirements are absurd, but Jun says it seems doable, and then says, never mind, I'm crazy. Someone appears and asks for Jun, and it's Suyin. She is introduced as Manchul's daughter. She asks if he's contacted her dad recently, and Manchul and he asks why. And she says she's lost contact with him, and asks if he knows why. Jun, concerned, asks how long it's been, and she says since he went to work yesterday. Jun says maybe he's just asleep somewhere, and asks if something else has happened. She says she had a fight with her dad after telling him she wanted to be a hunter. She leaves, and he tells her to contact him with updates, and it cuts to him trying to call Manchul, but he doesn't answer. He says he'll wait another day. It cuts to Kalia talking about the Dark Saint, and asks about Jun, and the man says they can't locate him. And Kalia begins to nervously bite her nail. And she says they cannot reveal the truth of the 10-star dungeon break, so proceed with the plan. It cuts back to Jun in the training room, mentioning if he knew this would happen, he wouldn't have sold the monster corpses. And we see him storing weights into his pouch. He finally finishes and says now it should weigh more than a ton, but is quickly exhausted. He decides to use Tum and Merlin's mana to exercise, and it cuts to Soyun just looking at him on the floor. She asks what he's doing, and he asks for her help, and asks how much he stuffed inside and tries to lift it, but doesn't move in the slightest. She uses mana, and Jun manages to get out from under it. He asks her how tall the building is, and when she asks why he asked, he says he wants to jump off the roof. and tells her to wait a minute while he goes to try it, and she also turns into a confused stick man, and she hears a thud, and Seo-jun says, "So close." And she just listens as he repeatedly jumps off the roof, and walks away depressed, wondering what new students would think if they saw this, or if she'll even get some. Minhyul walks back in to see Seo-jun training, and wonders what happened in the time he just left. And they call him weird while he stares at his phone. Seo-jun is worried because Manchul hasn't responded yet, and it's been 4 days. He tells Seo-yun he'll be back later, and she yells that if he's going to jump off the roof again, because there have been police reports about him. He tells her about Manchul, and he tells her he's not sure, but he'll let her know. He goes to his old work, and they compliment him, and he asks if they've seen Manchul recently. And they mention he disappeared after following someone, and they mention how a strange man came to the company. And that Manchul desperately needed money to pay for his daughter's tuition, so he took the shady job deal. He asks where he went, and they tell him the association should have info. Seo-jun thanks them for the information and runs off. The association tells them they can't hand out private information, and Seo-jun tells them that he's gone missing. The association man says he's sorry, and this angers Seo-jun. We see him sitting at a park wondering what to do, and that the strange man has to be the problem. And that he can't shake this ominous feeling he has, and he recalls his past events with Manchul. And how much he's helped him over the time he's known him. And how he handed him money after his accident, and when Seo-jun lost all of his savings, Manchul was the one who comforted him, and how he gave him money without hesitation, which made him who he is today. He calls Seo-yun and asks if she can help him, and asks if he can meet her grandpa. It cuts to them face to face, and Grandpa Yun asks if Seo-jun wants his help, and Seo-jun says no, but he challenges him to a duel. This shocks the people there, and Grandpa Yun asks, "What?" Seo-jun explains that if he wins, he wants Grandpa Yun to intervene beyond just helping. And that if he loses, he'll quit Dream Academy. Seo-jun says obviously, he can't win in a fair fight, so if he can inflict an injury, he hopes he'll consider it as win. Seo-jun recognizes that a normal person can't get information from the association, but if it's one of the 5 great heroes, it might be different. Grandpa Yun says okay, and tells him to follow. We see him grabbing his sword, and we learn the sword is called the Azure Dragon Sword. And that it's a sword used by an ancient general named Kim Yushin, and even though the sword is a replica, it's a masterpiece created by Korea's best blacksmith. And the only time Grandpa Yun brings it out is when he plans to kill his opponent. The assistant asks what he's planning to do, and if something happens, but is interrupted by Grandpa Yun telling him not to worry, because Seo-jun is still a student. And he only plans to entertain him. Seo-yun tells Seo-jun he doesn't need to do this, and that she'll try asking her grandpa, and Seo-jun tells her no. And he appreciates it, but this is necessary. And wonders if he's the reason Manchul disappeared. And in case this happens again, and he doesn't have the strength or authority to do anything about it. But if he can get people thinking the Sword Saint will act if something happens to those close to him, it might change things. He tells her he'll return after winning, and she goes to reach out to him, but stops and says he must win. We see them both inside of a sparring room, and Grandpa Yun says, if he thinks he'll go easy on him, he better stop now. And Seo-jun says he just wants him to keep his promise. Grandpa Yun draws his sword, and says he'll give him his first move. We see Seo-jun lunge down, and he dashes straight toward Grandpa Yun. We see his weapon glowing, and he plans to go all out from the start. He slashes at him with all of his power, but it is easily blocked. And Grandpa Yun asks, is that all that you've got? He sends Seo-jun flying backward, and he's recoiling from the shock, and Grandpa Yun closes the gap and swings at him. Seo-jun dodges, and they exchange blows. This repeats, and they continuously trade blows with each other. Seo-jun recognizes that he's serious. And they continue exchanging blows. Seo-jun says each of his attacks, every movement, is like a final blow to him. And Grandpa Yun uses a move called Sword Dance, and we see a giant mana wave emanating from his swing, causing a shockwave to startle the spectators. Seo-yun yells out to Seo-jun, and we see him holding his spear up, commenting on how this is a true hero, Sword Saint. They continue to exchange a flurry of blows with each other, each time creating blue sparks. Grandpa Yun comments how a few months ago, he was just a brat, and how before, he was just a typical student, but now what he's witnessing is that Seo-jun is improving himself with every single movement. He knocks Seo-jun's weapon back, and we see him swipe at Seo-jun, creating a massive shockwave from the swing, sending Seo-jun flying. And he notices that his weapon is holding against his aura. And that the fight would have ended if not for his weapon. And he decides to put a little effort into the fight, and dashes at Seo-jun. He does another swipe of his sword, creating an even bigger shockwave in the training area, and making Seo-jun cough up blood. Seo-jun realizes he was cocky to challenge him, just because he beat up a few students, and he failed to see reality. Because he didn't notice the massive gap between himself and the Sword Saint. And now he feels frustrated that he hasn't gone all out. We see him quickly dash behind Grandpa Yoon. He stabs at him, but is blocked. Grandpa Yoon asks why he challenged him, if this is all that he's got. Then knocks him back. Seo-jun says he looked up to the Sword Saint, and wanted to become like him. And respected how he gained his fame, but he was arrogant. He was too absorbed in the title of Transcendent and looked down on him. And we see him get sent flying back by a thrust from the Sword Saint. He acknowledges he's weaker than him, a lot weaker. But now he can finally evaluate his level, and someday he'll reach a higher height than him. Because he wants to go beyond him, and we see him dashing at the Sword Saint. He realizes something mid-dash, that he can't feel his hands, and his steps feel awkward. He wonders what this feeling is, and he sees the sword swing by his face. He sees a vision of himself being cut and drops his weapon. Seo-jun begins to run at him, and Seo-jun looks at Grandpa Yoon, saying he hopes he'll keep his promise, and he falls unconscious. And we see a wound on his cheek. He looks down to see Seo-jun on the floor, and then it cuts to Man-chul carrying someone in a dungeon. He's saying that he was tempted by the money, and wouldn't have agreed if he knew this would happen. The man apologizes for the distortion, and says if he knew about it, he'd have come alone. Man-chul says, to stop worrying, and that people must have noticed by now. The man says that won't happen because he's told the association not to disclose any information, and that it was a stupid choice to make. And that it'll be hard for them to make it out. Man-chul smirks and says he's sure that guy would have struggled his way out, and that there's a silly guy. It cuts back to Seo-jun waking up, and he asks Seo-jun how long he's been out for. She says not for long, but he doesn't have the time to lie down anymore. Grandpa Yoon walks into the room, and gives Seo-jun his sword. He asks why he's giving him it, and he says he's simply upholding his process. And to show the sword to the association. It cuts to Seo-jun at the association sitting at a table with the association president, and the president is wondering why the Sword Saint's sword is there. Seo-jun introduces himself, and Seo-jun asks about Man-chul, and asks to tell him which dungeon he entered. The president remembers that the person said not to tell anyone, and says they need to verify the sword. Seo-jun asks him if he'll take responsibility for the delay. The president reluctantly tells him the magic saint was the one who took Man-chul, and they went to a 6-star dungeon to investigate. Seo-jun thanks him, and asks if he can use the sword as collateral for a loan. It cuts to him on the phone with Soo-yeon, and she's asking if he's contacted her father. He tells her he knows roughly where he is, and that there's been a problem. Soo-yeon begins to break down, and wonders how she's going to live by herself. Seo-jun tells her not to worry, that he'll bring him back. We see his bank is full of money, and at first, the association didn't want to loan money, but eventually, he convinced him to do it. And he plans to use the money to properly prepare for the dungeon. And we see him but a copy of the Lance Gungnir, and he heads into the dungeon. We see him inside of a forest, and he begins to use his senses to figure out where the monsters are. And he can sense some of the trees feel different from the others. He pulls out Gungnir and infuses it with mana, then launches it at one of the trees. We see it flying at the tree, and the tree begins to scream, and dodges the lance. This surprises Seo-jun, but the lance boomerangs back around and stabs it in the back, instantly killing the monster. We learn more about Gungnir, and how it's a weapon Odin used. Seo-jun says this much power is to be expected from a weapon a Transcendent made. And we see the trail the weapon left behind. And according to the legend, Gungnir has a recalling function, and it can never miss its target. Seo-jun puts his hand out and uses a little mana, and Gungnir flies back to his hand, and he says he can only use it once in battle due to how much mana it consumes. It cuts to Man-chul running from some treants, and Man-chul ends up tripping while carrying the magic saint. As the monsters go to attack him, the magic saint blocks the attacks with a barrier, and tells him to run away. Man-chul asks what about him, and he says he doesn't have much time anyways, and that it's his fault he's in this situation. We see the barrier break, and Manchul grabs onto the saint, and Manchul apologizes to his daughter. In fear, Manchul closes his eyes, but when he opens them and looks up, he sees the back of Saw Jun. Saw Jun asks if he knows how much his daughter has been looking for him, and then tells Manchul to take the saint and leave. Saw Jun dodges some of the Trent's attacks, and has to find the main body. We see him narrowly dodging the attacks, and while he cuts it, he notices the treants are just regenerating all of his damage. He realizes he can't get close, so he has to use Gunjar to pierce its main body. He sees it on the floor, but notices that Manchul and the saint haven't gotten away yet. So he begins to twirl his spear as a defense. Once they've gotten far enough away, he dashes past the Trent's attacks, and makes his way to Gunjar. He grabs it, and yeets it at the monsters, instantly killing one of them. They continue to attack him, and he manages to deflect their attacks and attack back while taking minimal damage. He sees Gunjar and calls it back with mana, and we see it fly through the air toward him, and he catches it. He notices the monsters are afraid of Gungnir, and he plays Eeny Meeny Miny Mo, and kills one of the treants. And the rest begin to zerg him, and he uses this chance to slice them all in half together, with one swipe of his spear. While saying Gungnir isn't his only weapon. It cuts back to him meeting up with Manchul and the saint, and they make small talk, and Saw Jun notices the saint looks like he's in horrible condition, and feeds him his emergency medicine. And Manchul tells him he's the one he's mentioned previously, and the saint asks what happened with the treants. And is shocked when Saw Jun tells him he killed them all. Saw Jun asks why he brought Manchul with him, and he explains he was there for research, and he needed someone to carry the corpses, and he had to move as discreetly as possible. Saw Jun asks if it's because of the Order of Truth, and he asks how he knows about that, but is interrupted by a sound and we see Manchul begin to panic. And they look up to see a giant Trent. Saw Jun says they should avoid its gaze and leave the dungeon quickly, because it hasn't seen them yet. And they explain they've tried that, and when they tried to leave the monster caught up to them, and injured the saint. And the saint explains how the monsters outside is so thick he couldn't penetrate it, and even if he did it would just regenerate the damage. And that his magic didn't even have an effect. This shocks Saw Jun. The saint explains he's not who he used to be, he's old and weak, and it's embarrassing people call him the magic saint. And he mentions how they need a powerful attack to destroy his core. Saw Jun asks if that's all, and says he'll break the core, and the confused magic saint says a normal attack won't work, and that he can't incapacitate it, only weaken it. Saw Jun tells him to look at his weapon, and the saint turns into full Nurge mode. And he remembers Jimin was the same way, and that she's his disciple. And when asked where he got it, he lies and says the sword saint bought it for him. Saw Jun explains the plan is, 1 he will distract it, 2 the saint will weaken the monster, and 3, Gungnir stabs the monster, the end. We see them in front of the Trent preparing to start, and Saw Jun runs to the Trent, and he yells out to it. It turns around and launches some of its branch tentacles at him, and we see him dodge backward. This attack and dodge sequence repeats multiple times, and Saw Jun continues running around the Trent. While he wonders if the spell is ready, and the Trent attacks while he is distracted, but he dodges it. We see some branches come from the ground, and attack Saw Jun while he is dodging the previous attack, but Saw Jun cuts the branches, and runs down on them. We see him being overwhelmed by the monster's presence, and he receives a signal from the magic saint, which means the spell is ready. Saw Jun taunts the Trent again. Saw Jun continues to run from the Trent, narrowly dodging the attacks, and this repeats multiple times. And soon, he'll be at the area they have planned. We see chains come from the floor, and begin to restrict around the Trent. The Trent begins to swap targets to the Saint and Manchul, and Saw Jun realizes right now they are both weakened, so he pulls Gungnir out of his pouch, and realizes this is his only chance. He pours everything he is into Gungnir, and begins to clear his mind, too, while infusing the lance. And he locates the core of the Trent, and throws Gungnir with all of his might, and we see a colorful trail behind the lance, and it pierces the monster, and goes through it entirely. Clean through and through. We see the core is broken, and the Trent falls over. Saw Jun, tired, falls to the floor. Saw Jun meets back up with Manchul and notices the two of them have gotten pretty close over the last few days. They ask if they can leave now, and Saw Jun says yeah, but as he goes to grab his lance, he is shocked to see the Trent still alive, even with the hole inside of it. And he wonders what kind of joke this is, and he sees a second core. And feels distraught. The Trent lets out a roar, and begins to attack them. Saw Jun begins to stand in front of them with his spear, and the magic saint blocks the attacks with a barrier, and begins to cough up blood. Saw Jun realizes the only choice is to destroy the second core, and tries to find Gungnir, but he can't find it because it's entangled between the branches, and wonders if the Trent is hiding it on purpose. Saw Jun asks the saint if he can use weakening magic again, and he says he'll try his best. Saw Jun says he'll draw its attention again, and we see him run out of the barrier, avoiding all of the attacks from the Trent monster, while getting close to it. He realizes he will die if he is hit once, and realizes that the saint is reaching his limit, and that there's nobody else but him who can do this, and he pours everything into his spear, and begins to cut through the treant's branches. We see the Trent changes focus from the magic barrier, and begins to put its focus on Saw Jun, but he dodges it by jumping into the air. And while he's in the air, he realizes he can't find any other openings, and while he's thinking, he gets caught by a branch. But as the monster begins to attack him, the weakened spell is casted, and takes his chance to cut his foot free, and runs up the treant's branches. He notices that the chains are thinner than before, and notices the opening, and rushes toward the Trent's core. He leaps at it and begins to extend his spear forward to stab it, but is smacked in the side and gets sent flying away. This heavily injures Saw Jun, and he coughs up blood. We see the monster's overwhelming presence approach him, and it begins to attack him, but the magic saint blocks the attack again for him. We hear the saints thinking that he's impressed at Saw Jun's talent, and that in another year from now, everyone in Korea will know who he is, and one day he'll become the hero of mankind, but right now, he's not strong enough. And even if he has to die in his stead, Saw Jun has to live. The saint yells for him to run away, and Saw Jun says he won't do it. And the saint yells, telling him to accept reality, and Saw Jun says, it's the same for him. He could have left them any time he wanted, and even now, he's trying to sacrifice himself. Saw Jun thinks to himself it's true, running is the best option, leaving the saint behind and escaping with Manchul. But for some reason, he doesn't want to run away, and we see him kneeling before Hercules. And he remembers what Hercules said in his first lecture. What do you think strength is? Power doesn't refer to physical force, and the power he's trying to teach them isn't like that. And true power is atonement, and Hercules explains how because of a curse, he killed his own wife and children, and that he did the 12 labors as atonement. 12 impossible tasks, that Hercules is famous for. Each time he completed one, his reputation would increase. But that people mocked him for murdering his family, but he still refused to give up. He lived for others, and some judged him for this, and he lived like this in hopes that one day he would forgive himself, and living like this, he completed the 12 labors, and even saved Olympus during their war with the giants. Hercules says when you're trying to do something, people will tell you it's impossible. However, others' words aren't important. Again and again, they'll mention how impossible it is, saying you can't do it. And you only need one reason why you must succeed. And that alone is all you need to become a hero. The saint tells Saw Jun the monster isn't one he can handle, and while Saw Jun walks, he can't hear anything except Hercules' words. When the world tells you that you can't do it, and your mind tells you you're at your limit, you keep thinking you can't do it, but to keep walking forward. That is true power, a power that uses your soul. Divine power. We see an energy surge from Saw Jun as he walks toward the Trent, and Hercules describes the power as an overwhelming force. We see the monster attack Saw Jun, and he cuts the branches down. Slicing through them again and again, he leaps toward the Trent, and the next thing we see is just a giant shockwave. The magic saint, barely standing, looks up to see Saw Jun in front of a giant hole he put in the monster. But he notices Saw Jun is falling, so he catches him in a barrier and puts him down. Manchul runs over, and asks if he's okay, and the saint says he's okay, he's just exhausted from using a power he wasn't ready for. The saint says that he was scared, and that he fears death, because he wonders what the world will be like after he dies. And how the world isn't as safe as people believe it to be, and he knows the world still needs him. And that his worries made him paranoid, but after seeing Saw Jun, he realizes the next generation of heroes is ready, and he imagines Saw Jun paving the road for the future heroes and says, time sure does fly. It cuts to Saw Jun waking up, and both Manchul and the saint are there, making him realize they've made it out of the dungeon. He asks if everyone is alright. Manchul says he doesn't have anything serious, and just needs basic treatment. The saint says he's alright too. Jun realizes the saint doesn't seem well. Then Manchul asks Jun if he's okay since he was out for a good bit. Jun quickly asks if Manchul's contacted Sooyun, and he awkwardly says yeah, and that he's also contacted Sooyun too. Jun asks why he did that, to which he says that she looked really worried about him. Jun realizes that from her POV, he went to find the missing Manchul, then also went missing. He also had her grandpa's sword. The saint asks Manchul if Sooyun is his daughter. He says yes, and that the reason he's in this situation was to earn her money for the academy. The saint makes a Minecraft villager play. Then Manchul asks if he isn't going to pay him. The saint says he'll definitely do that, but if it's alright, what about him mentoring Sooyun? This shocks Manchul, to the point he starts to ask the saint if he's gone crazy. The saint tells him no. Manchul then asks why, all of a sudden, he wants to do it. The saint says he should pass down his great knowledge, and he doesn't have long to live, so he wants to mentor Sooyun, to repay Manchul for saving his life. But if she doesn't want to become a magician, there's nothing he can do about it. The saint tells Jun the offer stands for him, too. Jun says nah, just give money instead. The saint then says that he can ask for as much as he wants. Jun starts to pog out, then asks him, but they get interrupted by the door being sent across the room. We see Sooyun talking to Grande Yoon. Jun realizes that he's screwed, and then Sooyun starts to hold him back, telling him to run. Jun starts to guard himself, and the saint makes a goofy ass face, and calls out to him. Jun recognizes him as his savior, and Grandpa Yoon stops his molding, asking why he's here. It cuts to a bit later, and the saint says he didn't expect to meet him here after so many years, asking how he's been. Grandpa Yoon says he's been the same, then asks why he's here. The saint tells him he almost died, then they continue to talk. Jun asks Sooyun where Sooyun is, and she says that she's on her way. Grandpa Yoon tells the saint it looks like he's faking his illness since he seems so fine. The saint says he really almost died, and it's thanks to Jun that he didn't. Grandpa Yoon starts giving him the death stare, and Jun says he had no choice. Grandpa Yoon starts to bark at him, and the saint says he's not sure what's going on, but to forgive Jun this time. He says it doesn't concern him, and the saint tells him that Jun probably made a mistake, but he must have done it because he had no choice. Grandpa Yoon says, even so, he's crossed the line. The saint then asks what he did to make him this angry. Then he's informed about Jun selling his Azure Dragon, and he makes whatface.png. The saint then mentions how Jun told him about the saint buying him his new weapon. Jun realizes that he's screwed, because Grandpa Yoon starts to go Super Saiyan. Jun tries to explain to him what happened, and Grandpa Yoon asks the saint if he understands why he's angry now. He says just don't kill him. He tells Jun that since he didn't sell his sword, he won't kill him, but he will let him go after one hit, so block it, dodge it, or do whatever. Jun tells him to wait, and that he can go find it. Grandpa Yoon starts to ready his fist, saying that's why he'll only do one hit, and then he punches at Jun's face, and as it gets closer and closer to him, we see Jun punches back, and their fists collide, which completely surprises him. Then Jun screams ow and kneels on the floor. Grandpa is surprised that he just took it head on, and that his arm is completely fine too. He starts to call out to Jun, but he yells that he said it was only one hit. Then he quickly runs out of the room, leaving them in awkward silence. Grandpa Yoon then clicks his tongue, and the saint says it looks like he's gotten old, too, since he controlled his strength, and that it seems like he's fond of Jun. He asks if he's crazy, then the saint mentions how Sooyun favors him. Grandpa Yoon pulls up a seat beside him, then asks what happened inside the dungeon. After the recap, Grandpa Yoon tells him that it's hard to believe, while it wasn't enough to discover a trace of the Apostle of Temperance, a mutant also appeared in the dungeon, but Jun was the one who killed it. The saint says he should have seen it for himself, while Grandpa says he wasn't at that skill level a few days ago. The saint tells him it seems he can't acknowledge Jun. He says that's right, and they discuss how the current pro hunters aren't to be trusted, since they aren't anything special. Back in the day, a pro hunter was different, whereas now it's just a lucrative job, but the world isn't as safe as they all believe it to be. Once the heroes all disappear, and the threat awakens, will the world even be able to fight it? While that may be the goal of the Order of Truth, someone they know has already achieved the impossible. Their era is passing by now, or might have been already over, and they just weren't aware of it. Grandpa Yoon asks what he's saying. The saint smiles, saying a lot of time sure has passed, while laughing. We see Soo-yeon hugging Manchul. She is absolutely bawling. Manchul calls out to Seo-jun, thanking him for saving him. Seo-jun tells him it was nothing. Time started to pass, they were all discharged from the hospital one by one, and everyone was able to return to where they originally meant to. But a few things changed. The first change was that the magic saint took Soo-yeon as his disciple, and the second was that the saint gave him an ass load of money, and he saw him as a god. And using some of that money from that, he returned the dragon sword to the saint, which was a close encounter. Anyways, he was able to obtain Gungnir, with a ton of money too. Minhyul is happy he's back. Seo-jun asks if he wasn't worried, since he never came to visit once. He says no, because Miss Yoon said he was fine. Plot convenience happens, and she appears. She asks if he's alright. Manchul starts to talk to her about an item, while Seo-jun trains, but he loses count. Then it cuts to Hercules' lecture. Herc says that in his last lecture, he was talking about power, and there are probably students that realize the importance of God power, and they are surprised about the lecture progress going up. There's nothing to be surprised about, since the lecture was made to teach that power to begin with. The reason the lecture went up, is because he simply wanted to learn. However, if you think this means you don't need to listen to lectures anymore, that's ridiculous. God power is a power that, in order to utilize, you need muscles that can support it. So, train your body to the limit to withstand the power. Which is why he always emphasizes muscle training. Seo-jun gives us a short recap of it, and he wonders if it's due to the progress in the lecture, if that is why he finished so quickly today. If it's this fast, he can apply to another lecture, or just to buy an elixir instead. He says if he has the mana to retrieve Gungnir, then it's no different than being a walking calamity. The shop is also full of elixirs. He thinks about it, then decides a lecture is definitely better. Since even with an elixir, he wouldn't be able to absorb it all. Then he asks Mentor to recommend him some good lectures, related to mana cultivation. He says Mentor usually takes a week to reply, but this time he immediately gets one. Mentor then suggests multiple different options to Seo-jun, so he can pick which he wants. He can't decide, but thinks that basing it off price might be good. It then cuts to Soo-yeon looking a little annoyed, because Seo-jun is asking her when the next competition is so he can get money. She barks at him, asking where he's spending all of his money at, asking if it evaporates on its own. We finally see how expensive they all are, and he tells her he's going crazy, too, while they both look mega defeated. She tells him there is one contest close, but the issue is that it's a team contest. You need 3 members at least. Seo-jun realizes this is a problem, since there are only 2 students in the academy. Minhyul and himself. Minhyul fits the part, but they don't have another member. He asks Seo-yeon if there's anyone interested in joining. She asks him what he thinks. Seo-jun starts to think about what to do, wondering if there is anyone worth contacting, and then he thinks about Mingi. Never mind, he ignores him and thinks of Soo-yeon. He tells Seo-yeon this, then he wonders if he wants to recruit her then participate in the tournament. He tells her yes, then she reminds him that Soo-yeon is the saint's disciple. So, is there any need for her to join solely for the contest? Seo-jun says it doesn't need to be only for the contest. Then he goes to the saint's residence, and a butler tells him where to sit, so he does, then he waits. The saint eventually comes out, saying it's only been a few days, so what does he need to see him for? Seo-jun sees he's using a cane, then wonders if he's unwell. He then asks how Soo-yeon is. He tells him that she's been all over the place learning elemental magic. He's surprised since it's only been a few days since she started training. Then he tells her more about how fast her progress is, which surprises him again. The saint then asks him why he's here. Seo-jun struggles to tell him. Then it jumps to a bit later and they talk about the Dark Saint, how Minhyul is his student, but also in the academy, and how if the Order of Truth is after the saint, then surely they'll come after Soo-yeon too. The saint confirms he's asking for Soo-yeon to enroll into the academy, and he hopes he considered this for the safety of Soo-yeon. Seo-jun thinks about how, even if it wasn't for the tournament, he would have made this proposal anyway. The saint says if even the Dark Saint is doing that, then it isn't something he can disagree with. Then he says, alright, he can't keep her here for her sake. And that the experience of fighting there should be incredible, too. We then see Seo-jun with her, and Minhyul and Soo-yeon greet her, then he goes to tell her he's the Dark Saint's disciple, but Seo-jun stops him quickly. Then proceeds to say the same shit, making Minhyul confused. Seo-jun then introduces her, saying they know who she is, but that she's a high schooler, so don't get any ideas just because she's pretty. They decide it's enough for introductions, and then Seo-jun tells them that the three of them will be entering a team contest. Min-yul says it sounds fun, but Soo-yeon wonders if she'll be useful. Seo-jun says that he and Min-yul are there, and Min-yul backs him up by saying how strong they are. Then Seo-yeon says they need to decide a team name. They all think about it for a bit, and stare at Seo-jun while wondering. He asks what they want, to which they tell him he's the team leader, so he decides. Seo-jun says he wasn't thinking about a team name, then looks at the name of the academy, then he asks what they think about Dream Team. They like the name, and agree to use it. Seo-yeon like it too. Seo-jun looks proud, and they all smile, and agree to win the contest. This is how their name was expanded past Korea, to the point everyone knew of them. The Dream Team. During their training, Seo-yeon makes an I can't believe it face, as she watches everyone training. Seo-jun is an iPad kid, Soo-yeon is lost, and Min-yul is severe ADHD. She says she's unsure if it's a playground or an academy. We finally learn the contest is called a raid battle, and many big name sponsorships appear here, so they can call dibs on exceptional students. Their intention isn't just to judge individual strength, but also their team play and potential. Then they recruit students with promising talents in advance. This is all the true intentions of the raid battle. As a result of this, big guilds began to lobby against it. However, many various organizations smelled the money, and that is how it became the competition it is now. Only the cadets of League 1 and 2 academies can participate, so it's where the main attention and money are at. We see some people freaking out because of a man named Young Si-woo, from the Gaon Academy. His sidekicks get mentioned too. Their names are Yoon-jung and Min-jun. They then wonder who the hunters from Mills and Ale will be. They even talk about Lee Hae-eun coming too, since he's the rising star of pro hunters. Another guy suggests the 5 Saints disciples are going to be here too, but they get laughed at. Because there's no way they would make cadets their disciples, which, of course, we know they did. The first round of the raid battle begins, and we see some students fighting some spiders. It's a 7-star monster. They will be judged on the speed they clear a raid. A man named Do-hyun, from the Aries Guild watches in disappointment, as so many people begin to fail the test. He wonders how they are failing the first round, then they begin to talk about Jimin's research, which was about mutants. Do-hyun suggests that is why there are so many fails in the first round, just hard coping. He decides to look at the teams that are still holding on. We see the Gaon Academy clear the first round in 30 minutes. Which surprises people that it isn't Mills or Ale. Then they hear another clear notification, and they say that it has to be Mills or Ale, but they see it's the Dream Academy, and are shocked they cleared it in only 9 minutes. They say there's no way that's real and it's an error, so they ask a staff member to confirm it. He says there was an error, and the Aries Guild says that's what they thought. Then the staff member says that their time was actually 30 seconds faster, so they quickly fix the time that is listed. And we see the gang all entering a portal. One of the monsters charge at them, but is instantly cut in half. And he makes a joke about how if the real Arachne heard that her name is being used for monsters, she'd be scared. Seo-jun decides to save Gungnir for later, and comments on how their string is meant to be strong and elastic, but he quickly eliminates all of the monsters, saying it's just a mere thread in front of his lance. Min-yul quickly dashes through the spiders, eliminating them. Soo-yeon watches them in awe, saying they are amazing, since they aren't letting the monsters fight back. She says she won't stand idly by, and begins to prepare for a spell. She slams the ground, causing blue tentacles to sprout from it, quickly snatching the monsters up, which is how they got to their 9-minute clear. Min-yul compliments Seo-jun, saying he seems like a different person every time he sees him, asking how far he'll grow. Seo-jun quickly changes the subject to Min-yul's weapons, to which he says he threw them away. Since his master said he didn't like him using all of them. So he threw them all away except for the daggers and the bow. They continue talking, and Min-yul tells them everyone is staring at them. The other people also keep discussing about if there was an error or not, then they recognize Seo-jun, and Min-yul, from the Mills exam. Seo-jun feels something, then looks over to have a WWE stare down with Si-woo. He wonders what's with that glare, then he turns around. Min-yul is oblivious, saying people are recognizing them. Min-yul starts to scream, and Soo-yeon is embarrassed. Some goofy-ass dude comes out, saying it's noisy, so everyone must be unable to contain their surprise by their performance. We see it's the Mills Academy, and their time was 31 minutes. He says it's since they are an elite team, but everyone ignores him, and he begins to cry. The Ale Academy people wonder what's up with the weirdo. Round 2 is also based on clear speed, but they need to collect all the magic crystals in the dungeon. Minhyul quickly yoinks them, and they clear the round in 4 minutes. Round 3 is for them to eliminate a monster. Seo-jun quickly eats it, impaling it. They cleared it in 19 seconds. On to round 4, they are inside of the Dryad Forest. The goal is to last as long as possible. But Minhyul has run out of arrows, so he tells Seo-jun to just kill them. He quickly dashes in, avoiding the Dryad's attacks, then readies himself. He then cuts multiple of the branches in half, then cuts the Dryads in half, but he has to keep doing it since they keep respawning. Eventually he sees a glowing orb. He wonders what it is. He cannot see it with his eyes, but Chiron's senses notice it, and he says it's an incredible amount of mana. It makes him wonder if it's the dungeon's core, or maybe what regenerates the monsters. He kills yet another Dryad, then pulls out Gungnir, saying he'll test it out. Then he yeets it at the orb, but as it gets close he watches it just fly through it. Then it hits the wall. Seo-jun is surprised, wondering if he made a mistake thinking it was something. He says his senses definitely showed him something. Then he holds his lance and realizes something. Unlike Gungnir, he hasn't understood Longinus's power yet, and it must be just as good. He smiles, saying maybe, then he begins to run toward the orb. Leaping at the glowing orb, he readies his lance, saying he'll give it a try. Then it cuts to the Gaon Academy, and they are fighting the monsters, but eventually clear it in 44 minutes. They say nobody should be close to their time. Siwoo says their judgment was good, and it was double the record of the Mills and Ale Academies, and they only achieved their time by overcoming their limits. One of the Gaon group noticed the Dream Academy, and says since they came out first, surely they've won this time. But one of the Gaon group noticed something is weird. The Siwoo begins to sweat nervously, and the entire stadium is freaking out, saying it's impossible. We see the Dream Team's clear time is immeasurable. Do-hyun says this is nuts, wondering what would happen to the Dream Team a month from now, and he begins to shake, saying he needs to recruit them now. It's not just him, but everyone is freaking out about it. Seo-jun looks at his lance, saying it's crazy. He suspected the lance might be able to ignore the mana barrier, but the same goes for Gungnir too, so he assumes it's due to a difference in class. He recalls slicing the orb in half, saying that Gungnir didn't work, but the lance did. Then he wonders if the lance's ability means it can deliver a direct blow to the target's existence itself. He decides he needs more tests for comparison. Even Minhyul and Suyeon wonder how he cleared the dungeon. Siwoo asks him what kind of tricks he pulled. But Siwoo's group is surprised he's asking too. Then Seo-jun asks what he means. Siwoo asks if he's going to keep making excuses, and Minhyul gets pissed. Seo-jun stops him, then asks if he thinks he cheated. Siwoo says there's no other explanation, while he admits Seo-jun is outstanding since he heard what happened during the Mills mock test. But an immeasurable record for this fourth round is absolutely impossible. If it was Lee Hae-eun, then maybe. Siwoo starts to walk away, and Minhyul barks at him for messing with them. Minhyul and them begin walking, and he keeps barking about Siwoo. Then Suyeon asks Seo-jun if this means their victory is decided already. Seo-jun says he thinks so, and it's a little disappointing how easy it is. As they go to leave, a staff member calls out to them. Seo-jun asks what's up, and the man tells them he's here to give them an offer. Which surprises him. He asks what it is, and the man says they'll give him the price pool if he agrees. This gets their attention, but he says there's a condition. Then, asks them if they know there will be a 9-star monster in the 5th round. Seo-jun says yes. Then the man says that although it won't be as strong as a real one, it's not a monster some cadets can handle, so the goal isn't to defeat the boss, but to evaluate how the students will adapt. And there will be many ways for them to evaluate their score. Of course, beating the boss is the highest score, but no team has ever succeeded. Seo-jun asks if the condition is to defeat the boss, to which the man says yes. If the boss is not defeated, the Dream Team must forfeit all of their prize money. Seo-jun thinks about it, then asks about what happens if he refuses. The man says it's just an offer, they can do as they'd like with it, and it's not actually them giving the offer. Seo-jun says it's probably the 3 great academies, and based on Siwoo's reaction, the other academies think he must have cheated too. So the academies must be trying to destroy the Dream Team, and restore their pride. Minhyul and Suyin tell Seo-jun the choice is his. The staff hand says that from the organizers' perspective, they hope they accept it, since there is no tension to the raid battle. Seo-jun thinks about it, saying if he succeeds, he will receive the money, but if they fail, they lose the money they were meant to receive from first. He asks for a counteroffer, then asks that they increase the prize money a bit more, then they will accept the offer. The amount shocks the staff hand. Seo-jun says otherwise there's no reason to accept, since they'll get the prize money regardless. Seo-jun explains why he needs more money, since if it's going to be split, he won't be able to cover the casualty that continues to increase. But with the price increased, he can buy both lectures and elixirs. So that's enough to take the risk. Seo-jun asks if he'll accept the offer. Do-hyun overhears people talking about the Dream Team's counter-offer. They start to discuss if they can even do it. Then we finally learn that the monster is called a revenant, and it must be killed twice to die, and Do-hyun says he believes in the Dream Team. But the bald man says that it's a 9-star monster, so he does not believe it. Do-hyun says they just need to wait and see. Inside the dungeon, Minhyul asks Suyin if she thinks a money-hungry ghost possesses Seo-jun, then asks if he's always been like this. She says he's always been money-hungry, just not this bad. Seo-jun tells them to just do their best. While they are pogging out, we see a menacing aura, and they notice it, then they watch out in fear as the monster forms into a smiling face. The crowd watching realizes that's a Draugr, and not a 9-star monster. But it's 10-star monster, that are difficult. Do-hyun is worried, because mind types are meant to be banned. He jumps over the railing, wondering if it's an error, and he starts to run over, saying it isn't a big problem, since a student can't die from a monster conjured up by sorcery. Except there is one case of death by a conjured monster, that is a mental attack from a mind-type monster. And that it causes people to have their mental to be destroyed. He continues to run, saying that the monster that killed the student was around 5 to 6 stars. However, the mind type in front of them now is a 10-star, so the students can't deal with it. Minhyul and Suyin begin to break down mentally. Seo-jun isn't saying anything, but Do-hyun quickly bursts in, telling the staff they need to get them out immediately. They tell him they've sent someone, but cannot enter due to it being impossible to access. Do-hyun says to break the mana core then, and they say that would cost too much. This angers him, and he asks if they'd rather let people die, than throw away some money, and that the kids' futures are bright. They tell him they understand, and he wonders what kind of research Jimin did. Then they all watch in confusion, everyone watching the round, even the 10-star Draugr. As Seo-jun is still standing, completely fine. Seo-jun asks what's wrong with Suyin and Minhyul, telling them to wake the hell up. Then Seo-jun begins to hear his schizo voices, and he puts his hand on his face, but is completely fine. The Draugr is still confused, too, and says that's weird. Then we see Seo-jun's lecture progress begins to increase. Seo-jun readies his lance, then runs toward the Draugr. The monster screams because it's scared, and the voices keep coming, and he says they aren't the Draugr's whispers, but it's unconscious thoughts that are being manipulated by it. They are his own seeds of doubt and anxiety. He recalls Buddha's lecture, and his thoughts begin to leave, along with his fears. He feels refreshed, but they return, and he hears himself talking about his accomplishments. But again thinks of Buddha, how a person who is at peace with himself talks of the present. He says if a painter becomes greedy, and puts too many colors on the canvas, the whole canvas will be dyed black. So let go of the burdens in their hearts, accept the present so you can take in the earth as it's meant to be. Since you are a child of the universe, you deserve to be where you are. Even if you don't feel it. The evil thoughts are purged from his mind, due to Buddha. He gets close to the Draugr, but for the third time they come back, talking about the present, asking if he truly thinks he deserves any of that. However, Buddha comes in clutch again, with his teachings, saying he's not just what the past remember him as, and that greatness comes from accepting moments in life, and if you don't accept a moment of life, you have nothing to give. And all of these moments between the past and future, every single little breath makes them who they are, and fills you with strength. He pushes aside the evil thoughts, or rather cuts it into pieces. He starts to haul cheeks toward the monsters, causing it to scream yet again. Seo-jun says it feels like all of the nerves in his body are tingling, but then he thinks of the lectures again. Saying he's not swayed by thoughts, and is in a state of unwavering heart. The lecture progress continues to increase, and as he grips onto his lance, He begins to use God's strength, causing a powerful aura to eliminate from it. The Draugr realizes it's screwed, then screams as Seo-jun prepares to attack, thanks Buddha, then yeets a hole into the Draugr, causing its weird heart thingy to fall out of its chest, and causing the screen transmission to be cut off at the watching room, and the stadium. Everyone is shocked by what they just saw, and wonders how the Draugr, a 10-star monster, is not at a level a cadet can handle, nor do physical attacks work since it's a ghost. Which is why the Soul Saint handled the Draugr last time it appeared, but it was killed by a physical hit from Seo-jun. Da-ion realizes he's too much for the Ares Guild. Inside of the player waiting room, Siwoo is speechless, wondering how it's possible. He says that is ridiculous, since he'd need to be an S-rank hunter, then maybe if it was Lee Hae-eun. He begins to sweat nervously, while realizing that he won't be able to catch up to Seo-jun. We see Seo-jun stab his spear into the ground, then leans on it, wobbling really badly. He says he's glad he didn't pass out, then says it must be because of Buddha's lecture. He's still surprised by the 14% it has gone up. And he says in many ways, the Draugr was the best lecture, and we see it giving him a thumbs up. Minhyul and Suyin begin to wake up. Seo-jun asks if they've come to their senses. Suyin asks if he soloed the Draugr. He tells her they should get out first. Minhyul and Suyin carry him out, then he opens his eyes to see a swarm of recruiters, and he wonders what is going on. One of the staff hand yells, asking what everyone is doing. Saying they need to get their mentals checked, they finally get them to stop harassing Seo-jun and them. Eventually, Soyun enters the infirmary room to see Seo-jun. She asks if everyone is alright, and he tells her yes, since none of them suffered from trauma. The others are just sleeping, but they found no abnormalities. She asks if he's okay, and he says yes, minus the fact that he feels sluggish. She says she was scared because she thought something bad would happen to him. Even though he hasn't taken the professional hunter test, she can no longer see him as a student. He accidentally tears his drink in half, and she realizes it's been a few months since they first met. She starts to recall how she's also gained a lot since they first met, and she starts to grasp her chest. Saying she's feeling a complicated emotion, Seo-jun notices this, then asks her if she's okay. She quickly says it's nothing. Then they hear a knock on the door, and we see the association president enter the room. He asks why he's here, to which he says it's because of the accident. Seo-jun is surprised he's here because of the Draugr. And the association president starts to recall Seo-jun bringing the Sword Saint's weapon, and when he heard of the Draugr, he thought, whoever was inside would die. But he sighs because Seo-jun cleared it, and he understands the Sword Saint's interest in him. Even his granddaughter is here with him too. Soyun asks Seo-jun how he knows the association president. He awkwardly tells her he's the guy he sold the sword to. He's glad he came here in person. Then he asks Seo-jun how he's feeling. Seo-jun says he's fine, but while he's here, he asks what happened. Why was there a Draugr, rather than a revenant? After a bit, Seo-jun is surprised that the mana core was overloaded. The association president says that Jimin applied the results of her research on the competition, and Seo-jun thinks about how maybe they can artificially create a distortion. Because if they can, then maybe the cataclysm was a distortion, too. The association president says he's sorry, and it'll never happen again. And that he's not just here to apologize with words, then asks if there's anything he wants. Seo-jun tells him he wants money, and he wants the same amount per person in his team. The association prey is confused, but agrees. With this, the raid battle is finally over, and the three great guilds have felt shame after the Draugr incident, and Korea has been in an uproar about Seo-jun and the Dream Team. We then see Suyin saying Seo-jun can keep the money. Minhyul agrees with her, saying that he doesn't care much about the money, and Seo-jun was the one who did everything. They'd all be dead if it wasn't for him. Seo-jun is happy to hear this, and smiles, then hugs the both of them. Seo-jun looks at his bank account, and we see that he has quite a large sum now. He's close to getting Wukong's lecture now. He asks Soyun if the Dream Academy went up to the first division or not. She says yes. He asks if they can finally raid the 6-star dungeons. She says they can only do that if they have at least won a rank in their party. Since she's only a B rank, he realizes they won't get permission to raid. She looks nervous, then apologizes to him. He says they wouldn't have participated in the tournament if it weren't for her. He realizes he shouldn't have asked her that, then wonders what to do now. Since he can't go to a 6-star dungeon, he can't make enough money. He debates, waiting to get more money, or just taking the mono lecture first? He decides to ask Mentor about it, and he instantly pops out of his phone, scaring him. Mentor says he seems surprised. Jun asks if he can show up in a different way. Mentor says that's no fun, then asks what he needed. They talk on the rooftop. Mentor says it should be fine at his level, and he can take both if he gets a discount, then asks if he wants to try using a casualty discount. Jun asks what that is, and Mentor says exactly like it sounds. It's an event in which he can get a discount on the casualty assigned to him. Jun is surprised even the Transcension Academy has discounts, then asks how much he can receive. Mentor tells him 100%, and Jun starts to pog out of his gourd. He goes to beg for the lecture, but Mentor says he can't get it for doing nothing. Jun asks what he needs for it. Mentor says there is an event where they are supporting the students with the highest grades, specifically the mock exam grades. Jun cringes, then he looks sad, saying his grades were horrid. Jun says that unlike back then, he has come much further and has learned many different things since then. Mentor says he thinks he made a mistake, and rather than it being about the highest grades, it's about those with the most improvement instead. Jun asks what he means. Mentor says that it's about how much their grades have improved compared to the previous exams, and the discount rate is equal to the grade improvement rate. So, if your grades are 50% higher, you get that much off. So, it means he doesn't need to get the highest grade since his previous grades will be his standard. Jun realizes what he means, how free it is. Mentor then says that it's possible at his current level, then asks if Jun would like to try. Jun is happy, then says that he cannot miss this golden opportunity, saying, of course. Jun has a gold bar in his hand, remembering how Fafnir is crazy about gold. We see the exam fee is quite high. Jun asks if he has to pay for it. Mentor says it was only free the first time. Jun starts to do some quantum physics shit, using his full brain power. And finally, he realizes he needs to increase each subject's grade by 3 points. He quickly clicks yes to take the exam. It says the first subject is coming up, then we see Jun excited with his gold bar, ready for Fafnir. Something quickly dashes past Jun, and Jun throws the gold bar. Then readies his lance, saying good now that it's distracted, but then we see that it's not Fafnir, but the Hydra. They are both lost about it. Jun realizes what it is, and looks over, saying there's no way it's a Hydra, and Fafnir must have gotten fat. Mentor points out to Jun that he has 30 minutes left. While Jun is turned around, the Hydra starts rap-godding. Mentor says good luck, and Jun screams at him. Jun says he never said the problem would be different. Mentor says he thought he knew, since there's no way they would ask the same questions as the previous test. Then he asks if that is why he brought the gold bar. The Hydra prepares for a second attack, and Jun tells Mentor he should have told him in advance. As the attack comes down to Jun, he sees it, then beams where he was. Then we see Jun in the air, reminding himself he just needs 3 points, no more, no less. Jun activates one of his movement skills, and starts avoiding the Hydra's attacks. Mentor pogs out while watching him, then asks when he mastered that foot technique. Jun says he's barely avoiding it, then he looks over to see he's right by one of the heads, and it's preparing an attack. It spits at him, but he narrowly dodges it, but gets grazed, but he quickly realizes that it's poison and begins to scream, while grasping his shoulder. He lands on the floor, wondering what is going on. He starts to scream about how much it hurts, how painful it is. He says he'd rather die, and we see he failed. Mentor waddles over to him, asking if it hurts a lot. Mentor explains that the Hydra's poison must hurt a lot, and it's quite top-ranked, so it must have been quite painful. Jun says that's an understatement, then recalls Chiron talking about how bad it hurt. And he understands why he had to beg now. We see that his lecture progress increases. Jun says at this rate, he'll get his discount, and lecture progress. We see he has 10 chances left at stage 1, and he hesitates to click it. Mentor is curious as to why he's so silent, and Jun asks if they can just stop now. Mentor says he can if he wants to, but he can't guarantee his points are enough. Jun says damn it, then clicks yes for his next attempt. He stands before the Hydra again, and he says since the subject is combat proficiency, he can only get a good score if he manages to damage the Hydra. He readies Gungnir, saying in that case, then begins to imbue it with aura, and eats it. It zigzags through the air, hitting one of the Hydra's heads, blowing it off entirely. He's happy about the fact he got it, then says he just needs to snipe the rest of the heads like this. Then he watches as it writhes around, and something begins to pop out. He's surprised that it regrew its head. They then let out a scream, and Seo-jun stands there wondering what he's meant to do. And thus, he fails again. He begins to scream, then realizes he's in trouble, since, in his last exam, he got 4.2 by hitting Fafnir once, and he's not sure how the score is determined. But if it's based on effective hits, then he's screwed. Mentor reminds him of the commentary lectures, but reminds him his score will be deducted if he watches them. Seo-jun hesitates. Mentor says even if it's reduced, he might be able to get a high score after the lectures. But the decision is his. Seo-jun says screw it, and we see he's going to attempt it again. He looks confident, saying to bring it on. Mentor even cheers for him. Seo-jun thanks him for his support. Seo-jun, of course, fails, and after a bit, we see he's completed the subject, and his grades begin to be measured. He begs for it to be good, and we see he got 8.8, and that he got more than the 3 he needed. Apparently, he used divine power in his last attempt, causing Mentor to ask him about it, and he even says that based on his growth rate, he's the fastest he's ever been in charge of. But his standard is the worst. Seo-jun decides since he got his goal, it's time to keep this up. But then we see him making an oopsie face, and he drops to his knees, saying he screwed up. We see that 9 days ago, the second test was basic endurance, and a man saying later then. The man is Atlas, and the test is for Seo-jun to hold up the heavens in his stead. Atlas says he only needs to hold it until he gets the golden apples. Seo-jun tells him to wait, and complains about the exam. Then we see that he gained 2.2 points extra this time around. Now, 6 days ago, we see that he needs to win a staring contest against Argos's incarnation. Argos says he closed one of his eyes, then opened another one. Seo-jun cries, wondering how many eyes this MF has, but he gains pretty much 2 points. The fourth test is mana, so he must endure the Archleech's mana drain during the time limit. The Lich tells him to kneel before the inevitable, then he starts to attack, but the author forgot to draw Seo-jun. And the Lich quickly drains all of his mana out, and asks if this is all. The stickman Seo-jun says he hasn't taken his mana lectures yet. He barely gains any points, and back to the present day, he is saying he screwed up. Since he is less than half of what he wanted. He asks Mentor if his improvement rate isn't more than 50%, will he still get a discount? Mentor says no, and he must get over 50% to receive the bonus. Seo-jun realizes he's screwed, since he thinks he's about to waste all of the money for the exam. We see that the next test is about his mental, and that he must listen to the Lich sing. The Lich says he hopes he doesn't disappoint him this time. Seo-jun resolves himself to get a good score. We see the Lich saying incredible, and that Seo-jun has passed the first level of this stage, and he lets out a sigh. He reminds himself he did this last time, too, so now this is where the real test begins. The next level is that he must get rid of the demon possessing his mind. He begins to hear the schizo voices again. He just tilts his head sideways and smacks his head, asking what the hell he's saying. He completes the level, and on the third one we see a woman. Specifically, he has to resist Aphrodite's temptations. She starts to hit on him, but he asks if she's cold, calling her auntie. He passes, and even Mentor is surprised by this, asking how. Seo-jun says it was bearable to him. The next test begins, and it's that he must endure the screams of hell. Some things surround him, and begin to scream toward him for killing them. They begin to multiply, and one of them gets into his face, saying it's all his fault. Seo-jun tells him they've never met before, causing the undead things to panic. Mentor asks how he's doing this, and we see that he's meant to resist the offer of Mephistopheles. A winged being comes from the sky, saying even Faust couldn't resist this, and the voices start to swim into Seo-jun's head. Then starts to talk about lust, saying the hell of lust is a heaven that doesn't reject desire. Then goes to greed, saying that there is no shortage of anything in this hell. It moves on to gluttony, where he can eat as much as he would like. Sloth, where it's filled with nothing but rest and negligence. Wrath, where he can torture those who have tormented him to his heart's content. Seo-jun still resists, and then it goes to envy, a heaven where he can accomplish anything. Seo-jun says he's been able to resist somehow, but if he can hold on a little longer, then Maypiastalas says lastly, pride, and Saw Jun starts to feel something. He begins to smile, saying this is dangerous. Then he wakes up, and we see that he failed on level 5, he says compared to the previous levels that was no joke. And he clicks yes to retry, and he repeats this process repeatedly until finally it ends. He's told that the next subject is in 3 days, and it begins to measure his grades. Mentor asks how he made it to the 5th level. Saw Jun says he just endured it. I think it's probably because his heart's progress has increased a lot. Mentor says he shouldn't be able to increase it that high, then asks what his lecture progress is. Saw Jun tells him it's about 32%. Mentor is confused, and gets him to repeat it, then says no. No way, since it was only 15% last time. Saw Jun says it just happened, and Mentor yoinks his phone, and sees that it's true. Then asks how this is possible, and also notices Hercules' lecture rate too. Saw Jun says it's lucky, and Mentor asks what kind of luck he has to increase it this much. He starts barking at him about how ridiculous the numbers are, saying that this shouldn't be possible. Saw Jun says that's also just luck. We see that Saw Jun's grade increased by 13, and a few days later, the results are announced. We see that he's made it to the goal he wanted, or rather went to 80%, so he got an 80% discount. Now, he can finally listen to Wukong's lecture. He also says that if it wasn't for unwavering heart, he'd have been in great trouble. Mentor starts stroking out, and Saw Jun calls out to him. He asks how many points he needs to not fail the test. Mentor says he needs more than 60 points in each subject, and even if his total score exceeds the passing score, if his subject's grade is less than 60, he will fail. Saw Jun asks what he needs to pass. Mentor says it's different every time, but usually 90 points. So a total grade of 630, Saw Jun only has 52 and he realizes he's screwed. Mentor asks if he's going to start Wukong's lecture right away. Saw Jun says yes since he hasn't decides what mono lecture to listen to yet. We see there's a few lectures from Wukong, and Saw Jun is curious about the Heavenly Meteor Staff's price. He says he should be fine with his 80% discount regardless of the price. He clicks on it, but we see that he needs a prerequisite course. He decides he'll get it one day, so he decides to go with the first lecture. He's still surprised by how much it costs for the lecture, but decides to register anyways. He starts the lecture, and we see a mountain, and then the same mountain again. He wonders if it's frozen. Wukong says my bad and quickly pulls up on the flying Nimbus. Saw Jun is surprised to see his Bugatti, and Wukong says he had to go somewhere, and apologizes for being late. Saw Jun smiles because it's really Wukong, now he can finally take his lecture. Wukong says he's already explained the basics of the spear before, but that the staff and spears have 3 basic forms. But he stops himself, saying it looks like some cadets forgot about it. Saw Jun caught a stray. Wukong then says it's his fault for being late, so he'll show it again. So watch carefully, he explains the first step is deflecting the attack outward. And he cleanly slices a part of the mountain in half. Saw Jun says even though it's his second time seeing it, it's amazing. Wukong says the second is grasping, the movement of pulling the staff inward. Then we see the mountain begins to get sucked towards him, and it breaks. Lastly would be piercing, stab as if you're piercing through a single point. We see a massive energy pool around him. Wukong says these 3 are the basics. And if you want to learn the Heavenly Meteor Staff, you will need to master these movements. These techniques don't apply to just his meteor skill, but to any staff or spear skills. So remember what he just demonstrated and practice deflecting until the next lecture. We see that Saw Jun's daily tasks have arrived, and he must perform deflecting 1,000 times. Saw Jun wonders how he's meant to perform that. Mentor says that he's been taking the basic lectures until now, but starting with the immediate lectures, everything he takes will be considered Transcension lectures. Saw Jun asks if there's any differences. Mentor tells him that shit is on a different level. It'll be faster once he feels it himself. Saw Jun starts to try and mimic the deflection. And he slowly copies it, and does something that looks similar to it. Then he looks down and is surprised to see a massive shockwave around him. We see that he's completely destroyed the area around him, and he is in shock. Mentor says he told him so, but Saw Jun is making an uh-oh face. It cuts to some dinner thing, and we see some representatives from Ale, Gown, and Hunter Mills academies. Jinhyun from Mills says their academy status isn't good, since the 3 of their academies can't even be compared to the One Dream Academy. Jin Song from Gown asks what they are even meant to do, and if they should do something to Seo-jun. Jinhyun says they just need to break his spirit. Jinsong says that's crazy since he has the Sword Saint's support. Jinsong says that even the hunter mills may disappear if something goes wrong. Hyein nods her head in agreement. Jinsong stands up, saying he'll pretend he didn't hear any of this. Hyein stands up, saying she'll take her leave, too. Jinhyun smirks and sighs, then says exchange tournament. They stop walking, and Jinhyun continues saying it'll be held soon. Hyein asks if he's planning to send out Lee Hae-eun. Jinhyun smiles, asking what she thinks. Back to Seo-jun being a terrorist, he's surprised by the damage from a simple swing. He says it drains a ton of stamina, almost as if he used God's strength while swinging. Mentor says that it's an intermediate lecture, since he's in the beginner lecture for strength. He just took on a course past his limits, so he will struggle. Seo-jun says that doesn't seem like a good thing. Mentor tells him they don't plan out the curriculum for a reason. Seo-jun says even doing 10 reps seems impossible, forget about 1000. Mentor says don't worry too much, since he wouldn't have urged him to take it if it was impossible. Seo-jun asks what else he can do. Mentor brings up the Mana lecture, since his progress in the Hercules lecture is high, if he takes a Mana course, he could probably manage. Seo-jun quickly cleans up the destruction somehow. Then asks Mentor about the steps he needs to take. Mentor suggests that he take a sample lecture while they are on topic, and listen to it. Seo-jun decides to listen to a lecture from Dongbin Liu, who explains that growing ki is like increasing the size of a bowl, and the bowl is known as the dantian. So following that, the dantian is the most crucial part of the body, and it has 3 parts. The upper, central and lower areas. The upper refers to the spiritual world, which can turn a human into a god through transcension. It uses the central part of one's head. Also, the upper area is the most important, but this lecture won't include anything from the upper area. Seo-jun is lost as hell, saying he has no idea what this is, but he kinda gets it, maybe because of Merlin's lecture. He understands that Dongbin was talking about the brain, then wonders what he meant by the mind's domain. To recap, the upper is the brain, the central is the heart, and the lower is the stomach. And compared to mana, the usefulness of ki goes down, but it's easy to accumulate. Then he recalls Mentor's suggestions, but says something is off. He sees a lecture about dragon aura from Siegfried. He continues to say this is weird, and then asks if he misunderstood. Mentor asks what he means, so Seo-jun asks him if he's unable to take mana cultivate and ki cultivation together. Then he suggests that if the upper dantian is the brain, he can use his unwavering heart to play the same role as the upper. Then, he compares it to how every transcendent being needs to learn unwavering heart to transcend. So if it's the central or lower dantian, if you take a mana lecture, you can use both dantians at once, so using all 3 is a possibility too. Mentor seems confused, and Seo-jun asks if it doesn't work that way. Mentor says he's unsure, since he cannot know the details if he just looks through the contents. We see that Merlin's lecture progress goes up, so he definitely will take the lecture. Then asks if Mentor's other students have said anything. Mentor says they just picked on preference, but if nobody has taken both, surely it means it doesn't work. Seo-jun asks Mentor to talk to the instructors, since he can't ask them because he can't make posts on the community board. And wouldn't it be more accurate to ask the instructors? Then he asks if it's due to money. Mentor says that's not it. Seo-jun gets in his face asking more questions, so Mentor finally says he'll go ask. Seo-jun starts walking, thinking about how nice it'd be to learn both simultaneously, but the problem again is money. So he decides to think about it when Mentor returns. He enters the academy, and Seo-jun calls out to him, saying good timing. Seo-jun asks who the people are with her, and we see the academy representatives. Seo-jun tells him to introduce himself to them. They start off introducing themselves to Seo-jun instead, but we already know who they all are. Seo-jun asks why they are all here, then after a bit, see them discussing the exchange tournament. Jinhyun tells him that it's an unofficial tournament between the 3 academies, but if it's the Dream Academy, they are more than qualified to join their tournament. Hyein says she hopes that Seo-jun will participate and shine brightly. He thinks about it, then looks over to see what Seo-jun thinks. She tells him it's his choice. Then he asks what the prize is. Jinhyun says there isn't one, and Seo-jun's face looks blank. He's sad that there isn't a prize, and Jinhyun says that it's just an exchange tournament, and the goal is to have geniuses compete with other geniuses to grow their skills. Jun asks if his attendance benefits their academy at all. She says no. Since it's unofficial, it won't matter if he joins or not. He looks grumpy, then says he won't participate. They are confused, and Hyein tries telling him it's an incredible opportunity, asking if he'll pass it up. Jun says if there's nothing to gain, he doesn't care. They tell him to think it over again, and he's clearly getting annoyed. He calls out to Minhyul, asking if he wants to participate in the exchange tournament. Minhyul asks why Jun doesn't do it. Jun tells him he has something he's busy with, so it's difficult to make time. Minhyul says he doesn't care about it then, but he does want to try out his new skills. Jun says great, Minhyul will take his spot and he goes to leave. The representatives beg him to wait, but he ignores them. They all put their heads together, wondering what to do about this situation, and they recall them asking Jun what he wants. Of course, he asks for a ton of money, and they are shocked by how money crazed he is. Hyein says if he doesn't participate, there's no reason to have the tournament. Even though they made a plan to beat him, the reward for the tournament is ridiculous. Minhyul asks Jun why he needs money again, and he just replies by crying, saying he's going insane. Jinhyun clears his throat, apologizing for taking so long. Jun asks if their discussion went well. Jinhyun says it's not something to worry about, and they wanted Jun to body their students and make them not as conceited. But since he won't participate without a rewards, they have no choice but to think about that. They've decided to put a reward, but there are a few conditions. It jumps to Suyeon cultivating her mana, and she expands it around herself. The saint tells her to try compressing it a little more, she agrees. Minhyul then leaps into shadows, and begins to do some Assassin's Creed stuff to the dummies. Jun watches him doing all of this, or well, both of their training. Saying they are working hard. Jun explains that the reward is the money he asked for, then recalls their conditions. Jinhyun says that them giving a reward out is too one-sided. So, they will decide the method and rules for the tournament. And they would like everyone from the academy to participate. Minhyul and Suyeon both agree, and they wonder how much they've grown. Jun asks if there are more conditions, and Jinhyun says it seems as if one person hasn't agreed yet. Jun is confused since it's only the three of them as students in the academy, then realizes he's talking about Soyun. She asks if he means her, and then we see her training too. Jun watches, saying it is a tournament with individual matches. Why do they want her there too? Jun calls out to her while she's training, asking if she's doing all of this because of him, not to overwork herself. She says no, since she's constantly received help from him. It's her turn to help. He tells her she's helped him more than enough. She puts her hand on his back, shooing him away, saying it's alright, and he should worry about what he needs to do rather than her. He decides he has some stuff to prepare for the tournament, too, and we see she looks sad. Jun wonders why Mentor hasn't gotten back to him yet, then on cue, he replies, saying to stop taking mono lectures for a bit. He's curious as to why, and Mentor says it's too complicated to explain through text, just wait for him to show in person. Jun decides just to increase his current lecture progress, while he waits. A few days later, on the morning of the exchange tournament, we see everyone pulling up for the event. Jun is surprised that it's such a big area for an unofficial tournament. Soyun tells him that the top 3 academies aren't the top for no reason. Jun looks over to see some news people, and asks Soyun why there are journalists here. She says they must be planning to allow them to watch at this time. She then tells them the first round is among the students. Minhyul and Suyeon both nervously start walking away. We see them both praying, and Minhyul asks to fight Suyeon, not Jun. Suyeon barks at him. Minhyul says she didn't see him, just gently swinging his spear. Jun realizes he must have seen him doing Wukong's DGP. They keep barking, and then the journalists notice something, and they say Lee Hae-eun is here. We see her entering, and she looks serious while they start flashbanging the hell out of her. Some of the reporters ask if they can take a moment of her time, and beg her to look over, asking why the exchange tournament is public this time. They then ask if she's participating, or here to observe. Then they ask if she's here because of Jun, asking if it's true. She stops walking, and the reporter starts to get scared, saying he didn't mean it like that. She turns around, saying who is Jun. They all look shocked, and she continues walking. Minhyul says he's heard of her before, then calls her pretty. Suyeon asks why he's saying that. He asks if it's wrong to say that. Suyeon says that it's not the right time, and he's never called her pretty. He tells her it's because she's a high schooler. She asks if it matters, to which he says yes. And she barks at him, saying to stop teasing her. Her face turns red, and the reporters see them all, then realize he's the reason the tournament is public this time. They start asking him if he'll be going against Hae-eun. He smiles, and ignores them by walking forward. Inside of their waiting room, we see a staff hand telling them that personal equipment is prohibited during the tournament. So they are all handed equipment for this tournament specifically. He asks Soo-yeon if she needs anything. She says he's alright. Min-yul comments on how the quality isn't bad, but he isn't used to their weapon. Soo-yeon says a craftsman never blames their tools. Min-yul says that the craftsman made lies since they use good tools already. They keep talking, while Seo-jun inspects his spear, and Min-yul asks if it's okay. He says yeah, and Soo-yeon laughs at Min-yul, saying it looks like Seo-jun isn't picky. Seo-jun says he didn't mean it like that, while they have a brutal death match in the background. He thinks about it, wondering if it's really fine. We see a guy wondering who Seo-jun is, since they prohibited his equipment. And he recalls Siwoo saying he won't participate. The guy asks if he's afraid of Lee Hae-eun or something. Siwoo says that's barely a reason, and it's because Seo-jun is gonna be there. Seo-jun's looks zoned out, and the Gown Academy guy gets butthurt, saying he'll show him who the real super rookie is. The staff hand asks if they are both ready, and then starts the match. Seo-jun quickly leaps, and the opponent says he lost his movement, and starts to look around. He senses danger, then blocks a strike from Seo-jun. The guy's hands start to tingle, wondering what kind of strength that is. Seo-jun crashes down onto him from above. The man blocks it, but coughs up blood, then Seo-jun smacks him across the arena, causing the guy to leave a skid mark trail. He looks up to see Seo-jun's already in his face, and that he's preparing a thrusting attack toward his head. The guy says no as he watches the blade get closer, but Seo-jun stops it in his face, causing the air around them to generate a shockwave. The guy shakes and drops his weapon, and Seo-jun is declared the winner. The guy sees the spear is cracked, and wonders why. Seo-jun says he knew this would happen, and it made him uneasy, then says if the duel ended a bit later, the spear would have broken. The guy falls to the floor, then Seo-jun asks for a better weapon, so he doesn't need to worry about it breaking. He begins to look at his replacement and says he knew it wouldn't handle it, and that he's felt uneasy the moment he got the weapon, but it broke after only 3 swings, and at this rate, he'll need to replace it after every round. Min-yul and Soo-yeon look at him in awe, and start talking about his training, saying everyone's going crazy. Soo-yeon says there's even an article about it out already. We see it's talking about Seo-jun versus Hae-eun. He tells her this is nuts. Soo-yeon says that since the 3 guilds are paying for all of this, they wanted him to notice them. Seo-jun says Hae-eun must be amazing. Min-yul says that he's better. Soo-yeon agrees with him, and everyone thinks Hae-eun is some wall that can't be overcome. But here comes Seo-jun. Soo-yeon says people are going crazy about him. Seo-jun awkwardly laughs, then it cuts to Hae-eun. Jin-hyun asks her how he was. She says that there's a reason he's been mentioned so much. He asks if she can beat him, and he tells her not to be burdened since second is fine. She cuts him off, saying no matter how much he tries to fly or crawl, he's just at the level of a student. He agrees, saying to ignore his concerns. He looks down to see Seo-jun, and how his weapon broke again, and begins to sweat nervously. The tournament continued, and Min-yul began to climb a lot too. Soo-yeon also seems to be doing well. Seo-jun also continues to win, then he asks if they can replace his spear again. Seo-jun laughs, saying he keeps trying to control his strength, but it's more difficult than he thought. They then wonder how many weapons he's gone through, which is revealed to be 9. They start doing mental math based on the weapon price, saying that the weapon costs will surpass the prize money at this pace. It's not like they can say they can't replace a clearly broken weapon. Seo-jun says if it's going to be this way, isn't it better if he just uses his own weapon? They decide that it makes sense, and go to ask about it. He decides they'll figure it out, then notices Soo-yeon. Asking if her match is next, she notices she's trembling, asking what's going on. She says it's because her next opponent is Lee Hae-eun. Seo-jun is shocked, saying he understands her reaction now, and she wonders if she'll be able to do well. He laughs, saying it's not like she's entering a dungeon. So it doesn't matter if she wins or loses, don't be stressed. It's a good thing to be competitive, but being too obsessed isn't good. She looks sad, saying she wasn't helpful in the raid battle last time. She starts to talk about a feeling of accomplishment from working together, and being acknowledged by each other, being proud of her progress. This is a process that she enjoyed heavily. Which is why she can feel that gap more than anyone else between her and them. She has to show them she can do something as well. She gets called up to the stage. Jun wishes her good luck. And she says she wants to get her worth checked. At the stage she calms herself, then looks up to see Haeun staring her down. The announcer asks if they are both ready, then begins the match. Suyeon quickly backpedals away from Haeun and prepares her mana. Haeun just watches, and tells her to try it. Suyeon asks what she means, and she says to try out everything she can. Suyeon is confused, but Haeun says once she tries, she'll realize how insignificant she is. She pulls out her sword and glares at her, telling her again to try. Suyeon comments on how her weapon is touching the floor, and she hasn't even gotten into a combat stance. Suyeon grits her teeth, saying she'll make her regret saying that. Haeun sighs, asking how every person always manages to say the same thing. Suyeon readies her mana, then casts a spell called Fear. Then she readies her fist with mana, and dashes of the floor toward Haeun. Haeun stands up, surprised that a mage is fighting in close quarters, especially against Haeun. We see that Haeun begins to dodge Suyeon's barrage of attacks, so Suyeon puts a magic spell behind her, and lightning begins to fly out of it and strikes around them both. Haeun is still surprised by her magic. But she says now she understands why her students had such a hard time. She explains how mages usually play in the back, and cast powerful magic to do their part as party members, but is that really the case in an actual battle? She starts to run through a lot of what-ifs, saying that the reality is that it can be ruined at any time. And it's been a while since a mage has focused on their own performance. She says the last person to do that was the magic saint. Jun, on the sideline, comments on her battle method, saying it's what the magic saint used, and it is why he was caused a disaster. Outside of Korea, they called the magic saint a war mage. Suyeon leaps in again, and swings at Haeun, but she dodges again, asking if it's all she can do. Then we see her punching back, hitting Suyeon in the stomach. This causes her to cough up blood. Haeun then asks if she understands now. Suyeon says got you, and grabs onto Haeun's arm, which causes her to ask what. Then we see Suyeon begins to prepare another attack, this time while grabbing onto Haeun. But this makes her angry instead of hurting her. Suyeon realizes she's barely scratched her clothing, and she didn't think this gap would be so big. Haeun then slaps her. She gets sent flying. Haeun sighs, and Suyeon looks worried. Jun too. We watch Suyeon struggling on the floor, so Haeun goes over and grabs her by the shirt, and prepares her hand for another slap. Then she continues this. Minhyul runs out of the room, and Jun looks pissed. Suyeon tells him not to do it. As he begins to walk forward, she says it's okay, then gets slapped again. The staff hand tells Haeun to stop immediately. She complies, then throws Suyeon into the floor. Jun runs over to her, holding the back of her head, telling her to wake up. Haeun then says she wasn't anything special, which makes Jun really angry. Suyeon grabs onto his arm, telling him don't. She begins to cry, saying it's because she wasn't good enough. Healers immediately rushed over and began to heal Suyeon. Thankfully, there weren't any big injuries, and the only punishment given to Haeun was a warning. Then, our boy Minhyul gets off-screened by Haeun. He tells Jun to be careful since she's strong. Suyeon says that she won't stand for this any longer. But Jun tells her to let it be. This confuses her, and she asks why. He tells her to just let it be. Jun explains for the rest of the tournament, he couldn't remember Suyeon's worried expression, or how many times he had to replace his weapon. It's finally time for Jun and Haeun to enter the stage. The classic WWE stare-down ensues, building anticipation for the match everyone wanted to see. We see that everyone is fixated on this match. Then Jun asks her a question. He asks if she had to go that far, saying she's one of the most talented amongst all the pro hunters. So, she's probably never experienced the frustration around her future, or the reality and despair of working hard, yet not progressing. But that despair is the proof of one's effort, and she trampled on that. It's nothing she can disregard, even with her skills. She looks like she's being nagged, then asks if he's done with his speech. He says she won't understand just from him saying it, then tells her to try it. She asks what he means, and he tells her to try everything she can. This makes her mad because it's what she's been doing to them. He says she should see how it feels, and realize how shitty it feels. She says he seems to think he's something because he's received a little praise, and that he's the same as her, trampling on insignificant people. He says it hasn't gone through her head yet. The staff hand asks if they are both ready, then the match starts. Haeun quickly grabs her sword, but is shocked that Seo-jun hasn't moved. She asks what he's doing, and he tells her to try everything she can. She asks how dare he, and he claps back with her words of why does everyone always say the same thing. This pisses her off, and she leaps forward at him, and swings her sword at his face. We see he takes a step back, and avoids her attacks over and over. She continues to play aggro into him, but he easily dodges all of her swings. She readies another attack, then he yawns. Then she sliced at him, creating a massive shockwave of aura around the arena. We see he took 0 damage, and gets into her face, asking if this is the best she can do. Then she leaps backward to create distance. And begins to imbue her sword with aura. This time, it's sparkling like a starry night, then launches her attack at Seo-jun. He recognizes it as Aura Blade, then says if he doesn't do anything it might get him. She continues to dash toward him. Then he blocks her attack with his spear. This generates another massive shockwave. Everyone is surprised, and the glass in the viewing room even cracks. Haeun says she's being pushed back, then she realizes what it means. Her pride gets hurt, then she disengages again for the second time this fight. She looks surprised and out of breath. And Seo-jun tells her it's his turn to attack now. Then he used Wukong's deflect. She starts to inner monologue about how special she is, how she never had to put in effort to make it to the top, and was something that everyone envied. They even called her the most talented hunter in history, but she didn't feel anything about it, since it's the truth. She goes to say I am, then snaps back to reality. As Seo-jun saying his turn. She's surprised that wasn't all of his power, then we see him lightly swing his weapon, which sends out a wide O attack, causing Haeun to spit up blood. She wonders what's happening, since he barely swung his spear. Then Seo-jun uses grasp, and she gets flipped around as she flies towards him, along with the debris in the arena. She's surprised as she watches herself get closer to him, then realizes what must come next. Seo-jun then prepares to thrust his spear, and we see it fly past her head, creating a blue beam. His weapon shatters into pieces, then Haeun slams into the floor. She looks terrified, saying it makes no sense. How is this possible? There's no way he is stronger than her, asking how someone can be more skilled than her. She keeps molding, and he tells her the match isn't over yet. She grits her teeth, saying she can't accept it, then grabs her sword. She leaps at him with a desperate attack, then he shows her equal rights, equal lefts as he rocks her shit. She barks at him and goes in for the next attack, and the staff hand watching wonder if they should stop the match or not. One of them says Haeun doesn't want to quit as she gets shoryukened. She flies backwards, but lands on her feet, and he tells her she probably isn't aware, but there are people who live their lives getting beaten up. And life is incredibly hard for people who weren't gifted with her talent. So they have no choice besides getting beaten. She desperately swings her sword, asking why it isn't hitting. Seo-jun says you know what's surprising? Those people who get beaten, don't care about fighting back or winning. She starts to feel fear, and he tells her they only care about moving forward. So, no matter how strong of a punch they receive, they will not fall. They just move forward instead. After enough hits they might stay down for a bit, but eventually, they keep moving forward. And that's the only way to win an impossible battle, is by chasing forward. He tells her this is what true talent is. She says something so insignificant can't be talent. She goes to say she's the most talented, and Seo-jun says don't be ridiculous. She's shaking from just a few hits of his fist, so what kind of talent does she really have? He readies another punch, saying they aren't people she can trample on. This time he uses God's strength, and punches at her. As it gets closer and closer to her head, the fist begins to shatter her mental, which shows that Seo-jun really ratioed her. He stops it shy of her face, and just like Saitama and Genos, a massive shockwave appears behind her. This shows her that her way of thinking is flawed, and she is not the GOAT. She drops to her knees, and everyone is surprised by the turn of events. And Seo-jun asks her how it is, asking if she's finally opened her eyes a bit. He is declared the winner of round 1. We see the Hunter Academies discussing what to do now, and they are all lost. Jinsong says, Honestly, he's not confident of beating Seo-jun if they fight. Hyun is surprised since he's an S-rank hunter, even though he's retired. Jinhyun thinks the same way. Since the 3 blows that Seo-jun gave Hyun weren't at a student level. Hyun says he wasn't at this level during the raid battles. Jinhyun says he must have grown a lot since then, but the exchange tournament isn't over yet. Jin-song asks what the point of saying that now is. Since Seo-jun is out of reach, Jinhyun says he's right, they need to accept the truth, they can't beat him. But they can use that against him. We see Seo-jun running, while reporters ask him a lot of questions, turns out he's running in the air above them. Jinhyun says they were defeated by Seo-jun, but not by Dream Academy. Seo-jun enters a room with Soyun, he says he's back, and she asks how he's here with the reporters blocking the way. She says that's why she was trapped here. Seo-jun says he went through them, and it was annoying. She tells him it's because Korea is completely flipped. We see an article saying Seo-jun is a hero rank, we see that there are a ton of comments about it. Some of them are trash talking Soyun, for being B rank, calling her a freeloader. He looks up at her, and he awkwardly laughs. She quickly changes the subject to the second round. He asks about the second round, she reminds him that it's a team raid. Seo-jun says that Sooyeon and Minhyul are in the hospital, so what are they going to do? She says she was going to ask the staff about it, but the reporters have trapped them. But it sounds like the staff is dealing with it, she tells him she'll be back later, so rest well. He tells her right, then he crashes into the couch, saying this is all because he used God's strength, then asks if he should have made her faint. He says he used it because he was emotional, but now he thinks about it, it wasn't needed. Suddenly, Mentor jump scared him, and it makes Seo-jun scared, so he falls backward in his chair. Mentor asks why he's so shocked, Seo-jun asks how he couldn't be surprised. Seo-jun wonders if this is maybe one of Mentor's habits. Then, he asks how the thing went. Mentor says that he asked the instructors, but also the principal too. They all said it was impossible, and shook their heads. Seo-jun says, to be fair, there's no way the other Transcended didn't think of the same thing. Mentor tells him that the principal said if it's Seo-jun, it might be possible. Seo-jun asks what that means, and Mentor says that the principal said that she wasn't too sure of it, but she said using the middle and lower dantians at the same time wasn't possible. Seo-jun is surprised by this. Mentor says that everything he's about to say is from the principal. First, every being has a set amount of mana they can use and take it, and that it's the source of existence, so it cannot exceed the quota of existence. The limitations of source that existence can bear, so the limitations of casualty can be the middle of lower dantian. And a being that can escape this quota, might end up collapsing or disappearing altogether. However, if Seo-jun uses both middle and lower, there's a chance his existence will be fine. Seo-jun asks why that is, then Mentor says it's because his causality can't be measured, and that is regardless of the situation. Then he asks if he remembers last time, there was a time when he didn't have an ID, so he told the principal about it, saying that since he can't be measured, he has no limitation. So it's possible to use both dantians at once, it's what the principal said. But she said there are a few things to keep in mind, first is to open them both at the same time, second is to put up with the immense burden of casualty. Seo-jun asks what he means, and Mentor says that if he opens 2 types of dantians, he will need the mana to rise along with both of them too, and it doesn't just double, rather it's exponential. And he'll probably need to use elixirs to supplement the mana. Seo-jun realizes that means more money being used, and he wonders how he can give up more than he has already, since he's still living in one bedroom. Mentor says it's just his opinion, but he believes it is worth pursuing. As the principal doesn't use the words, it's possible lightly. So he can really become a transcended that uses all 3 dantians. If by chance it's possible unthinkable things would happen, again, these are her words, she even said she'd leave her spot as principal to make it possible. Seo-jun asks what kind of person she is. Mentor says he can't tell him her identity, but she is the second transcended, that is all he can say. Seo-jun is slightly surprised, and Mentor asks if he forgot to mention the history of the academy. Mentor goes to tell him about the history, then Soyun enters, causing him to poof. She said she heard him talking to someone, and he says she's schizo. Then, he asks if their talks about the second round are over. Jinhyun enters, saying the meeting just finished, and since the exchange tournament has students, it's an important opportunity to compete along with the other students. and that they all agreed to continue with the second round. So-yoon says they can only send out Seo-jun, and then he says that's why they are changing the rules a bit. And what about doing one instructor and one student, rather than just all students? Seo-jun says he can be her teammate, but she's a B rank hunter, while the others are at least A rank. And there's enough hate going around for her, so if they show how big the gap really is, then it'd be bad. She asks if there's more prize money, and Jinhyun says excuse me. She says the rules and original methods were changed suddenly, and it was changed one-sidedly. So surely they can request something. She turns around to Seo-jun, saying don't worry about her, as the director she's never been helpful once, so she would like to help now. And what those people say about her means nothing to her, and what others say about her means nothing. He grits his teeth, saying before the prize money, he has a counterproposal. Instead of instructors, let's switch it to representatives. If So-yoon is his representative, the other academy's hunters should come out, too. Jinhyun starts to say something, but Seo-jun cuts him off by saying if he gave them the prize money first, whatever the rules and methods, they'll comply with them. If not, he won't do it. Jinhyun smiles, saying he guesses there is no choice. This is how the second round's rules ended up being. The representatives and their students formed their teams to do a dungeon raid. And the dungeons are split into 3, students go into dungeon 1, representatives dungeon 2, then once each group completes their dungeons, they challenge 3. We see Seo-jun using his phone to whale onto his mobile game again, and he gets Donbin's cultivation technique, along with Siegfried's dragon aura. They meet together at the testing grounds, and he notices So-yoon having to calm herself down. There's nothing he can do about her falling behind versus the other representatives, but the requirement for the second round is based on the team. The amount he manages to shorten his time is the key to winning. He opened his upper dantian for now, but he doesn't know if he can make a difference against S-class hunters. They get told to enter, and he calls out to So-yoon, saying he'll see her in a bit. She nervously waves to him. Inside the dungeon, he sees a furry convention taking place, and he says this'll be easy. They leap at him, and he activates both of his dantians, but starts to feel weird and loses balance while attacking. So he misses, but ends up destroying a large chunk of the land. The werewolves are scared, and he says he missed, then they crawl back into the woods. He chases them, and eventually clears the dungeon. Wondering why the monster implementation is so detailed. He exits the portal, wondering if she isn't finished yet. And he decides to put his crystal down to record his time, and we see that they are announcing the clear time live. And that they have lost to the Hunter Mills Academy. He sees that the clear times of the dungeons are almost 3 times longer for students and instructor, which is normal. But in his case, the roles are reversed. If he were to put in the man crystal now, his time would be lower than So-yoon's, so she wouldn't be able to avoid hate. But if he matches her time and put the shard in, they won't win. And with the dungeon she is in being an 8-star, there's a chance she might fail the raid. He sees Gown finish, and he recalls her words of her wanting to help him, and how what everyone says about her doesn't bother her. We see that she is struggling, but she manages to kill a weird lizard monster. An attack comes toward her, but she dodges it, and we see another lizard. She goes to stab it, but only gets its tail. The tail begins to convulse, and brighten in color, finally exploding the area around her. She manages to escape safely, but the lizard takes this chance to attack her. She avoids it again. Moreover, tells herself she needs to clear, since he's waiting outside for her. Even if she is not faster than him, she needs to clear it. The lizard zigzags back in, and she tries to avoid it, but it wraps its tongue around her leg, while another one attacks her from the front. She somehow manages to dodge it, while slicing it. She starts to explain how her skills aren't outstanding, and as the granddaughter of the Sword Saint, she's merely a B rank. While she's in a ring of fire, she continues the monologue about how she respected her grandpa for being a hero, but she also resented the fact she was compared to him. She resented herself. She recalls Seo-jun, and begins to feel emotional, saying that she thought she didn't want to be a hunter, and then we see her bloodied, but holding the clear crystal. She says when she first met Seo-jun, she thought they'd just use each other, and that'd be it. She thought using a cute student to spread the name was all it was, but now that the pro hunter exam is around the corner. This exchange tournament should be the end of their relationship, so it's finally coming to an end. Even if it wasn't much, she wants to help him till the end. And just that alone. She exits the portal, and Seo-jun has porno-level acting skills, saying he just finished his dungeon. She drops her crystal to the floor, asking why he's doing this. He tells her he didn't do anything, and she stares at him. He says it's true he needs a lot of money, but that's not everything. He can collect it any time he wants. However, a broken heart cannot return to how it originally was. He thanks her, and puts the crystal into the thingy, explaining he wants to stand with others, and not just alone. Seo-jun explains how they need to defeat the boss in 48 seconds because of their time. Seo-jun tells her he's always wanted to say this, and if he was alone, he'd never have made it this far. So he'll leave it to her just this once, or rather just in general from now on. She begins to tear up, and then begins to cry. She asks what that was about, and he says she is the only person he can trust. So if he passes out, take care of him. He begins to glow. Then it cuts to Mentor being a cheerleader for Seo-jun. Just felt like including this bit. Back to Seo-jun, he says there are 30 seconds left, so it's impossible to do this easily. So instead, he'll break the dungeon so it can't take it anymore, he will essentially make it collapse. He begins to use Aura Blade and God's Strength, but realizes it isn't enough, so he uses a key elixir. He Badland chugs it, and a blue aura emanates from him. Seo-jun is surprised, saying the air around her is shaking. Seo-jun begins to use the lower dantian, and the middle one as well. He recalls Wukong saying not to exceed the range of the end of his spear when he uses DGP, and he explains that from the inside, and the outside as if he's pressing on it gently, to wave it around. He starts with Disperse, then grabs his spear, recalling Wukong's lecture still, telling him to twist it inward. He activates Grasp, which begins to shatter the landscape. Then finally, it's time to pierce, and to connect his body and the spear into one. He closes his eyes to ready himself, then opens them. He begins to thrust forward with everything that he has, creating a massive impact. His spear begins to crack into pieces, and Seo-jun looks forward as if he's understood something, and like he's about to pass out. Then we see, the other Academy representatives are in absolute disbelief as Seo-jun has taken first place by clearing the dungeon in 41 seconds. Seo-jun wakes up from his quick nap screaming. So-yoon is beside him, and he asks her what happened. She says they won, and he sighs out of relief. She then asks how his body is, asking if he's alright. He says, of course, and his mind and body are tough. Especially his mind is as tough as steel, so passing out a few times is nothing. She looks happy, and blushes. He asks her what's wrong, and she says, thank you, while continuing to blush and smile. He looks at her for a second, then begins to smile, saying he's the one who is thankful, but gets interrupted by some reporters crashing into the room. Some staff members tell them to shoo, since he needs his rest, and if they want to talk to them, wait for them to get back to the Dream Academy. The reporters say that's crazy, since they might run into the Sword Saint. Then, he asks Seo-jun about collapsing the dungeon, asking if it's really just from his strength. Saying the top 3 academies are denying their victory, saying they lost to Seo-jun, not the Dream Academy, then asks what his thoughts are. Seo-jun looks back at Seo-yoon, then he sighs, saying that he's just a student of the Dream Academy, and he didn't do much. Just what his director told him to do. She's confused now, and asks what he means. Then, the reporters begin to bombard her, asking how she feels about her academy becoming the best academy in Korea. Then, she asks if she has any special training for Seo-jun. He begins to laugh at this, and she also looks super happy about it, and begins to sweat out of happiness. Then barks at Seo-jun. It cuts to a YouTube thumbnail, and a guy named Faithful TV says he's here to deliver the truth. He starts talking about Seo-jun, saying that if it wasn't enough for him to forcefully collapse a dungeon, he also bodied Hae-eun. He starts talking about how insane it is, and even if they call him a hero instead of a hero rank student, there'd be nothing to say. He says it's time to wrap up the controversy. He begins up Seo-yoon, being the Sword Saint's granddaughter. And the second round was the two of them working together, not just Seo-jun alone. He then says please like and subscribe to the video you are currently watching. We see a commenter making a joke about Seo-jun becoming his new light bulb, and Seo-jun reads it, but says that Seo-yoon is the light. We learn she gave him all of her money from the match, too. He decides to head back to the academy to absorb the elixir. A woman with a cap steps out in front of him, and we see that it's Hae-eun. She looks nervous. He quickly walks by her, saying he's busy, and even yawns. She looks shocked, and tells him to wait. He does, and she continues to look nervous and embarrassed. He stares blankly at her, and neither of them say anything. He says if she has nothing to say, he's leaving. Then she says there's a rumor he's the Sword Saint's disciple. He reminds her he uses a spear, not a sword, and she looks surprised about that. He asks if she really didn't even think about that, and then she starts to think about it. He tells her he's leaving now. But she tells him to wait again, then asks if he's learned anything from the saint, then starts to rapid fire off questions. He calls it annoying and begins to use Geppo. He quickly dashes away from where they were, but turns around to see that she is still with him, and then he stops, and she bumps into him. He barks at her for annoying him, asking if she's going to make excuses about losing. She says no, that she was just curious. He's confused since she seems completely different than before. She then asks where So-yoon is, because she has something to tell her. He says that she is taking care of something, and he doesn't know where she is either. So stop following him, and he glares at her. He begins walking away, wondering what she is even doing, and recalls her leaving. He says he'll be able to see her at the academy soon. Then it cuts to Grandpa Yoon's, and we see she is there. He asks her what the reason behind the visit is. She says she wants to wield the sword again. He asks the reason, and she says she wants to go together. He asks if she means with Seo-joon, asking if she wants to abandon her dreams to follow him, and become a pro hunter. She says no, that she isn't abandoning her dream. Then she recalls Seo-joon telling her he doesn't want to be a pro hunter. She was surprised about it, asking why he's training to become a hunter then. He says he wants to be one, but it isn't his dream. She asks what he means, and he says someone told him this before, and he starts to laugh, saying it's someone she knows. But they told him that dream is a verb and job is a noun. So your job can't become your dream. The job of being a pro hunter isn't his dream. And he wants to walk his path differently. She recalls the words and builds up the courage to proudly say she wants to wield the sword again. Grandpa Yoon looks firmly at her. It cuts back to Seo-joon flexing his wealth, due to buying some elixirs, and he expected the prices to go up again, but not by this much. Now he's trying to figure out how to earn the money. Then he notices someone entering the academy. It's none other than the Dark Saint. He tells Seo-joon it amazes him every time he sees him, since those from the Order of Truth couldn't notice him, but Seo-joon always does. Seo-joon says he can just feel it, and the saint says he's getting old. Seo-joon asks if something happened, to which the saint says he's here to talk to him, but first asks if Minhyul is alright or not. Seo-joon says yeah, and it was just minor injuries. Then the saint gets mad that Minhyul won't stick to one weapon. Then he hands Seo-joon some books to give to Minhyul. He also says he'll give Seo-joon the money he promised soon. Seo-joon then asks if he knows that the magic saint's disciple is also here. He thinks he's talking about Jimin, asking why she's here. Seo-joon says no, he has a new disciple, and to look after her he gave Seo-joon a ton of money. Seo-joon continues to rag on him for how little the money is in comparison. The Dark Saint asks what he's trying to say, and Seo-joon just repeats it again, then continues to gaslight him into paying more. And Grandpa Yoon asks what's going on. They both look over to see him. Then Grandpa Yoon asks why he's here. He begins to release his aura while walking forward, asking again what he's doing here. The Dark Saint releases his too, saying he has business here. Seo-joon says excuse me, and asks if they can stop fighting, but they ignore him. He says to at least take the fight somewhere else. They continue to ignore him, and he lets out a sigh, saying there's no other way. Then he begins to release his own energy, stopping them both. He's glad they finally shut up, and they wonder what's with his aura, asking how he became so strong in a short amount of time. Seo-joon barks at the Dark Saint, asking what Minhyul would do if the academy collapsed. Then Grandpa Yoon because it's So-yoon's building. He says he doesn't know what happened, but if they are going to fight then do it somewhere else. Then sighs, saying he'll finish what he was saying earlier. Then asks the Dark Saint what he had to say. The Dark Saint says that the Order of Truth is plotting something related to Berserk. This surprised Seo-joon and Grandpa Yoon. He tells them that the apostles have begun to move. Grandpa Yoon says this is a lot of speculation, to connect them with Berserk. The Dark Saint says it hasn't been confirmed yet. And he's going to investigate, so he wants Seo-joon's help. Seo-joon asks why he needs him, and he tells him that he cannot do it by himself. And according to what he's found so far, they've been conducting experiments on specific dungeons, so Seo-joon just needs to look into those places. Seo-joon says he's a student, so the dungeons he has access to are limited. The Dark Saint says he can do it after he takes the Pro Hunter exam, then asks if he'll help him or not. Saw Jun thinks about it, and Grandpa Yun asks the Saint why he's hell-bent on Saw Jun, to which the Dark Saint says only Saw Jun can do it. And even if he tried to tell him about it, he wouldn't believe him just like how he didn't before, so why would he say it? Grandpa Yun begins to get pissed, and Saw Jun tells them not again, and to go outside if they want to do this. They both click their tongues, and Saw Jun thinks about how they act like children. Saw Jun then asks Grandpa Yun why he's here, and he says if he's here for So Yun that she said she had something to do, and he's not sure where she is. He recalls her talking about wanting to use the sword, then he wonders what's so great about Saw Jun. The building then begins to shake, Grandpa Yun immediately dashes off and Saw Jun is startled as we see Hae-eun on the floor gassed out. We get a flashback of her POV, in a romance-style manhwa. She explains how by chance she was taking a walk, and ended up near the Dream Academy. She felt a lot of energy inside so decided to look, and she got jump-scared by Grandpa Yun, making her fall to the floor. The Dark Saint then asks Saw Jun if he knows her, he says he doesn't, and she cries saying to wait. The Dark Saint then asks Saw Jun if he's going to do it or not. Saw Jun says of course, but he'll take care of the money, right? The Dark Saint, Dark from now on, asks how much he wants. Hae-eun is just confused while watching all of this, and she's wondering why he's ripping off Dark, asking how it makes any sense. Dark and Saw Jun both agree on the amount, and Saw Jun says that Dark must pay child support too. Dark asks if he really just doesn't want to learn his martial arts, rather than money. Saw Jun says he doesn't need it. Grandpa Yun asks how useless Dark is, since Saw Jun wants money instead. Dark asks if he thinks it'd be any different if it were him. Then Grandpa Yun realizes he was cut off last time. They start to get angry again. Saw Jun tells them to take it outside again. Dark says that he'll come find him again after the Pro Hunter exam, so don't forget to give the books to Min-yul. Saw Jun says of course, don't forget the money too. Grandpa Yun then asks Saw Jun what his relationship to Dark is. He tells him that it's more of a business relationship, then he asks Hae-eun why she's here. He asks if she intentionally followed him, even though he told her not to. She says she didn't follow him. He asks why she's harem and she starts to stutter. He tells her to stop doing that in front of the Sword Saint, then he sighs because she doesn't speak, saying she doesn't seem to be thinking straight. She looks scared, then says she wants to enroll here. He asks why she wants to enroll here, especially since the Pro Hunter exam is coming up. What is the point then? He gets close to her, and she's afraid, then asks her if she's a spy for Hunter Mills. She screams internally to be saved, then says it isn't anything like that. He asks why she's being weird. She says she just really wants to join. Saw Jun finds it sus, then asks Granda Yun if he's leaving. Grandpa Yun asks if there's a reason for him to stay. Saw Jun says no, then asks what to do about Hae-eun. He says to get rid of her however he wants. She stretches her hand out as Gramps leaves, and begs that he doesn't leave her alone with Saw Jun. Saw Jun says he's not sure if she seriously wants to join or not, but it's for So Yun to join. But she's out at the moment. Hae-eun decides to use this as an excuse to leave. He holds out his bag, saying she needs to hold it until So Yun comes back. She instantly begins to sink down, realizing how heavy the bag is. She says she can barely hold it out, even while using all our mana, so how was he fine while holding it? He tells her not to bother him as he goes to train. It cuts to Gramps walking down a hallway, then enters the room, and So Yun is still kneeling there. He asks if she hasn't changed her opinion. She nods her head, and he looks at her while thinking. He walks toward his sword collection, and grabs one of his sword, and begins to unsheath it. He does a slash with it, which instantly shoots a gust of wind around the entire room. He then starts to explain like he's Confucius. How a sharp sword is the main sword for stabbing. He begins to demonstrate it while explaining to her more about his sword techniques, and how speed is important, but the true key is called an invariant attack. It's a sword that causes unexpected fatal injuries to enemies to focus. Whatever that means. He also explains how a dull sword is a slow sword, but it doesn't mean you cannot use it. While it is slow, it's a sword that slowly enters the opponent's territory, and erodes. A strong sword makes impactful blows while putting your weight into it, and it evolves into the heavy sword which adds more weight. It's the opposite of a fast sword, but it is the most destructive sword. He pretty much just continues this, explaining each and every type of sword style he has while demonstrating it, and ends it with something called the defeat sword, which combine the fast and strong swords into one another. He demonstrates it as well in front of So Yun, then begins to sheath his sword, saying that these are the basics of his sword style. breaking the gods. He says he'll give her a deadline, and if she can complete all of the swords he demonstrated, her deadline is before the pro exam ends. If she cannot complete it, then he won't allow her to hold a sword ever again. If she doesn't think she can do it, then give up now. She says that she is going to do it. Gramps begins to walk away from her, telling her to hold the sword. She looks full of resolve. It jumps back to Hae-eun, feeling Seo-jun's energy, and she begins to slack on holding the bag. He barks at her to hold it properly. She wonders when Seo-yun will be back. Seo-jun sighs, then says that no matter how much he fills it, it won't get full, since his vessel is so large. He wonders how many potions he'll need to consume, then is surprised that Hae-eun is still here, and asks why she's still here. She gets angry since he's the one who told her to hold it, and that he forgot she was here. He begins to walk away, saying it seems like she isn't aware, and waves by, telling her to continue. As he gets a bit away, he then turns back, asking if she's trying to flirt with him. She starts to get angry since he's saying this, and he takes the bag from her, and she sighs in relief. She feels ecstatic, and he says it's working normally, then gives it back to her. Saying that it's weird that the engraving is activating, he says it's weird since he was the only one who could touch it. Then he thinks about how Seo-yun moved it before too. He also talks about how Michael and the Saint also touched it. Then he wonders if the engraving only works when there's a desire to use it, and tells Hae-eun to try putting something into the pouch. He hands her an item, then she gets shocked by it, and he says he knew it would be like this. Minhyul and Soo-yun enter, and ask why Hae-eun is here. He tells them how she wants to join. Minhyul asks if he's going to let her in. He says it's not his choice. Then tells Minhyul that Dark stopped by, and hands him the books that he was meant to. They keep talking while Hae-eun is in pain. She talks about how she's only here to find out how Seo-jun is so strong, and it's a good opportunity to see how he trains. She resolves herself to take advantage of the opportunity. They continue talking while ignoring her, then he finally walks over to take the Kib Isis back so he can train, then tells her to help Soo-yun with training. Seo-jun tells her this, and she asks why her. He asks if she doesn't want to. She says that's not it. Then he cuts her off, saying she can ask Soo-yun for stuff rather than Minhyul. She wonders if she'll even help with training. Then Soo-yun begins to cast some spells in front of her, saying she'll be counting on her. Hae-eun tells her to wait a minute, and she screams, asking when Seo-yun will be here. Seo-jun just trains away. At the Pro Hunter Association in Seoul, we see a classroom full of people. One of them is tired, saying it's a long-ass meeting. We learn it's been going on for almost a day, since it's the first time this has happened in the history of hunters, all because of Seo-jun. They explain how Korea is going crazy over Seo-jun, since he's unreachable. Everyone is debating about Seo-jun and the hunter exam. Another man walks into the room saying he's sorry they waited for so long. They then begin to ask him if the meeting is over, and wondering how the exam will be conducted. Maybe Seo-jun is exempt. The man says that they'll increase the difficulty of the exam. They ask by what extent it'll be increased, and the man says that not even a single person can score perfect marks. One of the men asks if that applies to Seo-jun. The man says that's their intention. They then ask about the difficulty of the exam. One of them bring up how only the perfect scorers are A ranks. The man says that if nobody scores perfect, then there will be no A ranks. The man begins to talk about how they've changed it, and blames the large guilds for lobbying. Since to be able to establish a guild, you need to be an A rank or above, so the opposing guilds plan to prevent Seo-jun from getting it, so they can get him into their own guilds. But they aren't aware that they cannot control Seo-jun. He says that due to the difficulty increase, anyone who makes A rank will have priority rights for raids over the next 5 years. As soon as Seo-jun passes, he will bring in a new era. They'll also open this exam to the public. We see Seo-yun back at the academy. She is surprised when she sees Hae-eun and Soo-yun talking about her abilities. Then she asks Seo-jun what happened while she's gone. It cuts to a bit after their conversation, and Seo-jun asks her if she took care of her matters. She hesitates, then tells him until the hunter exam she doesn't think she can come to the academy often. Seo-jun asks why, and she says that she doesn't think she'll be able to come, and there won't be any competitions that Seo-jun can participate in as well, so he shouldn't be inconvenienced. He realizes this means he won't see her often, and how he doesn't want that. He asks her if he can still come here even if he becomes a pro hunter. Since he still needs to train and stuff, he continues to ramble, making her smile. She says that she has something she needs to talk to him about. She asks what he thinks about her making the academy into a guild instead. Since given their small size it would be a raid team rather than a guild, she says that he said it was his dream to raid dungeons. And he's embarrassed she remembered that. She says she has a condition, that he must be the guild leader, which shocks him. She tells him that you can only create a guild after A rank, but she's only a B rank, so he must become an A rank during this exam. And that he can use the academy as a guild base. Minhyul says he agrees, he's been wanting to talk to Seo-jun about it, but looks like he was too slow. Minhyul asks if he can join, and Soyeon says she agrees too, and he and her begin to talk about what their positions would be within the guild. Soyeon looks happy about all of this, then says this is why he must do well on the exam. And she will do her best too. He asks if she said something, she says they'll both do their best, and he looks happy. Minhyul and Soyeon keep talking about their positions, and Seo-jun asks why they think he'll give them one. Haeun looks nervous, and we get a bit of a time skip seeing what everyone is doing until the exam. Finally we see that Seo-jun's lecture progress has gone up a ton, and it's finally time for the exam. Soyeon wonders if she'll do well. Seo-jun tells her to keep doing what she has been. She says she wishes Soyeon was here. We learn she couldn't come here because she said she wasn't done with what she was doing yet. Seo-jun decides it's best for them to just focus on their exam instead. Then he says more importantly, why is Haeun here? He says that she didn't get approval to become a cadet, so Yoon didn't let her in, but Minhyul and Soyeon defend Haeun saying she's helpful to them. Seo-jun asks when they got so friendly with her, and Soyeon says she's been helping them every day. Seo-jun makes a funny face, then gets recognized by some reporters. Everyone else begins to realize he's there, and he hates the attention so he vanishes. Everyone is confused by him leaving. Soyeon says she can't see herself catching up to Seo-jun. Inside of the VIP room of the exam, we see the mythical guild leader Lee Sungmin, saying there's a lot of talent. The Gurum guild leader Joan Yunmi throws some shade at Sungmin's guild for being poor. Sungmin throws a stray at the leader of the Hibiscus guild. Minsik asks why he needed a stray, then throws one himself at the Sorabai guild, and their leader Han Manchul, we'll call him Haemun, who says they only look for worthy cadets. They then begin to talk about how the exam was changed for Seo-jun, calling the association president stupid. Finally, the last man in the room speaks up saying that he hopes they prepared, since they'll be in trouble if Seo-jun gets an A rank. He is the leader of the Dark Dragon Guild, named Ryu Jinkyil, gonna call him Ryujin. Yunmi says that they just need to recruit Seo-jun. Minsik asks what they plan to do if Seo-jun refuses. Ryujin starts to get angry, saying they should know his method by now, how he doesn't like having competitors. So they need to focus on preventing Seo-jun from getting an A rank status. The rest begin to act like sheeple, agreeing that it was needless worry. Sungmin says Seo-jun will place first, but the difficulty of the written test is hella high. Seo-jun is in act mode, while the budget villains describe how the exam would stress even the pros. Seo-jun is shocked by something, and Sungmin says he'll never get a perfect score. We see he got a perfect 100, and was only shocked because it was too damn easy. The artist forgets to draw the characters, due to how bad their mental is. They are now stickmen, saying to just go next. We finally learn what the exam consists of: a written exam, basic endurance, mana proficiency, and the list goes on of things that you'd expect from a pro hunter exam. There are 6 subjects total. It takes course over 3 days, so 2 subjects a day. Today is the written exam and basic endurance. Minhyul starts to complain about the difficulty of the exam, saying he should have been able to beat Seo-jun here. Even Soyeon is confused by how he did so well, to which he tells them he just knew the answers. They give him the stare, then say he's lame. Soyeon then asks Haeun what she got on her exam. She mumble raps, and then begins to blush heavily while saying how little points she got. The rest feel pity for her because she has such crazy talent, but it looks like her talent in studying hasn't developed yet. Ryujin asks the rest how Seo-jun got a perfect score so far. We learn he aced the endurance exam too, and Haemun thinks about how they made the endurance test harder too based on the guild leader's expectations. So doesn't that mean his endurance is on par with theirs? They say not to worry as there are still 2 days left on the hunter exam. Ryujin says that he heard the Dream Academy plans to turn into a guild, and that Seo-jun will probably be the leader, and with Soyeon joining, it means the Sword Saint will be on their side. He says the rest surely understand this, since if Grandpa Yoon will be supporting the Drema Guild, that means along with the dungeon priority with the association president, it'll put their current position as top guilds in shambles. Yunmi says that there's no way he'll ace the next exams, because they've based the difficulty off of Seo-jun's previous competitions. So unless he got stronger overnight, he can't get a perfect score. The 3rd subject rolls around, again he has a perfect score, same thing with the 4th subject of the dungeon raid. The guild leaders are all really scared now. Ryujin then asks if they are on Seo-jun's side. They all say it's a misunderstanding. He sighs, then asks how they prepared the last two subjects. Yunmi says they are ready, but didn't expect this to happen, and not to worry. Ryujin tells them to revise their plan. Yunmi tries to tell him it's too late, but he begins to pressure her with his aura. He then asks who is in charge of the Hunter vs Hunter subject. Heyman says it's an A rank from his guild, who will soon reach S rank. Ryujin says no, they will be replacing him. It skips to night time, with Grandpa Yoon talking about how they shouldn't try to change the exam. If Seo-jun was weak he wouldn't have made it this far. Even if the other 5 guild leaders are trying to ruin it, just leave it be for now. The assistant talking to him says he doesn't want to risk this for Miss Yoon's sake. So he goes to the Dream Academy to speak with her, but instead feels Seo-jun's aura as he's gaining lecture progress. Seo-jun asks why Elder Seo is here, then asks if something happened to Seo-yoon. Assistant Seo says that's not the case, so don't worry, while he's deep in thought about how strong Seo-jun's gotten in such a short time, then sighs since Grandpa Yoon knew of this. Seo-jun asks if there's something wrong. Assistant Seo says he has something to tell him. Finally, on the last day of the exam, for the monster subjugation, Seo-jun got another perfect score. The rest say they expected as much from him by now. He's silent, then they ask if something is wrong. And another man enters all panicked, saying the PvP subject has changed, and they complain about how difficult it's been so far. We learn that the 4 major guild leaders have come as the examiners now. Seo-jun is silent with his head down, but raises it and looks ready. We see Haeun is quickly defeated, and that Heyman gave her 64 points. The rest discuss about how her score is still considered high, and the other contestants talk about how even the Sword Saint has acknowledged Heyman's strength. Heyman says the examinees this time are really good. While he doesn't enjoy crushing them like this, it must be done. Finally, it's Seo-jun's turn, and he begins to walk forward with his lance. With a confident stare he approaches. All around people are discussing it, and watching the live stream of the fight, saying there's no way he'll beat the examiner, as it's never happened. Even Manchul is watching, along with the rest of the Dream Academy. The fight is about to begin, and Heyman sighs, saying that he's really impressed by Seo-jun's performance, but this is far as he goes. Since he cannot get a perfect score this time around, Seo-jun says that he knows that. Which surprises Heyman, that he knew. We get a mini flashback to the day before, of Assistant Seo informing Seo-jun of the guilds trying to purposely deny him to get an A rank. And how if Seo-yoon doesn't master the sword by the end of the exam she'll quit being a hunter. He realizes even if he becomes an A rank, if she fails it'll be bad. Assistant Seo says that even though he's gotten perfect scores, the problem is that the score is determined specifically by the examiner's evaluation. Since even if he's perfect at fighting, all he has to do is say that all he has to do is give him 99 points, rather than a perfect score. While there will be backlash, they'll suppress it with their influence. Seo-jun sighs, saying that this is quite disappointing they are doing this. Assistant Seo says that the guild leaders are trying their best to maintain the position at the top, and the only way for Seo-jun to overcome this is to ask Grandpa Yoon for a favor. Seo-jun thinks about it, then asks if Seo-yoon is doing well, asking if he thinks she'll master the sword. Assistant Seo says he thinks it's impossible, but don't interfere in her fight. Even if she ends up failing, she'll want him to get a perfect score. Seo-jun asks if he can tell her about his current situation. Assistant Seo asks if he wants her to know they are both in impossible situations, it's alright for her to fail. Seo-jun says it's the opposite of that. He can make the impossible happen, surely she will think she can do the same, and he won't go to Grandpa Yoon for help. We see him back at the Sword Saints, and one of the men are asking if it's alright to not stop Seo-yoon. She's been swinging the sword for several days. If she continues then something bad might happen. Assistant Seo says to leave her be, and it's something she's decided on, so not to interfere. He looks up at her, saying he understands her now, why she's so desperate to master the sword. Back to Seo-jun, he tells Heyman that he must get a perfect score as there's someone waiting for him. Heyman says he's not sure what his situation is, but Seo-jun cuts him off, saying, if the examiner is beaten and unable to render judgment, then who will give his score? Heyman asks him to repeat, so Seo-jun does. Heyman begins to get angry by Seo-jun saying he plans to beat him. Seo-jun says he won't kill him, but he'll hospitalize him for a month at least. Heyman gets angry, then sighs to calm down, saying he's arrogant. Seo-jun says he has to get a perfect score, so he'll let Heyman make the first move. This snaps something inside of Heyman, saying this is getting out of hand, so he leaps straight at Seo-jun, saying he'll make him regret this. Saw Jun blocks his attack, sending electricity all over the room. Haemin is really angry, then sweats nervously as the aura changes around Saw Jun, who begs for him not to die. Since he's using his lance this time, he won't be able to control his power. We get a flashback from 9 years ago, with Saw Jun telling Manchul his last name is the same as the leader of the Sorabai Guild. Manchul says his father was saved by Haemin's dad, so Manchul's dad named him after him. And that it was during the cataclysm. At one point the shelter was surrounded by monsters, and the government and military abandoned it due to a lack of power. Saw Jun asks about the people inside, and Manchul says they just awaited death. It was a situation that the 5 heroes couldn't step forward to help. When everyone thought it was all over, a slash came by slicing the monsters in half, and Manchul's father was there. The person who stood before him was Haemin's father, who was named Wonji. Wonji told the rest if they want to walk to the path of the truth seeker, they must ask themselves these questions: did they do their best, did they fight until the very end, and did they give it their all in defeating their opponent? He leapt into the air, then began to body all of the monsters, and saved 50,000 people without anyone dying, except for himself after saving everyone. And that's how Manchul has the exact same name as Haemin. Manchul talks to Saw Jun about how he wants to become a hunter, telling him to do his best, and to not get injured. Then they got chewed out for talking rather than working, and on cue they see on the news that Haemin handled a 10-star dungeon. Manchul tells him it's time to get back to work, and Saw Jun is smitten by Haemin telling everyone that the important thing isn't about external strength, but to be an ultimate truth seeker. Having an indomitable spirit is the most important part. Saw Jun thought to himself he'll be as cool as Haemin one day, and we see him blowing Haemin away with an attack, causing Haemin to cough up blood, while Saw Jun is unscathed. Saw Jun continues to body him, using deflect to knock him one way, grasp to knock him back the other way. And now that there is some distance between them, he readies his lance for pierce. We see a massive beam from Saw Jun's lance, which covers Haemin. It starts to send him flying backwards, making him scream. And Saw Jun destroys the arena, making Haemin crash into the wall. Minhyul makes a fist pump, as Haemin begins to vomit up blood, saying he thought it was ridiculous. But he has to admit it, if Saw Jun attacked again he would have definitely died. So this is his loss, but as the examiner he is obliged to continue the exam unless he's incapacitated, and Saw Jun has the intention to kill him. Haemin begins to repeat the code as the seeker of the ultimate truth. He starts saying the same things that his father said to Manchul's dad, about if he did his best. His aura begins to surge from him as he repeats the mantra. He says he'll never lose his consciousness, and the only way that will happen is if he dies. Haemin goes to attack him, but Saw Jun quickly sidesteps the skill shot, asking if he really surrendered to Rujin, which embarrasses Haemin. Saw Jun dodges again, asking if that's why he's pulling this stunt on him. Saw Jun continues to taunt Haemin while avoiding his attacks, and asks if this is the ultimate truth that Wonji really talked about, as he was meant to possess an indomitable spirit. Saw Jun grits his teeth, saying he used to admire that spirit, and asks if Haemin is embarrassed to face his father. Haemin asks why he thinks he can mention his father when he doesn't know anything. Saw Jun says he has to be killed, right? While he would love that, he won't do it. Saw Jun puts his lance into his inventory, saying he told him earlier that he'll hospitalize him, but now it's for longer. Haemin gets pissed, saying to stop looking down on his spirit, dashing at Saw Jun, who appears behind him, saying that Haemin himself is looking down on it, and hits him with the super ultimate ability called the time to buy a wheelchair. Haemin wonders what the hell Saw Jun is using to hit him, then realizes it was his fist. Haemin creates some distance, then quickly begins to charge back in, but is greeted with the Denture Maker 4000. He gets sent flying into the air, and then Saw Jun punches him across the entire room again. Then appears behind him as he's flying, and Dragon Ball Z combos the piss out of this old man. Hit after hit, after hit after hit. Until Haemin drops his weapon, and crashes into the wall. He says this isn't a fight anymore, and he knew Saw Jun would be strong, but thought he'd be weaker than him. But he can't touch him, or reach him, and the sheer difference in strength is too much. Saw Jun grabs his collar, and readies his fist again, but Haemin says to stop, saying he should just kill him instead. Saw Jun begins to put aura into his fist, and while using his god's strength, he smashes Haemin into the floor. Haemin starts to groan. Saw Jun picks him up again while he begs to be spared. Saw Jun starts to feel repulsed by this, and Haemin says he'll give him a perfect score. Saw Jun says this isn't fitting of Wonji's style, but says if he ends things here he might just go back on his words, and the only merit he has currently is that he doesn't faint easily. If he cannot get a perfect score by overwhelming him, and if he has to kill him to get it, then he might just get his license denied before he gets it. He says that Ryujin considered even the worst situation. Seo-jun says from the start it was impossible for him to receive an A rank. But begins to imbue his fist again, saying he already told Haemin before that it's time to lay down for 2 months as he'll transcend the impossible. As Seo-jun goes to hit him, Haemin begs him to wait and listen to him, but gets hit in the face anyway, and it all begins to fade out as a massive aura explodes from where they are standing. Haemin stays true to not passing out, but begins to repeat his father's mantra into his head as he flies away from Seo-jun. Asking how he can remind him so much of his father, Seo-jun asks if he feels shameful, and Haemin realizes that Seo-jun is already beyond all of this, and has reached transcendence, then passes out. Seo-jun grits his teeth, then calls out Ryujin, who is watching this, then tells him that he is next. Everyone is hyped that Seo-jun actually did it, and even the old lady from the hospital is there. Seo-jun walks back towards the other members of the academy, and Ryujin asks the other guild leaders about the situation. They tried to damage control, but the association president made it public knowledge instantly, and brought reporters in advance. They even discuss how Haemin isn't waking up because he's far exceeded the amount of mana his body can handle. He isn't in danger, but like Seo-jun said, it'll take 2 months. Ryujin realizes they got completely bodied, regardless of what field it was in. They all lost to a mere cadet who just started. Ryujin recalls Seo-jun calling him out, saying that he's a cocky bastard, while he restrains his anger. For those of you taking your finals soon, Seo-yun encourages you all. Back to the academy cadets, Soo-yun is pogging out of her gourd because of Seo-jun, and Min-yul says he doesn't know what to do anymore, and Hae-eun is purely defeated. Seo-jun looks at this, and they are all acting differently, so he begins to walk away, and they finally make it back to the academy. While they go in, Min-yul asks Seo-jun if he'll be an A rank, to which he says he's not sure. Soo-yun goes inside saying they are back, but of course Seo-yun isn't there. Min-yul says he thought she'd be here today, then they go to ask Seo-jun if he's heard anything, but they turn around and he isn't there. They wonder where he's going so fast. We see him using some geppo crossing the city, since the deadline she was given was the end of the exam. And he's worried about the fact she didn't come back to the academy, so he kicks it into Mach speed. A man tells Seo-jun that Grandpa Yoon says he isn't allowed to enter. Seo-jun asks if anything can be done, but nope. Seo-jun thinks about it, saying he doesn't want to head back, but he can't just barge in either. Seo comes up behind saying to let him in, and it'll be fine to let him in. The man says he was told not to, but Seo says he'll take responsibility. The door opens, and Seo tells him to follow him. As they walk in, he opens a door and we see Seo-yun kneeling in front of her grandpa. She turns around to see Seo-jun, and Grandpa Yoon begins to get angry that he's here, asking if they are ignoring his words about letting people in. Seo drops to his knees, but Seo-jun is unfazed. He apologizes to Grandpa Yoon. He came here to say something, despite his rudeness. Grandpa Yoon thinks about how strong Seo-jun's gotten, and how he will now have to deal with Seo-jun seriously. Grandpa Yoon says there's nothing to talk about. The deadline is over as it was the minimum qualification. If she doesn't have it, she'll be swept away and blaming herself. And it's worse than not going with Seo-jun. Seo-jun says it's not over yet, since the deadline he gave her was the end of the exam. The exam isn't over yet. Grandpa Yoon barks at him, saying the exam is over already, and since he's here he is proof of that. Seo-jun says that he hasn't gotten his score yet, and the end of the exam is when all of the scores of the test takers have been announced, right? Since his final score hasn't been said yet, it means that Seo-yun's fight isn't over either. And he stares down Grandpa Yoon, who begrudgingly agrees with Seo-jun, who turns around and offers his hand to Seo-yun, pulling her off her knees. He tells her they can go together. She says she thought it was impossible, but right now he's yet again made the impossible possible. Seo-jun tells her that the word impossible doesn't exist to him, and she grips her sword with determination, and walks in front of her grandpa, saying to please do it one more time. She continues to assault Grandpa, and demonstrates the skills of her grandpa. I'm not gonna go over every single one, but here you can see her just going skill to skill. She goes from the mighty sword, but she has a delay going to the heavy sword, and her grandpa quickly knocks her backwards. He thinks that it's over and begins a barrage on her, and she realizes she can't defend all of his attacks and closes her eyes out of fear, but as she does, she sees Seo-jun and gains some determination. She deflects his sword, and smoothly flows into another form, surprising her grandpa. She talks about how she's smooth-brained, and how unfamiliar the sword feels. Even though she's grown up around a great person like her gramps, her talent is just mid. She wonders if she grew up around normal people if she'd be any different than she is now. She's always ran away from reality, but since she met Seo-jun, she now refuses to give up. She no longer wants to be mid, she wants to be able to stand beside him. She wonders if what she's feeling is enlightenment, and she wants to feel more of the sensation, so she uses all of her desperation and unleashes a powerful attack, which is called the tyrannical sword. She's gassed out, but says she's completed it, which shocks Grandpa. Because she was at her limit, but now she's name drop, transcending it. She looks excited, asking if she can go with Seo-jun, asking for his permission. She then runs past her grandpa towards Seo-jun, who excitedly greets her. Grandpa begins to inner monologue about how some people have the power to push others to be the best they can, and how he's not one of those people. Then he recalls the magic saint talking about how the person who thinks very little of themselves can sometimes accomplish the most, and then Seo apologizes for going behind his back, but Gramps says it's alright, and he's the one who let it happen. It jumps to Seo-jun and Seo-yoon heading back to the academy, and she asks him what he planned to do if she failed. He tells her he'd have gone to the association president. She's confused and asks why. And he says that he'd have asked him to postpone the end of the hunter exam. She begins to blush, and then he gets notification on his phone, and it's Seo-yoon telling him that the association president is at the academy. He then says they gotta hurry, since people are waiting for them. Seo-yoon smiles and begins to run toward him. They finally make it back to the academy, and are greeted by the others. They ask where she's been, so she tells them she has something to do. Then a familiar face calls out to Seo-jun, congratulating him on passing the pro hunter exam. We learn that he received a perfect score in all of the subjects, so he earned an A rank license. And that he wishes he could give him an S rank license, but he can't. Seo-jun says that's alright, and he'll work towards it. The association president talks about how A ranks are given special privileges regarding dungeons, then asks Seo-jun if he is planning to make a guild. Seo-jun tells him of course. The prez then asks to be allowed to manage it since it's a complicated process that has a lot of documents blah blah, but he'll take care of it. There is one problem though, which is that he needs 5 B rank hunters, and currently they are short one person. Also, if one of the 5 major guilds catch on, then it'll be a problem. Seo-jun agrees, then begins to think about how he can't just find a stranger, and he just ignores Haeun for a bit, but finally realizes to just add her, and now they have 5 people. She looks happy about it. The prez then asks what the name will be, which we already know is called the Dream Team. We get to see the top guild's reactions, and they are all panicking since the prez has Seo-jun's back, and then their door is abruptly kicked in, and we hear a familiar voice saying they seem to be doing well. It's Grandpa Yoon. He says he can tell what they are planning already, and begins to release an aura that chokes them all. He says he has no reason that they were left alone, they just didn't want to be like them, they didn't end the cataclysm to rule over others. Ryu then says if anyone else heard him they'd think that he was the one to put an end to the cataclysm. Gramps calls out to him, saying that he's grown quite a bit. Ryu then calls him old, and after like 40 chapters Kalia steps out saying to stop there, since Gramps shouldn't be waving his sword around here. He looks as if he's been expecting her, and she asks how he knew she was involved. They banter for a little, then she bluntly asks him why he's here. He tells her he's acting like a grandfather for the first time in a while. Since he knows they'll create trouble if Seo-jun creates a guild, which is probably why they've all gathered, but he's here to warn them not to pursue whatever they have planned. Kalia asks what he'll do if they refuse him. He then tells them if they can handle the consequences then go for it. While releasing his aura they have a WWE stare down, then he walks past Kalia, and she asks if he's just leaving like that. She thought he was going to go crazy. He asks her why he'd do that, then vanishes, leaving them with bricks in their pants. Kalia then says they should cancel all of their plans. Ryu asks if she's scared, and starts to shit talk her, but she says that he's yapping too much, and he shouldn't look down on the Sword Saint. She's aware of his skills, but he shouldn't misunderstand, since he's nowhere close to the Sword Saint. Also, while they can't mess with Seo-jun directly, there are other methods. Ryu asks what she means, so she just says some cryptic words instead. Back to Seo-jun, he pulls out his phone, and is surprised by something on it. But in typical Manhwa fashion we don't get to see it yet, and now at the guild building. Seo-yoon says it's their first guild raid so they should do their best. Minhyul says he's ready, while Soo-yoon looks a bit nervous. Haeun is confident, and warns her to be careful, since it's similar to a dungeon made with magic, but the only difference is it's harder. Soo-yoon says that makes them entirely different. Seo-jun agrees, but of course for different reasons since he's a greedy goblin. The rest start to talk about how every day he's getting more addicted to money. We finally learn why he was surprised when he looked at his phone. It's because his free pass ended and he used all of his money to fill his key center. He then turns around to them yapping and asks what they are talking about. They quickly change subjects to how excited they are for the raid. Seo-jun tells them to calm down since he isn't here yet. So-yoon asks who he means, and Seo-jun calls out to someone while waving his hand, which surprises Soo-yoon, because it's her dad Man-chul. She asks why he didn't tell her he'd be here, and he asks if he has to report everything to her. Then he asks if everyone is ready to go. Min-yul asks which dungeon they'll be going to. Seo-jun smirks, then says it's a nice place. It then jumps to a suburb outside of Seoul, and inside of the Dark Dragon Cringe Lord Supreme Guild's area, they start barking at Man-chul, asking why he's here, and to get everyone inside the dungeon to come out. Man-chul tells him he doesn't need to yell since he isn't deaf. Then he tells them that Seo-jun should be able to use his priority pass here. The man begins to sweat nervously asking what guild is currently inside. Man-chul hits him with the light-skinned stare saying it's the Dream Team, and it goes to Seo-jun's POV of him unleashing an aura attack from ranged, and clearing the dungeon, and he realizes it'll be hard to sell the corpses if he keeps bodying them this hard. So-yoon rushes in saying to leave it to them, and her and Hae-eun both start dancing on the enemies. The others are doing their parts as well. Then it jumps to after the clear and Seo-jun is emptying some of the monster corpses, asking Man-chul if he waited long, which of course was for him to flex the fact they cleared it in a few minutes. Man-chul then begins to butcher the monster for transport, and Seo-jun asks why he doesn't just set up a transport company and work exclusively for their guild. Then while covered in blood, Seo-jun turns around asking who the randoms are that pulled up to the dungeon. They then run away from him as Man-chul says they are from the Dark Dragon Guild. So-yoon then says that Seo-jun picked their area on purpose, and he makes some shrug motion in response. The rest then talk about the clear, saying how easy it was. Then Soo-yoon asks how much the corpses will sell for, and So-yoon then tells her how much they just made, which surprises her, and they start talking about going out to celebrate, but Seo-jun just stares at them in confusion, since they just started. Then we get a short little montage of all of their dungeon clears that goes on until everyone but So-yoon is sick of it. Min-yul then asks how long they'll be raiding for, and Seo-jun tells him they need to keep earning money. Soo-yoon lays on the floor saying this is child abuse. Min-yul asks if Seo-jun can't just solo them, to which he replies that he has trouble controlling his strength, which is why he needs them to hunt the monsters, and they can use the experience to become A ranks. Min-yul tries to tell him that they can just do it slowly, and he barks at him because he's a tier 1 yapper when it comes to money. He continues going on about this, and they turn into realistically drawn characters while Soo-yoon asks Hae-eun to help. But she's already gone and taken Seo-jun's side, and Min-yul and Soo-yoon look at her like the traitor she is, since she's scared of Seo-jun, and after feeling hopeless they turn to So-yoon asking her for help since she's the vice guildmaster. But she's too Buddha-like. They continue to go make money and it cuts to later with the press being surprised by their performance, and how they are using the Dark Dragon Guild's area mostly, which they can do nothing about due to the pass, so they are just losing funds. But it's strange they are so quiet, and on cue in typical plot fashion someone comes in saying a Draugr dungeon has formed. And they can't contact the Soul Saint to clear it. The president starts to stress since he's the only one who can solve it. Then he has a realization, and says Seo-jun's name wondering if he'd even help. But then remembers he's a greedy pig, and he asks the man if Seo-jun is still in the middle of his raid. It skips to Seo-jun demonstrating the illegal riz, and how everyone else ran away after he asked them to raid for a bit longer, since he needed a bit more money. He doesn't understand why they hate making money. He looks at his balance, then buys another free pass and feels depressed. Since he has to do this every 3 months it's tough, but he needs to take the free pass for Buddha's lecture, and he can't buy individual lectures due to his casualty going up. He also needs to keep taking elixirs too. Dark also owes him money, but he's not appeared in quite a few chapters. As he's walking he sees the prez greeting him, and they finally make it back to the guild house. Seo-jun hands him a coffee. The prez apologizes for coming to him so late, but has something to ask of him. Seo-jun asks him what's up, then the prez starts telling him about the Draugr dungeon, which is the type of mob Seo-jun saw in that one tournament. Then the prez asks him if he can help them with the dungeon. Seo-jun asks why him, then he thinks about it, the last time he defeated the Draugr. It increased Buddha's lecture progress. The prez then says it won't be for free. And says the magical words to Seo-jun about money, and tells Seo-jun how much they are offering him, and due to the golden opportunity to increase the progress rate he makes the Tom Cruise laughing meme. He then tries his hardest not to smile or laugh since the prez is so serious. The press thinks it's because it's too little money, but they have no other option but Seo-jun since the Soul Saint isn't here. Especially since if the Draugr dungeon breaks there will be unimaginable consequences. So he then tells Seo-jun he'll make him an S-rank hunter if he takes care of it. Seo-jun still trying to fight back his laughter, as the press says it'll promote his guild. And there will be even more reduced taxes on the profits earned by the Dream Team. He almost lets it slip and starts to think about how he'll do it, and the press asks him if he's going to. Seo-jun then says they usually ask the Soul Saint for this, right? The press then tells him how they can't contact her, and Seo-jun thinks about how it's a good idea, then says he'll give it a try, and that he'll do it tomorrow, since it's urgent that'll be the latest and he'll do it as soon as possible. The press bows his head while thanking Seo-jun, saying how he won't forget it. Our boy is still struggling to keep his laughter, says it's okay and no need to thank him. The press puts on an imaginary filter, thinking that Seo-jun is a brave man who will sacrifice himself, a true hero. A bit later after some explaining he tells everyone he'll be raiding the Draugr dungeon alone, since nobody else is immune to mental attacks, and so he can get more progress on the lectures. They begin to realize that Seo-jun won't be here, they will be able to rest then they all give him half-assed greetings, saying to take his time. He's surprised they aren't worried about it, and they start to talk about how there's nothing that can make Seo-jun worry. Then Haeun shoots a stray saying that money worries him. Seo-jun smiles at their banter. So-yoon says she'll help him prepare, but he tells her it's fine. She says that he'll probably need to prep, he says nah and that he'll be back later. The rest take this chance to celebrate the fact they can rest, while So-yoon looks a bit worried. And somehow the news of the Draugr dungeon spread around Korea, along with how Seo-jun is going to be the one to clear it. It cuts back to the press saying that Seo-jun has to do well, saying he'll need to see if they have more budget to give him. His assistant bursts through the door shouting, saying that they've received a call from the Soul Saint. The press asks when and he says just now, then he says he'll call her back but the man says that's not necessary. Since she said that she was nearby, and would take care of the Draugr dungeon, Seo-jun enters the dungeon to see some kind of post-apocalyptic area. He says the death key is everywhere, but not enough to increase his progress. Then he's surprised as he sees someone, and the feeling of the death key is nowhere around her. Then he realizes who it probably is, and asks if it's the Soul Saint. She says she's unsure who he is and he should go back, since it's not a place he can recklessly enter. He realizes what it means if she's here, asking if she's here to clear the dungeon. She says yes. He says she can't do that. She asks why, so he tries to plead with her not to clear it. She turns around, but he jumps in front of her which surprises her since she couldn't feel his presence or see his movement. Then she says that he needs to get out of her way, since the terrible spirit must not be released into the world. He tells her he has to be one to do it, and she starts to ask if he won't move, then notices something and turns around. Something begins to form behind them, which of course is a Draugr. Seo-jun walks past her as she's saying he needs to leave, but breaks her ankles and he begins to smile as his progress rate begins to go up. Asking for the Draugr to give him more evil thoughts, the Draugr looks excited, then Seo-jun starts to reap the rewards as his progress rate goes up. Seo-jun keeps asking for more, which low-key freaks the Draugr out, causing it to turn into mist, then fly directly at his Seo-jun going into his head. This shocks the Soul Saint, gonna call her Granny Soul. She says that his mental barrier should be strong enough to not be tempted with the evil spirits, but that possession is way stronger than those, and his mind might collapse. She tells him to hang on and she'll drag the Draugr out. But Seo-jun starts to scream out of excitement since it's making his progress go up so much. Granny Soul is now grossed out. Seo-jun turns into He-Man. You guys know which meme it's referencing. Inside of Seo-jun's mind we see the Draugr floating in space, but is in Buddha's palm as he calls the Draugr pitiful. Seo-jun turns his head to the side and knocks the Draugr out. The Draugr looks like it's soul drained, and tells Seo-jun he's going to head to Nirvana. Then Seo-jun looks at his phone to see he's gone up 4% now. He does some quick math saying he'll be able to get hella progress rate now, so he starts to make weird sounds again while Granny Soul is still disgusted. Then he turns around and clears his throat, like that didn't happen. He tells her she witnessed he can handle it so she can go back. She is surprised that he managed to defeat it, and that it entered Nirvana, and sees that his soul power is overwhelming, but she can't look through his mind to figure anything out, which means that his soul power is equal or higher than hers. But she wonders if that's even possible. She says she won't kill the Draugrs, but she needs to check something so she can't leave. He asks what it is. She then says she's unsure but Dark said some vague cryptic stuff to her. He then asks if it's related to the Order of Truth, or berserk, which surprises her. She asks how he knew, and he says that he's acquainted with dark. She tells him that he suspects the Order of Truth made this dungeon. Jun asks if that's even possible. She says there's no way to confirm it or not, but she'll try her best to check if it is or not. Jun thinks about how Granny's soul is the only one who could have entered, then something clicks and he starts to laugh since it's a chance to get the money he's owed from Dark. He tells her he can help her, and it cuts to a Discovery Channel documentary, showing the habitat of the animal. Then it shows a group of wild Draugr, and demonstrates how they can break your mind if you touch them. But to the Draugr handler it's no issue. He starts making them enter Nirvana, then tells Granny's soul to make sure Dark knows he was a big help to her. She second guesses her choice of not interfering. It cuts to Dark's hideout, and we see a massive purple attack, with the Dark coughing up blood. A man tells him it's been a while. We learn it's the Apostle of Temperance. Dark says it's surprising one of the apostles came for an old man, to which the apostle says he's been such a nuisance. And it was his mistake to look for Granny's soul. Dark asks what he's talking about, then the apostle starts to talk about the Draugr dungeon, so it's obvious who Dark would be looking for. Dark begins to realize who the target is now, but the apostle gets close and grabs him by his throat. Dark then asks the man why he's trying so hard to get rid of the Cataclysm heroes. The apostle says there's no specific reason, it's just God's word. Dark says that it must be a crazy God, then the apostle starts to speak like some bad third-rate villain, saying he can't stop them. Dark smiles and begins to laugh, saying that Brat must be invisible to them. As the apostle goes to ask what he means, Dark grabs his dagger and attacks at the apostle, but he dodges it. Then distances himself from him, saying he's using petty tricks. Then launches another attack back at Dark, and once it all settles he sees that Dark is gone. He asks if he ran away, but says it makes sense they had a hard time locating him since his stealth is such a high level. The other man asks if they should keep chasing after him, but the apostle says to leave him be. Since he won't be able to change her fate, he starts to run while realizing Granny's soul is their target. She lets out a sigh, then we see a demonish figure atop a building, and it zooms into the demon smiling, saying Granny's soul will die today. Then it cuts to a Draugr experiencing enlightenment. As it's having peaceful thoughts, Jun pokes his think tank. Then he realizes the lecture progress rate isn't going up anymore. He continues assisting the Draggers in their enlightenment, but the progress bar still won't go up. He wonders if he has to do something specific to get it to increase now, then says it's such a waste. Granny's soul asks if he's done with what he was doing. He asks if she discovered anything. She says not really. Jun says it's a little odd that he hasn't encountered any problems yet, then wonders if there's nothing wrong with the dungeon itself. Granny's soul asks what he means. He explains that since neither of them felt anything wrong with the dungeon itself, maybe it's a distortion. She says she thought it too, but there are no traces of a distortion. He asks her if she looked into other types of distortions, saying that it's similar to when he got trapped with the magic saint in a dungeon related to the Order of Truth. And the distortion at that time was a mutation. She thinks about it, then says it makes sense, she'll check it out. She waves her hand with some energy on it, and he says the energy is similar to what he's felt before. And it's almost as if the energy is embracing everything it touches. She begins to summon something, and we see that it's a divine spirit, in the form of a deer. It walks towards Jun, and nuzzles up against him. He asks her why it's doing this, but she doesn't know either. She explains how the divine spirit is the most noble and sacred spirit, and if someone's personality isn't upright, the divine spirit won't pay any attention to him. It never even reacted to the other Cataclysm heroes. So why is it so friendly towards the crazy dude? It's licking Jun's chin, then they begin to feel evil thoughts, and they both prepare for a fight. Jun realizes it's on a different level from that of the Draugr, then he wonders if it's targeting the divine spirit. Granny's soul says it's frightening how much malice she is feeling right now, besides from berserk. Granny's soul tells Jun it's dangerous, so get behind her. He tells her he's not sure what it is, but he knows it's stronger than the Draggers, so he can surely get a lot of experience points. He tells her to stay close to the divine spirit. Jun starts to smile, then runs off saying he'll be back, while Granny's soul and the divine spirit are worried for him. As Jun runs, he says that the situation is strange, wondering why they are targeting the divine spirit. He says it doesn't matter since he just needs to stop anything from approaching the divine spirit. Then he finds the demon from before. We get a whole script about how it's a mythical level, God-defying existence, a resident of the sixth heaven, the ruler of the demonic heaven. It lands beside Jun, and we see it's a devil. It smiles at him, and Jun calls out to it asking if this is all it's capable of. then smacks the devil away, asking how it can be so ugly. It looks up at Seo-jun and he asks it not to die, which confuses the demon. It begins to swing at Seo-jun, and he tells it to stop using physical attacks, just stick to the mental ones. It gets mad at him, then Seo-jun leaps at it saying this won't do and that it calls for a beating, then hits it in the stomach. The devil starts to growl, then releases a demonic energy that begins to encompass Seo-jun and the surrounding area. Granny Soul calls out for him, saying if she doesn't get him out quickly, then gets cut off by the devil laughing and a blue flashing light emerges from the black miasma all over the area. This shocks Granny Soul and the devil as Seo-jun reappears. The devil tries to fly away but Seo-jun catches up asking if it's going somewhere. Then rapidly attacks it, hitting its wings, then picking it up and throwing it into the floor. Seo-jun tells it to stop making a fuss, and Granny Soul is surprised. He asks her when she got here, and to wait sincerely, since he still has business with the devil. She's surprised that she's being told to stay back, and Seo-jun starts poking the devil asking if it's dead. It quickly opens its eyes including the third one, and the gaze pierces Seo-jun, causing him to hear Buddha's voice, along with his teachings about the question of life. Along with asking Seo-jun why he hasn't ended this yet, then Seo-jun snaps out of it and asks the devil if that's all. The devil is hella confused by this and yells at Seo-jun. Then he gets hit with the same question and he wonders if he needs to answer it to get the progress rate to go up. Seo-jun tells the devil to continue his mental attack while he thinks. The devil starts to sweat nervously and looks over at Granny Soul. It starts to smile menacingly. She holds her head, but says that she's fine. Seo-jun calls the devil a bastard saying he asked it for time to think, then asks why it attacked Granny Soul, but the devil runs away and Seo-jun says he didn't expect that. Then he says it's just a matter of time until he finds it again, then asks where the divine spirit is. She says she left it so it didn't want to be consumed by the evil thoughts. Seo-jun begins to run after realizing where the devil went. Since it's been targeting the devil from the start, so maybe the devil just attacked Granny Soul to find its location. He eventually makes it to the spirit, which is now a red color rather than blue, and has the devil's eyes. Granny Soul says that's impossible, while wondering what happened to the divine spirit. It takes a step forward while releasing the black fog again, and Granny Soul begins to scream in pain, and it shatters her lantern. She begins to faint and Seo-jun starts to think about the situation, realizing that the target wasn't the divine spirit after all, but Granny Soul. The black fog begins to flow around her, and Seo-jun explains how the divine spirit is connected to her, so maybe its intention was to invade her mind through the divine spirit. Along with the fact that he needs to eliminate the devil as quickly as possible, but the question is how. He wonders if he can attack only the devil while it's inside the divine spirit, but says there's no time to think and he just needs to go. He runs toward it, and notices fire beginning to form around him. He turns around to see Granny Soul levitating as she's now possessed too. She unleashes a wind-type attack, and he tells her to come to her senses. Granny Soul starts to yell, saying that Seo-jun is the same, calling him a bastard while continuing an onslaught of attacks toward him. He dodges them all and begins to run until rocks block him off. Once he's cornered, she unleashes another attack, which explodes the rocks. But Seo-jun evades it, saying he can't approach the divine spirit, saying he needs to defeat Granny Soul first, wondering if it's even possible. He starts to think about how she's one of the heroes, and wondering if she'll come out uninjured. And ultimately comes to the conclusion that he's in a checkmate, since no matter what he does someone will be sacrificed. He grits his teeth out of frustration, asking how one of the heroes of the cataclysm is being swayed by the devil's thoughts. She mumbles something about the world, then repeats it, saying she used to dream about saving the world, one where nobody is being hurt. Seo-jun says it's no longer the devil's voice, but Granny Soul's. She asks him if he's ever seen a situation where people exchange their children for food, or children hanging from street corners, and begins to cry, asking if he's ever had to sacrifice someone while being relieved he wasn't the one to die. She continues this rant about how the world is evil and corrupt, and how she's been struggling to change the world, but nothing has changed in the end. While she felt alive during the cataclysm, she feels nothing but pain now. And how monsters can't speak, but humans can, and that's the only difference between monsters and humans. It's a world she's created, which is why she wanted to change it, but her comrades stopped her, saying it wouldn't make a difference, and they all turned away after seeing people struggle, causing her to leave them, and isolated herself under the guise of training to calm herself down. But the more she tried, the worse it got, as all she heard was the wailing of the damned, along with all of the pain in the world. The damned's voices began to be drowned out by silence, begging her for help, asking why she's created such a world. This caused her to hate herself, so she'll no longer ignore their sorrow. One death is regarded as a tragedy, but hundreds of deaths just end up as numbers. She tells Seo-jun he won't be able to stop her, and he realizes that this isn't caused solely by the devil, but rather it just fueled the anguish inside of her. He hears Buddha's voice again, saying he understands now, grasping his weapon tightly. Granny Soul starts yelling while launching an attack. Seo-jun says the reason that Buddha is asking that question, then cuts through her attack, breaking it. He calls out to her, asking why she's only looking at those people. She continues to attack him, and he deflects them while walking forward, saying the world isn't a pretty place, the pain of not being able to speak up, along with the people who die from it, but the world doesn't consist of only powerful people she has to win against, or weak ones that must be helped. Everyone carries their own burdens through life every day, which is definitely a difficult task. He's exhausted living his own life, so he doesn't have the energy to share others' pain. They say you can understand the nature of others when they are pushed into a corner, but judging people in that way is just arrogance. They are too tired to suffer for others, and how they can't say they lived if they haven't gone through the torment of today. She grits her teeth, saying that they are meant to be the heroes of the cataclysm. Her comrades shouldn't ignore the world's pain. He says even if they are heroes, they are still human. Of course there are many unjust deaths in life, or those who take their own lives. While it is all unfortunate, even if she grieved for them, all could she truly carry their sadness for the rest of her life? Does she think she can handle it all until the sorrow in the world disappears? Even if she could do so, isn't she also having a hard time in the end? She looks at him, and he continues to tell her that everyone lives for today, and to live tomorrow as you did today, along with every day after that. And that is how people truly live, to live in fear of not knowing when tomorrow will fall apart. That is life. While it may seem insignificant, people still find joy in it, even if it's a very small happiness. Hanging out with friends, eating yummy food, and just spending time with those that you truly care about. When the days are difficult and tiring, you have hope that you will be able to endure it again tomorrow. That is the happiness she created. They got their daily lives back after she cataclysm ended. So how is it that the one who changed the hopeless world only looks at those who are suffering? Her eyes begin to open widely as they begin to regain their color. The divine spirit screams, while releasing the black fog again. Seo-jun stares at it and begins to release his aura that starts to purify the area. The black fog fades away from Granny Soul, and she hears his words of not turning away from the happiness, not to deny life, as that leads to corruption. He even gives her an analogy for how life is like walking backwards on a flower path, and only after you pass by it do you realize how beautiful it was. Her eyes begin to fill with hope, and the closing words are, "Don't forget the path became full of flowers, because she walked on it." She falls to the floor. He gains a whopping 14% in the lecture progress, and when his aura hits the devil it begins to feel fear. Its legs begin to shake, and he says it should know too, that the moment its mind collapses its physical body becomes no different from a piece of paper. He touches its back, and purifies the devil out of the divine spirit, and as the aura completely encompasses it. It cuts to Granny Soul opening her eyes. He asks if she's come to her senses and tells her she can lay down for longer if she wants since the devil is gone now. She's surprised, and he shows her how the divine spirit is perfectly fine now too. He in truth was worried the divine spirit would disappear when the devil did, but it turns out Buddha only clapped the devil. He can manifest the unwavering heart externally now, and his danshin seem to have improved a lot too. Granny Soul thinks about how his strength is comparable to the other heroes, and how he'll surpass them in less than a year. At least she knows he has plot armor. She starts to think about what would happen if he became corrupt, since nobody would be able to stop him. She tells him that she hopes he'll keep his will, and then she tells him that while the world is unreasonable it's something that cannot be helped. He says he's not sure what she's talking about, since it's not that unreasonable. And that people seem to be becoming more considerate of each other. She says that those things are just hypocrisy, and she's afraid he'll feel pessimistic. He says he's not sure, and then he starts laying out why he thinks as such. Saying the world is equal opportunity, then what's the difference between now and the older era of Robin Hood, where they couldn't overcome the difference in status and became a thief? And how he believes that isn't the case, even if it was he would do his best to change it. She is silent for a second, then smiles and begins to laugh. She begins to wonder why she worried about him becoming corrupt in the first place. She says she spent too long blaming herself. Seo-jun recalls Buddha's words saying it's a question not only for him, but for everyone who's going through life. While he doesn't have a complete answer, he will answer it eventually. Granny Soul then starts to give her thanks to him for saving her life, and giving her a reason to live, and for helping her get back on her feet. And we see flowers blooming from behind them. Like the analogy he mentioned earlier, the apostle tells her that the devil was killed, which surprises her. She says it's impossible. The word death and the devil don't go together, since even if he disappears physically, it cannot be killed. And there is only one exception to a being that can destroy the devil. But there's no way that they'd show up here. Then the apostle says Saw June. He told her before to report everything about him, but she's failed. He tells her it's a serious matter that cannot be ignored, and in typical Manhwa fashion says that person is involved in this matter, without saying who. He then says he knows that she's using the Korean guilds to keep Saw June in line, and that she needs to hurry and make her move. She asks what he means, and he says she needs to put this twisted fate back onto its intended path. It jumps back to Saw June asking Granny Soul what she plans to do from now on. She says that she isn't sure, and she's been living her life secluded from the world, but there's no need in that anymore. And that she'd like to go out into the world again. He suggests that she stay at the Dream Academy for a bit, until she finds out what she wants to do. He explains further how she's surely going to have to plan a lot out, and she'll need somewhere to stay. Of course he just wants someone to testify on the incident to Dark. She says that she can't trouble him like that, but he tells her it's fine, so don't worry, and it's an honor. She says she'll teach him her spiritual art. He tells her it's alright, then she goes to explain the basics. Then realizes what he just told her, and asks him to repeat what he said. He tells her it's fine, and it's alright to just stay at the guild. She's puzzled on why he rejected her when it's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, but she understands that she's in no place to teach him, and she says it's funny he wants nothing in return. Of course him, being the greedbag he is, tells her she can pay him if she wants. She asks if that's really okay with him. He says of course. She says okay, and she'll make sure to include the cost of her life too. He tells her that since she'll be at the guild, some of her old friends will visit, so she shouldn't feel alone. She wonders who he means, then it jumps to the Dream Guild. And Saw June is telling the rest how she'll be staying for a while. Everyone is lost as hell, and she thanks him again. He tells her it's no big deal. The rest look afraid of something, and Minhyul asks if he's going to do a dungeon raid or not. He says no, since he's tired, and they all look relieved. He tells them to get back to training, and they walk off. We see them all doing their own thing, some of them sparring. But Saw June is glued to his phone. Granny Soul watches Minhyul sparring, and tells Saw June that's the Dark Saint's technique. He says yeah, then she points out how Suyin is using the Magic Saint's technique. He says yup again. She say, leaving Soyun out of it, who the hell are these kids? He then tells her that they are the other saint's disciples. She asks why everyone is in one place like this and sighs. Then she spots Haeun, who is in the corner, and says don't tell me she's also the disciple of another saint. She quickly says she isn't, and sees that she's a little sad about it. Saw June on his phone starts to talk about all of the money he's earned, and now he can take another lecture. And he sees lectures from both Atlas and Thialfi. He says he didn't think he could take one for a while. He didn't expect this. He wonders if he should ask Granny Soul for enough to cover a lecture, saying it should cover the cost of her life. He notices something, and tells Granny Soul to quickly follow him. We see them outside of the guild, and she asks why they are in the alley out back. We hear Dark say he's glad she's alive, then he appears from the shadows. She's surprised, and he says that just confirms there's nothing wrong with his stealth arts. So how the hell can Saw June keep seeing through it? She asks if he didn't intentionally let him see through it. Then she notices the injured and asks if he's okay, then tells him about his disciple and the Magic Saints. He tells her to take a damn breath, and he'll tell her everything later, so tell him about the dungeon. She starts to explain and he tells her to hold on, and asks if he can explain it. He's totally got something planned. He starts to tell it, saying he went because of the association president, but then he found Granny Soul inside. When he saw her inside, he instantly knew that there was something related to Dark, and how he promised him money. So he decided to investigate it with Granny Soul, but no matter how much they searched, they didn't find anything. Then he started to smell the odor of truth, and he could tell they tampered with the dungeon. He asks Granny Soul to back him up, and she asks if he really noticed all of that. He says of course, then gaslights her by saying remember he told her of the distortion and to summon the divine spirit. She says that's true. Then he continues saying then a devil appeared out of nowhere and targeted either Granny Soul, or Dear Bro. So he quickly bodied it. Dark asks if a devil really appeared, and Saw June says of course, and Granny Soul can testify to it. She says he's speaking the truth. Saw June quickly says he wouldn't lie, but Granny Soul says it's a bit different than she remembers. Jun then starts to bring up the money that Dark owes him for uncovering that they were targeting Granny Soul, but messes up speaking. Dark says alright whatever, and he'll hold his end of the deal. Granny Soul then asks about what they are talking about. Dark says they weren't only targeting her, but every other hero of the Cataclysm. She asks why the hell they do that. Dark says he's unsure, but that the Apostle of Temperance came to find him. Even Jun is surprised that they'd bring out an apostle, and wonders why. His S-tier insight pops and he then asks them if maybe it could have something to do with Berserk. Dark asks what he means. Jun says his assumption might be wrong, so take it with a grain of salt. And how he said it himself last time they talked, how Berserk just disappeared, but it wasn't dead right. And how the disappearance was caused by the Great Voice and the 7 Apostles. Jun asks how strong it was. Dark says it was a monster that's unable to be defeated. And that even if every hero fought together there's still no guarantee to their victory. Jun says that's it, and that since there's no guarantee, nobody knew if the world would end or if Berserk would die first. But what if the Order of Truth knew what the deciding factor was? Dark asks what he means. He says it's future prediction. They can see the future. It may not be perfect, but even if they can see a bit of it then they'll know something. And perhaps their observation is a part of it. Dark says keep going. And Jun says the Order of Truth saw a future in which Berserk would be defeated, even though the heroes would suffer serious losses, and that's how they made their decision to know Berserk shouldn't come out now. In other words, the Great Voice and the 7 Apostles intentionally made Berserk disappear. Granny Soul asks why they do that, and what does killing the heroes have to do with that? He says it's because only the heroes can fight him, that's why instead of releasing Berserk they want to take the time to eliminate those who can fight it. And when nobody is left to fight it, they'd release Berserk into the world again. They say that'd be the end of the world. Granny Soul says even if what he says is true, they just need to stall for time. He says well yeah, since they are all boomers. It's just his assumption, but the Order of Truth might be unable to contain Berserk forever, so they are running out of time. Think about how many distortions are occurring. It must be connected to Berserk somehow, maybe his power is being released. He says he has 2 ideas. One is that as Berserk's seal is weakened his powers leak out and cause distortions, or the second which is that the Order figured out how to utilize Berserk's power. But it could be possible that both are right, but he's not sure since they are just ideas he wanted to share, based on the assumption that the Order wants to end the world. But that's not what they've been doing. If they had such impure intentions they just had to watch instead of helping the people with the heroes. He scratches his head, saying there's a lot of things that don't add up, but that's all he has for ideas. Dark thinks that it all sounds ridiculous, but if what he said is true and Berserk is free, he doesn't know if they'll be angled to stop it. But he thinks that it's possible if it's Jun. Jun then asks what his plan is now. Dark says he plans to figure out what kind of organization the Order of Truth is first. And that he plans to go abroad, since as long as the Apostle is aware of him he won't be able to be active in Korea. He'll figure out what the Order is planning to do, and he needs to figure out if their targets are only the Korean heroes, or all of them. He then asks Granny Soul what she'll do, and she says that she doesn't know. She's lived so disconnected from the world and she wants to go back to connecting to the world with Jun's help. Dark says that's alright, and he's not sure why she turned away from the world, but it's a good idea to let the world know that she's okay. He says that might be why she wasn't threatened by the Order. Then he tells Jun to be careful, since they've been keeping an eye on him, they might not be keeping a watchful eye. But they know about him, and due to the recent devil incident they'll understand he's a problem. He says that's all he wanted to say, and he's not sure when it'll be. But he'll be back when he has more info. He goes to leave, but Jun stops him and scares him. He reminds him to pay him before leaving the country, and Dark wonders if he found him solely from the smell of the money. It jumps to the association president and everyone in a riot saying they won't want to give an S-rank license to someone who has no achievements. Other hunters are trying their best to become S-ranks, so why would Jun be given it randomly? They all start spitting and barking and they go to ask if it's a joke. The association president says that's his line, asking if they think he's doing this because he's bored. And so what if it's considered special treatment? He says if he were to give the Sword Saint an S-rank license would they try to stop him? They ask what nonsense, but he cuts them off saying to just answer. They say that a higher rank license would be more fitting for the Sword Saint. The association president says that the Sword Saint hasn't raided a dungeon since the Cataclysm, so why? He has no achievements that they are demanding Jun have, but with the Sword Saint they all know his sacrifice and skills, but the same can be said about Jun. Hero-ranked hunters must be treated accordingly, even if it's special treatment. They start to talk about how he wasted tax dollars, and he says he had too. Then asks if they know what'd have happened if the Draugr dungeon had broken open. The damage amount would have been astronomical, and there'd be a crazy amount of casualties. Would they have handled that? The guy starts to get absolutely slammed, and can't even reply. The association president says on the topic of fairness, he doesn't understand what they mean. They start to talk about how it's too early for Saw Jun to become an S rank. The association president thinks about how they aren't unaware of his skills, they are just being unreasonable. And that it's all got to be because of Ryu's political control. He then says they are the ones wasting the taxpayers' money, and they should feel ashamed as government employees. And that from his moment on Saw Jun will become an S rank. They try to stop him, but he leaves the room. And we hear a familiar voice saying it's their first time meeting, and she calls him Taebum. We see it's Kalia. It of course doesn't show us their conversation yet, and we're back to Saw Jun and a man named Park Eamon is introducing himself as a member of the Dungeon Management Department, and a part of the Hunter Association. Saw Jun says it's nice to meet him, but what's he doing here? Eamon says he has something important to talk about. Saw Jun says that Taebum could have come in person, or is this unrelated? Eamon says he can't come right now, and Saw Jun begins to release his aura saying don't tell me that he's trying to get out of giving him the money, right? Eamon says that's not it, and the money's already been approved, so he'll get it in a few days. Saw Jun calms down, and says sorry he got too excited. Eamon says while people don't want him to be an S rank, Taebum is pushing for it, so it'll be fine. However, since it's unprecedented, he's come to convey the situation in Taebum's stead. Saw Jun asks about the money again, and Eamon repeats what he said before. Saw Jun laughs saying okay. Eamon is surprised he didn't even care about the S rank license, and only wants the money. And how everyone else would have picked the license over the money, since being an S rank hunter means you stand at the top of the hunter world, and you cannot earn it with money. But he wonders why he doesn't care. Saw Jun then asks if he'll have to pay taxes on the money. Eamon says that he's a money goblin, and tells him no, and that Taebum will visit him soon. Saw Jun says okay and hums while leaving. Eamon has a flashback of him talking with Taebum, and how he doesn't understand why Saw Jun is being given an S rank. Taebum tells him that the current pro hunters are all sickening, and it's corruptly run by the big 5 guilds, and they are ruining Korea. He's tried to make it right, but all they could do was maintain status quo. And all this time he's been forcing himself to believe nobody can stand up to them all. But for some reason he thinks that Saw Jun will make it happen. As he's planted a seed of hope into his mind, and that's the true purpose of an S rank. Eamon smiles saying he understands now, then calls out to Saw Jun, and bows saying he's not sure if he has the right to say it, but on behalf of their country he really wants to express his gratitude. Saw Jun starts to cringe and tells him to stop. Then to jumps to the next day as news of Saw Jun began to spread around Korea. It started with how he cleared the Draugr dungeon, then went to his guild and how he's obtained an S rank license. There's even articles about him being Korea's 6th hero. And a lot of people from the Dark Dragon Guild began to spread hate. We see Saw Jun shocked on his phone. But it's not because of the news, because he hasn't even checked it. It's just about his money. He starts to talk about how much the lectures are, and how he's finished his elixirs. And how he's missing half of the money to do what he wants to do. He smiles out of pure joy. Then mental booms asking what's the point of being an S rank hunter and increasing guild rank. If all of the money he made will be gone, he wonders if casualty is something shitty or if it's just him, and he sees in the chat board that everyone is flaming it. And that nobody is having a good time with it, and some of them were scammed. He realizes he's not alone with this. Then we hear Taebum. He enters and says he's sorry for coming in early. Then asks where Granny Soul is. He tells him she's upstairs resting. He asks if he's here for her, rather than him. He says no and he came to tell him something, and it's nothing much but Kalia visited him the other day, asking for him to help her. Saw Jun is surprised, and Taebum says he's hesitant to ask, but does he know anything of the situation in Europe? It jumps to a city in Europe. It hasn't said where specifically, and we see giant monsters running rampant, and there are hunters trying to fight them back to hold them off, and there's a little girl crying too. Saw Jun asks what the hell is going on. Taebum says it's the situation in Italy. Saw Jun asks how this happened, since there shouldn't be a shortage of hunters. Taebum says that distortions are happening all over Europe. And the Italian government tried to calm the situation down by mobilizing professional hunters, but it wasn't enough. Then Granny Soul appears saying Andrea was meant to be there. And asks if it's too difficult for Andrea to handle it. Taebum asks if she's talking about Sir Andrea from the Cataclysm days. She says yes. He then tells her he died recently. It was a dungeon accident, and a distortion occurred while he was inside. It's not just Italy, but all over Europe there have been reports of distortions, and the heroes are fighting it, but they then ask the Order of Truth for help. Seo Jun asks why he's telling him all of this, and he says that Kalia asked for Korea to help Italy. Seo Jun asks if the Order cannot handle the situation in Italy. Taebum says that's not the bigger issue, and Granny Soul says it's Andrea's death. He wasn't only a hero, but he was a godfather in the Mafia. The Sicilian Mafia was the first to unify the Mafia. Andrea was crazy and kept yapping about rehabilitation of the Mafia. She thought it was all just nonsense. She lets out a sigh and looks sad. She says Andrea has opposition in the Mafia, but nobody could handle Andrea. But now that he's gone, it's obvious they'll be going crazy. Taebum says that's right, and the Order has their own issues to handle. Granny Soul asks why he's getting Seo Jun to do something even Andrea couldn't, asking if it makes sense. Taebum says he refused, but Kalia asked for the message to be delivered at least. But there's no issue for Seo Jun to act, and he shouldn't go to Italy since it's dangerous. Seo Jun thinks about it, then says something, but we don't get to hear it. Then it cuts to the Apostle asking if all he wants is money, and he asks if Seo Jun doesn't know of their goal. Kalia says she doesn't think so. He asks why he wants money then. Kalia says he's just a money goblin. The Apostle is speechless. Then asks for how much he wants. She tells him he wants 75 million, and the Apostle says yeah, he's a psycho. Kalia says that he offered to go with his guild, rather than solo. The Apostle says alright, give it to him. And since the monster that killed Andrea is there, why would they stop him from going? And there's not much time left until she becomes the Apostle of Chastity, and once she does she'll understand. She seems really nervous, and he asks if she has more to report. She says he wants the money in advance, and the man is stun-locked. Back to Seo Jun asking if they'd want to go. They instantly say they can't wait to go as it's a vacation. He tries to tell them it's dangerous, but they are too smooth-brained. They continue to ignore him, and ask when it's time to leave. Granny Soul is confused by how they are acting. It cuts to her trying to drink some tea, but it's too shaky so she keeps spilling. She says it's shaking more today. We learn the team's trip has been confirmed. Seo Jun took 60% of the funds he was given, and gave everyone else 10%. Granny Soul wonders how much money he even needs. There are 2 weeks left until they leave. Everyone starts to tell her good morning, and we learn Seo Jun is the reason it's shaking, as he is doing squats with a lot of weight. She wonders what the hell he's holding for it to shake like this. Then she starts to look at how all of the other saints have their disciples here, and Seo Jun is the one who grouped them all together. Except for Haeun, who seems a bit out of place. She then uses spiritual energy to look at her soul and says that they take different colors based on their inclinations. And her soul means her personality is poor. She asks Haeun why she's here. She says she just happened to come here, and Granny Soul says she isn't telling the truth. Haeun starts to blush. Granny Soul says originally it'd have been normal if her soul was completely black, it'd be similar to Ryu's. But her soul degeneration has stopped. Maybe it was due to Seo Jun opening her worldview. She says that Haeun is a child who doubts herself and tries to change, but remains isolated because she doesn't know how. She jokes, saying even the gods cannot control human affairs. Then tells Haeun to follow her, to work on her personality first. Haeun is hesitant, and Granny Soul asks if she doesn't want to. Haeun looks nervous, and Granny Soul sighs. Then flicks her forehead, saying she needs to stop being dishonest. Haeun asks why, then gets interrupted by a flick to the head. She tells her there are 2 weeks left until they leave for Italy. For now it's time to root out her rotten character. Then she turns all drill sergeant, telling her she'll only take yes for an answer now, asking if she understands. Haeun goes to say pardon, but says yes. Seo Jun sees all of this, and says that's pretty odd. We see his skills have leveled up from watching lectures, and 2 weeks later on the news people have been informed of the dream team going to Italy. They finally arrive in Italy, and it seems like Minhyul has shaved his mustache. He and Suyeon start to run off for pizza and pasta, but Seo Jun barks at them. Then we hear a man say hey, and he turns around to see a group of men. Suyeon asks him what they should do, and he tells her that someone from the government will come pick them up soon. Plot convenience ensues, and we hear a woman asking for the dream team. She introduces herself as Elena, a member of the Italian Hunter Association. Seo Jun says it's good to meet her. She thinks to herself that she thought an S-rank hunter would be coming, but says she's looking forward to them helping. Some men walk up and start speaking to them in Italian. Seo-jun asks what they are saying. And Elena says to just ignore them. He then notices a little orb in front of him, and he asks what it is. It's Haeun's and she's trying to make a spiritual connection. He can now hear what they are actually saying, and Seo-jun shakes his head saying they just want to fight. Then one of them say to leave them be and they'll die anyway, but it's a shame the beauties will die, so maybe they should have some fun before they do. Seo-jun glares at the men. Seo-jun tells Elena to excuse him for a moment. She then says since the mafia members aren't the usual gangsters, and they are A-rank hunters. She tries to stop him, saying he's not their opponent but Seo-jun puts her arm out, and tells her that it'll be alright. Elena looks around and wonders why nobody else is worried. The mafia members start to laugh at Seo-jun, and he says considering all the trash sitting around here Italy must be in shambles. Then he grabs one of their faces and slams him into the floor, before the other had even a chance to react. The rest of the group begin to jump towards him. And Elena is confused saying this isn't possible. She wonders if he's really just an A rank. Seo-jun tells her they can go now. We see them heading down the street, and she tells them they'll be heading to Naples. Elena then says that the people he just fought weren't the mafia. Well, they were, but they are a separate group. And after Andrea died, the mafia split into 3 groups. Agnese of the moderates, Francesco of manliness, and Antonio the official successor to Andrea. Aside from Antonio's group, the other 2 are just criminals. Even throughout the chaos of the dungeon breaks, the hunters are having to delay dungeon responses due to the rampaging mafia. So they hope the dream team can handle the dungeon distortions. He tells her to leave it to them. Elena bows her head, thanking them. Then the car comes an abrupt stop, only Haeun smacks her head. Seo-jun wonders what's happening. Elena steps out of the car to see citizens running away. Then is shocked as she sees a dungeon break right in front of them. Before she can panic, Seo-jun pulls out Gungnir and launches it at the monsters, instantly killing them. She is stun-locked, and the rest of the dream team get out of the car too. Seo-jun says looks like Naples can wait, and they'll start right here. It jumps to the Italian parliament, and they are discussing how a mafia faction has taken over the city of Catanzaro. They tried to negotiate, but they won't say anything other than to accept their conditions. We're introduced to the Italian Association president Marcello. And we learn that the manliness faction is the one occupying the city. He's threatening to kill the citizens if he isn't given the position of president in a week. The Prime Minister Samuele facepalms saying he's ridiculous. He asks about Antonio, and we learn he's working with the pro-hunters to stop some people from leaving Sicily, but it's not going well. Samuel sighs saying this never happened with Andrea alive. He didn't think the absence of a hero would be this bad. A man runs into the room yelling that the dungeons in Latina have become distorted. Samuel asks Marcello how many hunters they can dispatch. He tells him, then he asks about those from other countries. Samuel gets angry asking if their citizens need to be sacrificed again. While shaking he says to mobilize the pro-hunters, and to save the citizens without risking their own lives. A man then tells Marcello something, and Samuel asks what's going on. Marcello says that Latina has no casualties, and of course we all know that's because of the dream team fighting the goofy-looking monsters. Soo-yin uses a flame technique to wipe out her side. Minhyul uses his dual blades and darks techniques. We see Soo-yin approaching hers, then she quickly unsheathes her sword killing her side. Surprisingly Haeun is using a spiritual art from Granny's soul to wipe hers out. While Elena is escorting all of the civilians to safety, the civilians ask who's helping them. Elena looks over to see a lot of stumpies from Maple Story, running amok. Then a giant streak goes across the sky, and she sees Seo-jun as the reason. And tells them that they are Korean hunters who came to help them. She says that a site that would have needed to have dozens of hunters, was cleared by only 5. Then she gets a call on her phone. We see it's from Marcello, and she answers and firmly introduces herself. She's surprised by what he said, and that the Prime Minister is doing something. We see Soo-yin asking Haeun how she's using spiritual arts like that, saying it's not been long since she started. Haeun then compliments Soo-yin since she just awakened not too long ago. Then Soo-yin asks Minhyul how he's so strong. He says he's always been training. Soo-yin sighs wondering why everyone around her is so talented. They say she's the one who wiped out most of the area. She says compared to how long she's trained compared to them she's lacking. Elena and them are confused, and we watch as Seo-jun starts to dismantle the monsters. He notices Elena, and says he was going to ask what he had to do to sell the corpses, then asks about the people behind him. He's then introduced to both Samuel and Marcello, He wonders why they are here. Then he asks a question so random they turn into stick figures. Samuel sticks his hands out, and introduces himself formally. Marcelo introduces himself too. Jun tells them who he is, and they are surprised he doesn't need an interpreter to speak to them. He says it's because one of his members can use spiritual arts, he doesn't know how it works but it's some translator thing. Haeun says if Granny Soul heard this she'd faint. Jun asks what they are doing here. Samuel then asks if he can please help Italy. Jun is lost since that was his plan initially, so why the hell did they come here to ask him about it? Then they bring up the magical word, money. Samuel thinks that Jun isn't interested at all in the money, but says that's all they can give. So Samuel tells him they'll not charge any fees for the monsters he processes, and they'll cover the costs related to butchering them. Jun starts to see the pearly gates due to how much blood is flowing to his head, and he starts to have a stroke saying he'll help. Samuel then asks if they can handle the situation in Lazio, which is an administrative region in Italy, with Rome being its capital. Jun starts to think about it, and Samuel says he knows it's an unreasonable request. Jun looks up then sees a helicopter. He asks if they can use it, and his eyes start to shine with greed. It jumps a bit, and we learn they've been going city to city clearing the distortions out. Samuel watches his from headquarters as it's a speedrun. He says this shit is wild, and he wonders when the last time this has happened. Then he recalls saying back when Andrea came back saying he'd rehabilitate the mafia. This is the same feeling he got from that. He thought Italy was doomed because of his absence, but they cannot miss this chance the Dream Team has created. He tells Marcelo to leave the citizens to the Dream Team, and get all the pro hunters. And they'll use this chance to draw out the mafia bastards. All over the news there are articles about Jun, and we see Francesco reading it. He tells Albano his henchman that it's time to meet Agnese. Albano asks what to do about the hostages in Catanzaro. Francesco says what else needs to be done other than just killing them. It cuts to a banquet of food, and we see the Dream Team staring at all of it. Elena tells them they've rented the entire hotel for them. Jun then asks how much they've been paid so far, and she tells him how much, which makes him blush. He starts to get in his feels, and she asks him if he's okay, but Mignol tells her to just leave him alone, he's a creep when it comes to money. Jun snaps out of it, then quickly buys Atlas and Thialfi's lectures. He's hella excited. He says his money may have evaporated, but considering the money he'll earn in the future and what he's been promised so far it's fine. He then asks her what Italy's total annual budget is. She tells him and he smiles with pure greed. He starts to laugh like a freak, and Elena is lost. The rest talk about how he's in a good mood. We get some Atlas lore, how he's the titan known for holding up the sky in Greek and Roman mythology. He's even stronger than Heracles in regards to pure strength. We see him asking what they think the most important thing is when holding up the earth, and it's not strength or anything like that, it's just perseverance. While strength is needed, it's nothing without the perseverance to back it up. He says imagine you're holding it up and you get hit in the stomach, or a snake bites your leg. Imagine the weather is extremely harsh. He says excuses will not stop you from holding it up. Jun says those are more than just excuses, I'm with him on that one. Atlas claps back saying they are just excuses, and you have to be able to hold the sky up in any situation. You should never let go of the sky. There are 3 basics of perseverance he'll teach in this lecture. Unbreakable body, so you can withstand any blow, immunity to poison, and immunity to harsh weather changes. He laughs saying this is the ultimate power behind perseverance. His daily tasks then get assigned, and we see they are actually absurd. Like carrying 500 tons, withstanding 1000 degrees, and take Jormungandr's poison. He says ignoring everything else, what's with the task of the poison? Wondering how he's meant to acquire it, then we see that it's extremely expensive, and he says spending that much daily is ridiculous. He inhales copium, saying he'll get some of Italy's annual budget, but nobody ever mentioned anything of it before. Then he decides to check out Thialfi's lecture. The hotel shakes, and we hear something crashing down, and he wonders if another distortion occurred. Some mafia members appear, asking where Jun is. Elena tells them to go away and it's not a place for them to enter. They laugh at her, saying she needs to get lost before she gets hurt. But she instantly takes one out with a whip or something. She says that she warned them. The rest charge at her with their weapons. But she swings her whip and starts taking them out one by one. One of them calls the rest idiots saying to stop rushing in, and to group. But she wraps it around his leg, and uses him as a weapon, swinging him around to hit the others. She then lets him go, and keeps her pressure up. She says it's going well, and she can get reinforcements at this rate. But she gets grabbed and thrown into the floor. She coughs up blood and we see Albano saying he didn't expect Elena to be here. She asks how he got here when it should have been blocked off. He says it's none of her business, and to answer a question for him. Then asks where Saw Jun is. She asks if he really thought she'd tell him. Then we hear the dream team who are pigging out, asking what's going on here. He sees Minhyul, asking if he saw Jun. Minhyul says no, and if he's looking for the captain then he's right behind him. Saw Jun quickly grabs Elena, and Albano wonders when the hell he got there. Minhyul keeps pigging out, saying looks like he's gotten faster. It jumps to Agnese, the leader of the moderates, asking why they would have a truce. Francesco is saying that they should temporarily join forces. She asks him what he is planning and he laughs, saying that he took care of the traitor who colluded with Antonio, asking her to go easy on him. And then he says that Albano also went to go see Saw Jun a little while ago. She asks if he is talking about the Korean hunter. Francesco says yes, and that he is an idiot who does not know his place. She says if Albano had gone there, there's no way he could have survived. And then Francesco says that even though Saw Jun was the talk of the town and is a hero, he will die a sudden death. Then Antonio and Marcelo will fall into a state of panic and chaos. He asks her what she thinks would happen if the news spread that 90,000 citizens were massacred. She asks if he is serious, saying that this is a little underhanded. He drops the traitor he is carrying, saying that he's always been insane and that it does not matter if he is underhanded. As long as he can achieve victory, he'll do whatever he needs to win. They are beasts. Rules and morals don't apply to them, and that he needs to follow his instincts. He crushes the man's skull, saying that instinctively they are cruel creatures after all. If you want to fight, you fight. If you want to kill, kill. That is the era that he wants to usher Italy into. He wipes his face with blood, saying that he plans to start a war. Back to Albano, he is surprised, wondering when exactly Saw Jun got here, saying that he intended to let his guard down, but still could not sense his movements. Elena quickly thanks him. He asks her who Albano is. She tells him that he is part of the manliness faction. Albano says that surprised him, and he guesses what you see is not everything. Saw Jun asks why he is looking for him, and Albano says why else? He heard that an Asian dog he had never heard of was interfering with his plans, so he came out of curiosity. Saw Jun says that's okay, and now that he has seen him, that he should take his subordinates and get lost. Albano grins, saying that's so kind of him, and leaps at him from behind, saying that it's his fault for turning his back on him, and reminds him that his nickname is Albano of Speed. As he gets closer, Saw Jun backhands him, sending him flying to the wall. He says these criminals are the same, and they always do this after he gives them a chance. Albano asks his men why they are standing here, saying to go kill them all. They start running in towards Saw Jun with their weapons, and we see a root fly out from the ground, and begin to tie them up. Nobody is happy, as they didn't even get to finish eating yet. Minhyul says mafia or not, they should just body them and finish their meals, but Haeun asks if they can kill them, but Soyun says that they should just knock them out. Albano watches and is surprised, since he heard that there were only some B rank and A rank small fries. He begins to feel an overwhelming sense of fear as Saw Jun begins to walk towards him. He says there's no way he's just an A rank, and tells his men to protect him and kill him first. He starts panicking, and reaches into his shirt, and pulls out some kind of flash bomb, and uses the chance to quickly run away, getting quite some distance away from where they were. Minhyul says that guy is really good at running away. Elena tells Saw Jun they can't just let him leave, and Saw Jun says he'll go catch him real quick. She thinks he's joking, and then he gets into a sprinter stance, and shatters the ground, even breaking the sound barrier as he leaves. Albano says they really underestimated the strength of the Dream Team, and the Mafia Alliance wasn't the problem, and that he must go escape and inform his boss. He thinks he's escaped, but Saw Jun quickly catches up, asking him about his car's extended warranty, and knocks him out. Albano opens his eyes, surprised to see them all. Saw Jun says good morning, Sleeping Beauty. Elena asks him how they got out of Sicily, saying that it must be sealed off by Marcelo and Antonio. And he asks her why she's curious. She says not to try anything funny and to tell her the truth. Albano begins to laugh, asking Elena if she really thought this was over, and she asks what he means. And he says, Catanzaro. Which makes her shudder. And she starts to realize what he's talking about. He says that it's too late, and she smacks him while insulting him. She continues beating him, asking if he's even a human, how he could do this. Saw Jun asks her what's wrong, and she says that these guys were threatening to take the 90,000 citizens of Catanzaro hostage and force the president to resign. Albano says originally they were planning on giving them until the end of the week, but because of the tricks those people in the parliament pulled, the order has already been given. Before he came here, the magic bomb must have been activated, and that all the citizens will soon be wiped out. Elena calls him scum, saying that he's just disguised as a human, and that there's no difference between him and a monster. Albano, still laughing, asks why that is his fault, saying that they clearly gave a negotiation plan and that her end ignored it. He keeps saying that it's her fault they're getting involved, and now the citizens will die. He gets punched again, only this time it was by Saw Jun, and not Elena. Saw Jun says that he did not kill him, but we see his eyes are open. He says he instead gave him some permanent brain damage, the Batman treatment. He tells everyone to get ready, as they are going to head to Catanzaro immediately. We see them flying into the city on a helicopter, and Saw Jun asks Suyin if she can do it. She says she needs to give it a look first, but if it's a magic bomb, she might be able to disarm it. Saw Jun then tells Minyul that he and Suyin will go locate the bomb. They should be able to do it pretty easily as Minyul can use his stealth skills. Minyul tells him not to worry. Then Saw Jun tells So-yoon to please find the people who are being held captive and that Hae-yoon will help her. Saw Jun opens the door and looks out, and Elena tries to convince him that it's too reckless. Not only is there not much time, but the moment the Mafia senses something, the members of the Dream Team will be caught up in this. He calmly tells her not to worry as he won't let that happen, and he jumps off the helicopter, using Godspeed to run across the city. As he is running, we see that his lecture progress is going up and that his daily task is to use Godspeed for 5 minutes. He's clearly in pain, saying that it feels as if his whole body is being ripped apart. Fortunately, Atlas's unbreakable body makes it bearable. But he has no time to relax. He doesn't know when the magic bomb will explode. But seeing as how it is not yet, it means the Mafia hasn't left yet. Or they've already left, and the countdown hasn't run out yet. But if they haven't left, it means that until his members arrive, and until the bomb is found and disarmed, and the people are evacuated, he must buy them time. He excels a couple more times to try and make up for all the lost time it took to fly here. We see a man holding a detonator, and he is part of Francesco's gang. His name is Caesar. He asks about the citizens, and one of his men said that they strictly warned them not to leave their houses. They probably don't even know what's happening, and they wait until the bomb explodes. Saw Jun is still on his way. Caesar says that they should deliberately let some people run away as they need survivors to spread the word about what happened. The man asks Caesar how many, and he thinks about it, saying probably around 10 people. It jumps to him in a wooded area, saying they are going back to Sicily, and this should be everybody. Don't blame him if they get blown to pieces by the bomb after being left behind. We see a flash in the sky and something soar past Caesar as he said it's time to move. They turn, worried, and Saw Jun sighs, saying that he's glad he's not too late, and he says that they must be the Mafia that took over the city. Caesar asks who he is, and Saw Jun says he's sorry, but they'll have to accompany him for a while. They start to talk amongst themselves, and Caesar points to his men, asking if he is one of the 10 people that his men let go earlier. The man says no, as there wasn't any Asians among them. They start to laugh, asking what kind of idiot would mess with the Mafia. Caesar tells him that he doesn't know who he is or why he is here, but if he wants to die that badly, they will grant his wish, and then tells his men to kill him. They start to charge towards Saw Jun, and he says that if he had known this would have happened, he would have listened to instructor Zhang Fei's lecture. Caesar tells his men that he's going to go first, and then once they clean this up, to follow him. He hears multiple people screaming and turns around to see them getting bodied. One of them attacks Saw Jun from behind, and he sighs, then uses his Godspeed once again to dash through the group as if they were bowling pins, knocking them through the air. Caesar watches in pure confusion, asking what the hell is going on, wondering where somebody like Saw Jun came from. He says he must quickly leave and blow up the bombs, but he can't just press it here. He grabs onto the detonator, and Saw Jun freezes up as he can hear it, and he glares towards the man, instilling enough fear into him that he's unable to move. Saw Jun starts walking towards him, and Caesar freezes up. Caesar starts to move again as Saw Jun gets closer, and he pleads with him to wait. Caesar screams and begins to run as his men try to buy him time, and he wonders why he is being chased like this. We see the world's greatest henchmen as they start to leap towards Saw Jun. We see one latch onto him from above while more grab him from below, and they all start cheering each other on, saying to hold on with all their strength. But it's not mattering as he is just slowly walking through them. We see a light begin to shine from the middle of them all as they all get knocked away. Jun goes straight towards Caesar, hitting his barrier. Caesar is surprised, so he leaps backward to create some distance and wonders why Jun is so persistent, saying that it wasn't like this just a little while ago. As Jun sprints right towards him, he yells not to move and holds out the detonator. He says, as expected, he knew about it, and if he takes even one step forward, he will press this, and he surely knows what will happen then. Jun says if he does that, he will also die. Caesar says that it won't be a bad idea if they all go out together and that he better not pull any tricks because the slightest move and he'll press it. Caesar says to be honest, his movements were surprising, but he is an S-rank hunter, after all. He says that he might even accidentally press the button if he gets alarmed again. He says if he wants to turn to ashes together with these citizens, he won't stop him. We see them all holding their weapons against him. Jun thinks about it and then closes his eyes. Caesar suggests that he hand his spear over, but Jun says there's no need to be so anxious. Before he can even react, Jun is already in his face as he has disabled all of the henchmen. He starts to stab towards Caesar's head, and Caesar says that he's crazy as he's making them all die together. Caesar clicks the button and closes his eyes in fear for the explosion, but sits there awkwardly as there is nothing but silence. He looks at the button and wonders if he pressed it wrong and starts spamming it. Jun sighs and says that Suyin did a great job. It jumps to Albano waking up, wondering where he is. He said that he was captured by Jun previously. He is surprised as the door opens up. He sees Caesar and says this is how it should have been. No matter how strong Jun was, it would have been impossible to deal with all the mafia by himself. He confidently grins, saying he's glad that Caesar came to save him. But Caesar says nah fam, I got my ass whooped too. Albano is confused, and then Jun appears behind them, causing Caesar to be panicked, saying to please spare him. He says he's glad they're both awake as Elena has a few questions for them. Albano says there's no way Caesar also lost. Jun tells him that their plan is now ruined and asks them how they got out of Sicily. Albano keeps up the front, asking why they would tell him, but Caesar instantly yells it was a secret passage and that that's how they were able to do it. Albano yells at him and starts to insult him, but Jun smacks the back of his head, saying that he should just go back to sleep. Then he turns towards Caesar, asking about the secret passageway. Caesar pleads for his life, and Jun reminds him that he tried to exterminate 90,000 citizens and shows him the strongest weapon in the world, the backhand, saying that he better keep talking. Albano starts to wake up again and sees the entire dream team in front of him. He looks over at Caesar, wondering if he confessed everything, and then tells them that he'll give them 70 million if they will spare his life. Jun is surprised he has that much money, and Albano asks him who he thinks they are. Jun says they are criminals, and Albano says they are not normal criminals, but the mafia. Jun says they're pretty much the same thing to him. Albano says that the mafia are engaged in various businesses, gambling, drug trafficking, loan sharking, and that they earned a whopping 53 billion a year. That should be around 80 trillion won, which is the currency that Jun uses. It starts to influence Jun a bit, and Albano quickly realizes all Jun wants is money. Everybody else watches and facepalms, and then Jun snaps out of it. Albano says that he will give him 100 billion won, and Jun snaps out of it, saying that he just said he earned 80 trillion, yet he's only going to give him 100 billion. Albano is speechless, and Jun says this won't do, asking where his boss is, and he says that he needs to know where Francesco is. But he says that he'll find him himself and that he should probably be in Sicily. He says since Caesar and them buy and sell people, he is going to sell them for some money with a very pleasant looking expression. Albano watches in fear as he gets knocked out again. Mignola sighs, saying that he wishes Albano just kept quiet about the money. We see that Haeun is the only one slightly afraid, as she's experienced it before. Elena asks Jun if he really plans to go meet Francesco. He says of course. She tries to warn him that it's dangerous. Jun reminds her that the situation will never end unless they take care of the mafia. The incident here has taught them that. The problem Italy is facing right now is not the distortion, but the mafia. And it is not like he will be going without a plan, telling her to remember the secret passageway they used. He says that he also plans to go there and make a deal on human trafficking. She is confused and asks him what he means. He puts on a shit-eating grin and starts to laugh. It goes to Messina, city that is close to Sicily. It has multiple pro-hunters here. This is where Sicily connects to the mainland. We see Marcello saying that Francesco and Agnese's movements are odd and that he thinks they have joined forces. Samuel asks what he is talking about. And we are finally introduced to Antonio, who says that it seems that Francesco and Agnese are preparing for war. And that the members they planted inside as spies have all stopped sending updates, so their cover was most likely blown. Marcello tells Samuel that they can't keep watching and they need to prepare as well. Samuel thinks about how the situation is getting worse. The Dream Team is now responsible for ensuring the safety of the entirety of Italy. He says that if the mafia groups belonging to Francesco and Agnese join forces, their numbers will be as many as 150,000. And that a war will break out if they try to fight them, which will lead to an extreme amount of casualties. And that they are already in a bad spot, as there are 90,000 citizens being held hostage. Antonio says that they must prepare for war, they are running out of options. Then a knock is heard on the door. Elena enters, apologizing for interrupting. Samuel says he thought she was in charge of the Dream Team, asking what she is doing here. She says that Seo-jun would like to meet them. Samuel realizes something is up if he wants to meet them and asks where he is. She says he's outside and then it jumps to him laughing, saying that he didn't think they would see each other again this quickly. And then greets Antonio as it's their first time meeting. And he's surprised by his automatic translator, asking if he is in the order of truth. Seo-jun says no, as it is a spirit translator. Samuel asks why he wanted to meet them. Seo-jun says it's nothing much, he's just trying to do business. However, he doesn't know the prices in Italy very well. They are all confused. He throws Albano and Caesar to the floor. Samuel asks why Francesco's executives are here. Seo-jun says they were going to pay him some money for ransom. He pulls out something from his bag, saying he wants to ask how much he should charge for a ransom of 150,000 people. Nobody knows what the hell is going on anymore. Samuel asks about his dungeon clearing request. Marcello asks what the hell he just pulled out of his bag. Elena says she will explain. It cuts to later after the explanation and Marcello bows, thanking him. Seo-jun says there's no need. Samuel says, as the Prime Minister, what he did was no different than turning a blind eye. If the Dream Team hadn't come forward, there would have been news of their massacre rather than their survival. Seo-jun quickly changes the conversation back to how much he should charge for the 150,000 ransom. Marcello asks if he means he's going to ransom the mafia. He tells them the thing he pulled out was none other than the magic bomb that was installed in the city. It hasn't exploded because it was discharged and the magic power was drained. But if charged again, it would become usable. By using the secret passage that leads to Sicily, it would be a good idea to recycle the bomb and repay those bastards for what they were trying to do to the city. He could call it his Sicily clearing operation. Antonio says he can't do that. If he were to use a magic bomb, he would definitely eliminate the mafia, but he would also be sacrificing himself. And asks how he plans to get out after detonating the bomb, saying that it's no different from committing suicide and dying with them. Samuel says he's right and that the Dream Team has sacrificed enough, so they can't ask him to do anything like that. Seo-jun tells them not to worry, as he has a plan, and that they should resolve this quickly. Antonio thinks about it, asking him why he's willing to go so far, saying that he has nothing to do with Italy. Let alone risking his life, no one can say anything even if he did leave. And nobody would have blamed him if he never came in the first place. So why is he risking his life to help them? Seo-jun asks him why he needs a reason to help others, saying that it's just something that you do. Antonio is surprised and starts to recall Andrea saying that people don't follow you because of power, they follow because of beliefs. Antonio starts to see Andrea inside of Seo-jun, saying that he thought he would never see something like this again. Seo-jun quickly puts the bomb back into his bag, saying that he's going to go and get everybody ready. Antonio calls out to him once more but with a more respectful tone, and takes his hat off, saying that they will do everything possible to repay the favor. Marcello and Samuel also all bow, telling him to come back alive. The room is full of a rough atmosphere, and Seo-jun is drawing a blank. He tells them that he's not going there to die, but he feels like he shouldn't say anything and ruin such a great mood. He picks up his 2 money bags and says whatever, and goes to leave, saying that he'll be back as they feel nothing but pure respect for him. And they start to say that he reminds them of Sir Andrea. Elena can't help but have other thoughts. It jumps to one of the mafia strongholds in Sicily. We see someone twirling something as Agnese tells Francesco that she sent the people to Messina like he has asked. He says that means they can attack at any time. She turns and looks out the window towards her men, asking if there's a need to move so quickly. In terms of power, they are at a disadvantage, even more so now that 50,000 of their elite forces have been set aside. She wonders if he's maybe acting too hastily. He sighs, saying that her worries are for nothing and that's why she was never able to escape Sicily. In a little while, Chaos will seep all over Italy, and it's obvious how the panicked Congress will react. All they have to do is take advantage of that time. It is very simple since war is bound to happen. All they have to do is take advantage of that time. It's better to seize their chance when the situation is most advantageous. Agnese starts to get a message over the radio, and it says that most of Antonio's forces have withdrawn from Messina. Francesco smiles, saying that it's just as he told her. It was obvious how Congress would react. He tells her to have their troops on standby to advance into Messina. Once this happens, everybody will panic more, and if they leave the elite soldiers to Antonio and wipe them out, then he stabs the wall, saying that Italy will be in their hands. Agnese says this means that the main army is just cannon fodder. Francesco tells her that this is the most efficient use of them, asking her if she agrees. She says that he is truly out of his mind and then starts to smile, saying that she likes it. They begin to laugh. Francesco says now Italy will enter a new era of revolution. We see Saw Jun has been listening to this, and he says, "This shit is cringy." They both turn, completely confused by his appearance, but recognize him. He says it's his bad, he just said it without realizing and asks if he is Francesco or not. He quickly asks Saw Jun how he got in here or rather how he's alive. Saw Jun asks what he is talking about and throws the money bags to the floor, saying that here's one of his presents. Albano and Caesar start telling him to run away and begging for help. Francesco says it's understandable how Albano was caught, but for Caesar, who went to blow up the bomb, it is so weird. Saw Jun says he heard they make a lot of money, and Francesco says that it's nice that he can communicate without an interpreter, asking if he's an Order of Truth member. Saw Jun sighs, since he keeps getting asked the question. Francesco says that can't be possible, asking how he would even be a member of the order. Saw Jun realizes something and asks what he means, saying that he truly must know something, and that at first, he just wanted some money, but this won't do. He drops the bomb out of his bag, and they ask how he has that. He says that he's glad he recognizes it, and they must know how powerful it is. Agnese asks him if that's the bomb, and Francesco says yes, if it explodes, the entire area will turn to ashes. Saw Jun suggests that he just blow it up right now, and Francesco says there's no way he's thinking that he can trick him with a bomb that has no magic power, asking why he thought this would even be a good plan. Saw Jun says he's right and begins to pour an ass ton of magic power into the bomb, enough to cause the entire room to feel heavy due to the pressure of his mana. Now the bomb is supercharged, and they are surprised that he filled it to the brim instantly. Saw Jun says that now charging is complete. Maybe he can blow it up. Francesco says if he blows it up, he won't live either, and Saw Jun asks why he thought he would come here without taking that into account. Francesco doesn't like how confident he sounds and asks him what he wants. Saw Jun brings up the fact he has heard they earned a lot of money, and Francesco smiles, asking how much he wants, saying that he'll give him whatever price he asks for. Saw Jun says that Albano and Caesar said their ransom was 70 million euros and there are about 50,000 elite soldiers here because of the main army left. Francesco says he can't be left alive since he knows their plan and that he'll give him some spare change and take advantage when he is distracted. Then Saw Jun starts counting on his fingers and quickly asks for 700 billion euros. Francesco's eyes start to bulge, and he asks how greedy somebody can be. The sound echoes throughout the room and Saw Jun is speechless. He quickly says that he just said he could ask for however much he wants. Francesco says that he didn't even mean to blurt that out and then sighs, saying he will give it to him. Then he goes for a surprise attack, which Saw Jun easily blocks. Francesco then goes for a follow-up, saying that he will pay him that much but at the price of his life. He launches his attack towards Saw Jun, who evades it by going into the air, saying that he's being too reckless, asking what he'll do if he blows the bomb up. Francesco tells him to try it, saying that there's no way they would be scared by a bluff and that they don't know what he's scheming, but he wouldn't jeopardize himself too. He starts to laugh, saying that he asked for 700 billion and says that he would like to see him try to get it. He launches another attack towards Saw Jun with his throwing knives. Saw Jun starts blocking them one by one, saying that he saw through him. It's true that he can't detonate the bomb thoughtlessly. In the worst case, he can try to quickly leave before being caught in the explosion using Godspeed, but he's not used to it yet, so it will take some time, and it would be impossible to do that if both of them interfered. Francesco looks back, asking Agnes what she's doing, saying that he won't blow the bomb up. Saw Jun says that he's quite quick when it comes to this and says that it must be because he has experience with such things. He readies his spear and then starts to release his aura, which knocks Francesco and Agnes back and begins to weigh down on them. They wonder how powerful he is, as his magic power is incomparable to what it was earlier. Saw Jun says he didn't expect to be given the money so easily, and Albano starts doing a forbidden version of the worm, trying to escape. Saw Jun says that he's not going to waste time and he will put an end to this, and that he still has some questions that he wants them to answer. He casts Disperse, and we see an explosion immediately follow. Agnes and Francesco are hurt by this, and Francesco says that he definitely avoided the attack, yet he still got injured from it. We see Saw Jun coming in for a quick follow-up. Then he uses Grasp to pull them closer towards him, towards the tip of his weapon. Francesco and Agnes start to feel a tight grip on them and begin to release their aura to try and fight back. Francesco launches his throwing knives, and Agnes raises her hammer into the air. They both try to collapse their attacks in on Saw Jun while letting out a loud scream. Impacting at the same time, surely thinking that they got him, but we see Saw Jun appear behind them. They both turn, saying that this is impossible and that there's no way he dodged the attacks of two people who were at the level of a Cataclysm hero. Saw Jun quickly gets into stance for the follow-up. If you guys remember, his combo is a 3-step process. He uses Pierce, and they realize that they are cooked. Sometime later, Francesco opens his eyes, and Saw Jun says he's awake and that he woke up earlier than he expected. Francesco sees that the entire area is decimated, and he begins to laugh uncontrollably. Saw Jun thinks that he might have given this guy too much brain damage. Francesco says that even Andrea, the hero of the Cataclysm, was not like this. The overwhelming strength that neither he nor Agnes could measure up against. He realizes that the gap is just too strong. He says his plan was perfect. First, he would take advantage of the distortions and eat away at Antonio's forces. Then he would cause chaos by exterminating these citizens. And then he would use his army to engulf the entirety of Italy. But there's only one reason for his defeat. He looks over, saying that it wasn't Antonio, nor the Pro-Hunter Association, or anybody else except one single hunter. Saw Jun asks him if he's done laughing, saying that it's time to get to talking now. Francesco asks him what he's planning to do now. Saw Jun says, "What else?" and taps on the bomb. Francesco says, of course, there's no way he'd leave his elite members here. Saw Jun says, back to the main point, asking how much money he can give him. Francesco laughs, asking if he'll let him live if he gives him money. Saw Jun says that depends on how much he's willing to give him. Francesco continues to laugh again, and he says that he should just say he'll give it to him. Even if he tried not to, Antonio will find a way to do it when he takes over the mafia. But he wonders if Saw Jun would really be able to take it all. And he asks if he would even be able to activate the bomb while knowing the consequences. Saw Jun says that it would mean the 50,000 elite mafia gathered here would be wiped out. Francesco says, no, he's talking about the bomb's real purpose. It's a bomb with the power to turn a city to ashes. And he asks him where he thinks he got the bomb from, saying there's no way he thinks that the mafia could build it. He starts to recall the Order of Truth comment he made earlier, and he realizes it and asks Francesco straight up about his suspicions. Francesco smirks and says, as expected, he also knew about the Order of Truth's mask and the hypocrites who wear that mask. He then says that he is the reason, and says that he is the one who killed Andrea. But to be exact, he instigated the Order of Truth to kill him, and they killed him very cleverly, making it look like it was a dungeon accident, and that bomb was originally a means of dealing with the monster that killed Andrea. That terrifying monster could only be killed that way. But that is not what he did, as he thought it was a waste. To use such a terrifyingly beautiful and powerful bomb to kill a monster was too small for him, so he decided to put it to better use. Saw Jun says he's talking about bombing the city. Francesco says, yes, and it's truly a shame. He wanted to see the 90,000 citizens disappear. Saw Jun calls him crazy, and Francesco says that he's always been crazy, asking him if he still doesn't find anything strange and why he is suddenly being obedient, telling him all this. He says it's because it's meaningless, and jolts up for a surprise attack. Saw Jun knocks it away, and Francesco's face slowly starts to turn into that of someone smirking, as we see that his attack wasn't actually for Saw Jun but rather the bomb. Saw Jun says that he should have thought about this and understood who the real target was from the start. Francesco says, even though he lost, in the end, there will be no winner and everybody will die. Saw Jun quickly kicks him in the face, causing him to spit up blood and lose a couple of teeth, and as he falls to the floor, Saw Jun says, damn, he has to get out of here before the bomb explodes. He starts to activate his 3 energy centers and uses Godspeed to fly away. Somewhere else, we see some ghouls rise out of a coffin or something, and we hear a voice asking why, and that they're talking to none other than Andrea's sword. A man appears, calling out to her, and we learn that she is the Apostle of Patience. It is said that the bomb exploded on the island of Sicily. She says that it was supposed to be on Catanzaro. It doesn't matter since fate already showed the bomb would explode and Francesco ended up making an absolute mess, but it'll be okay. She'll take care of it. The assistant continues, saying that the Apostle of Temperance told them to be careful because Saw Jun has made his move. She starts to mutter about how he's the unseen variable, and then we hear an evil scream which shocks the underling, and he begins to get out of breath. She says that she doesn't know if Saw Jun is even going to be able to handle this guy, as we see a giant demon. We see Saw Jun flying through the air, and he crash lands into the ground, clearly in severe pain, saying that in addition to the recoil from Godspeed, he was also hit with the shockwave from the explosion. He pulls out his phone, saying that this isn't the time to be lying here, and he buys a replica elixir for 15 million. He drinks it, then sits up and starts meditating to heal himself. He says if what that crazy bastard Francesco said is true, this isn't over. What's more, the bomb that was meant to get rid of the monster has already exploded, so he's the only one that can deal with it now. Back in Messina, we see a big brawl breaking out. Antonio says that these people are ruining the name of the mafia and to punish them according to the law of the family. Marcello yells, saying that they are insects eating their homeland and not to spare them, and they don't want to waste the opportunity that Saw Jun gave them by sacrificing himself to restore order to Italy. They continue their fight. A woman tells Samuel that Antonio's factions are sweeping the east, and that Marcello is chasing everybody who's escaping. The mafia is being destroyed. Samuel thinks about Saw Jun, and a little while ago they received the report about the massive explosion which killed 50,000 mafia elites, which means that Saw Jun was also caught up in it, and he chose to sacrifice himself for the people of Italy. They keep misunderstanding this, but it's funny. Samuel says they'll never forget this favor, and at the same time they can't let the opportunity go to waste, and tells his men to make sure that nobody gets away. Hacker Man is going crazy and sees something surprising on his monitor. It cuts to Marcello as the remnants of Francesco and Agnese's gangs have been eliminated, and they start hugging since they've won. Marcello says that it's finally over, and Antonio says that nobody thought this would have been possible, and they owe Saw Jun a huge favor they'll never be able to repay. They then start to feel instinctual fear, and Hacker Man tells Samuel that they're in trouble as the distortion is happening in Messina. The measured power is unusual, and it's on a different scale than the figures they've seen in the last decades. They see a giant crack in the sky and wonder what is going on. It begins to open, and Hacker Man says that it won't end with just one city. The entirety of Italy is going to be wiped out by this thing. Marcello and Antonio are riddled with fear as they see two giant hands open the rift, and the demon that the Apostle of Pestilence was talking about begins to come out from it, and it is none other than a demogorgon. It lets out a powerful scream, which causes everybody around it to have their eyes bleed along with vomiting blood. They start to fall, and some of them collapse on the spot. Antonio says that he has to move and he should do something, but he can't as the fear of death is making it impossible for him to move. We hear Suyin saying to freeze, and she freezes the demogorgon's feet. We see something quickly move behind it, and it's none other than Minul using a secret technique, and he cuts off one of the demogorgon's arms using lightning slash. The monster lets out a scream and raises its hand to go to smack him. Suyin steps up and begins to unsheath her sword using the second movement called the chaotic fire blood slash, and she begins to cut the demogorgon into pieces. We see Heiyun's spirit fox also descend to help those who are still here, and it begins to use a demon spirit detoxification to clear the area, getting rid of the miasma that was surrounding the people. They begin to yell, saying that the dream team is here to back them up, and we see everybody strike a pose. Heiyun and Suyin start to use their own respective skills to slam the demogorgon into the ground after it regenerated. Heiyun raises her fist back and yells, as she shoots out a giant golden beam called the Prominence Explosion. That shit looks clean. The spectators are hella impressed, saying that they expected this much of the dream team. Antonio says that it's not over yet and they have to run away. They ask what he is yapping about, and then we see the demogorgon instantly pop back up fully healed, and they are surprised that it's still perfectly okay after being caught in the explosion. Minul and Soyun both go back in for round 2 slicing it. Even though they cleanly cut its limbs off, it instantly regenerates them on the spot. They say that this makes no damn sense. The demogorgon lets out another howl, raising ghouls from the ground, which slowly begin to surround everybody. They start to scream and Marcello falls to his knees, thinking that it's hopeless. Minul tanks a hit and gets launched through a building. Suyin calls out to him. Then we see a ghoul biting onto Heiyun's arm. Even Soyun seems to be in pain and Marcello starts to shudder, yelling for them to please leave as they've sacrificed enough, and they've done what they can. For the sake of this country, A young foreign hunter who had nothing to do with him fought, and died while taking down 50,000 enemies with him. The Dream Team have already done things that they'll never be able to repay. He yells, asking for them not to risk their lives, as they can't sacrifice their benefactors like this. He starts to even cry, trying his best to get them to understand to leave. Suyin calls out to Haeun and Marcelo wonders why they aren't running away, saying that maybe they are waiting for Seo-jun. He realizes that he needs to say something and he tells them that it's no use and that he is already dead. Minhyul smirks, saying that there's no way he'd be dead, as it just wouldn't make sense. Suyin says the only thing that can kill him is the world breaking itself. Haeun says they are forgetting that money would kill him as well. And Seo-jun begins to laugh. Marcelo is completely surprised by their nonchalant attitudes. And we see Elena run by him. She tells them to hang in there. As if he does, Seo-jun will come here. He's surprised that even she is buying into it and wonders what kind of blind faith this is. There's no way that he'd be able to survive such an explosion. And even if he somehow did, nothing will change. But he begins to feel something and he starts to shake, wondering why he wants to believe them so badly, as we see tears rolling down his face. Antonio puts his hand on his shoulder and begins to lightly smile. And he says that if it's not their benefactor, who else would be able to do it? Marcelo understands that he's right. They watch as another attack hits the Demogorgon and they stand up saying that they will help too. And then no matter what, they have to stop the monsters here. Until Seo-jun gets here and that nobody can die. Antonio and his men start fighting the ghouls. And they say that they have to protect Italy with their own hands. As people are getting bodied left and right, we see that even Suyin got clapped and Minhyul is trying to get her to wake up. Marcelo says this is the absence. Marcelo watches in fear saying that this is the true absence of a hero. And the Demogorgon shatters the ground beneath them. Seo-jun begins to cough up blood and we see that she is extremely tired. And she says that she thought she could hold out a little longer. And she smiles saying that she hopes Grandpa won't scold Seo-jun so much. We see a familiar blue light in the sky as it flies in and cuts the arm off the Demogorgon again, causing it to scream. Seo-jun opens her eyes and it quickly turns to happiness, and she asks Seo-jun why he is so late. And he starts with the first step of his combo by using Disperse. Everybody sees that Seo-jun has now arrived. Marcelo and Antonio are surprised that he's actually alive. As Seo-jun gets closer, he realizes that this thing is hella strong. So he activates his 3 centers and says that he has to go all out from the beginning. He follows up the first part of his combo by using Grasp to pull the Demogorgon to him. He rears his spirit back and then uses Disperse one more time, creating a giant blue beam. He has never done this before. Elena and the others think that he knocked the monster down, but Seo-jun does not lose his guard, saying that it's not time yet. As the monster begins to regenerate itself once more, Seo-jun creates a little bit of distance. He begins trading blow for blow with the Demogorgon. He says that its regeneration speed is increasing every time he uses his DGP combo. His attack speed can't keep up with its regen. We see him get knocked into a building by the Demogorgon. He begins to cough up blood and says this is his first time encountering something that could withstand Wukong's skill. Then we hear the other members of the Dream Team tell him that he doesn't need to take it on by himself. They get into position, asking what he needs them to do. He realizes that they've grown up a lot from the past. He starts to think about how even Wukong's ability isn't working. With his current level, there's no way to deal with it. He acknowledges that. But he then tells everybody to buy him some time until he gathers enough strength. And to please hang on until then. Seo-jun walks back up, saying that if he only needs them to buy time, that they can easily manage that, as that's what they were doing before. Everybody joins, even Elena and Marcelo and Antonio. They start preparing to engage with the Demogorgon. Marcelo says there's no way they'd let Italy get taken over by a monster. Antonio tells some of his men to make sure they protect Seo-jun. As they all start to fly in towards the beast, all they can hear on Samuel's side is screams. They start to think it's a meaningless fight and that they will be finished here. Samuel turns, telling them all they should run away from here and inform the people that Italy is finished. And to request for neighboring support. And beg them not to ignore the fleeing citizens and let them be refugees. He steps out of his office, saying that if they have to kneel, then do so. Beg them not to ignore their people. As he watches the fight, Hackerman asks what he will do. And Samuel says that he will stay with them, as there are still people fighting to protect Italy. So he can't just abandon them and run away. He turns and tells them that he will leave it to them to get the citizens out. We see the Dream Team still buying time for Seo-jun. And the Demogorgon raises its hand and starts to come in towards them for an attack. We see Seo-jun has his eyes closed, and then he locks in and uses disperse again, creating an even more concentrated beam than before, blowing the Demogorgon's head clean off. He rears his weapon back once more, using grasp to put a giant hole through the Demogorgon. He spam repeats this process over and over again, as we see there is blue lightning around it. He says that he is going to use Godspeed and pair it with Wukong's skill to create a piercing technique that has been pushed to the absolute limit of speed. He grits his teeth, saying that he will overcome it, even if it shatters his whole body. And so what if the Demogorgon can regenerate quickly? He just needs to go beyond its limit. And this will be his first step into becoming a transcendent. The Demogorgon screams. And so does he. As he uses an ability that he has dubbed Beyond Transcended, creating a giant yellow beam. We see Seo-jun's eyes begin to glow up, as her and the rest of the dream team are completely surprised by what they just witnessed. Hackerman then tells Samuel that the monster has been defeated. And we see Antonio and the rest are watching as the monster has been completely deleted from their world. And they all can see Seo-jun's back. Marcelo and the rest start to scream and cheer as Seo-jun has completely shattered the expectations of the world. It jumps to the Apostle of Patience being told about the Demogorgon's energy fading out. She asks her assistant what happened exactly. He says that the Demogorgon got clapped. We learn that the Demogorgon is a demon born in the underworld a long time ago, and even speaking its name is considered taboo. It's a monster from the chaotic world and a predator from the upside down. A vicious monster from the fallen angel Lucifer. The Apostle of Patience asks if this makes any sense, and she grits her teeth, saying this has to be a dream. Her assistant says they want her to hurry back to the headquarters. She begins to release a pressure throughout the room, which takes the man aback. He says there's no way that's the Apostle of Patience because she has no patience. It jumps back to Seo-jun, who says that his mind is floating as if he was swimming in water. He starts to smell something, saying that it's a familiar smell. We hear Soo-yun saying that it's strange, that it's not working, and maybe it's because they're euro bills. They start digging around their wallets, looking for Korean money. We hear that Hae-eun has some, and they quickly confiscate it from her. In typical Seo-jun fashion, his eyes open, and they all are surprised that he actually woke up, and they distance themselves from him. He asks them what they think they are doing. Soo-yun says that she told them that this would happen and that he would wake up. Min-yul says that it's true, and Hae-eun just finds it surprising that her spiritual magic did not work yet money did. Seo-yun clears her throat, and Seo-jun asks her what the rest are doing. She says they are making a fuss, saying that they would wake him up because he was unconscious this entire time. Seo-jun asks what they are yapping about. She says that Soo-yun claimed that even if Seo-jun died, the moment he smelled money, he would arise. He asks her if that's why he has money stuck up his nose, and she says yes. We see her shaking trying to hold in her laughter, and he asks her what's wrong. Seo-jun quickly tells her that he does not mind if she laughs, and she instantly lets it out. He pulls the money out of his nose. And Seo-jun says judging from their moods, it looks like everything ended well. He says if he hadn't listened to Thialfi's lecture, it would have been dangerous. Rather, it would have been impossible for him to survive the great explosion in Sicily to begin with. He says that maybe he's relied on Wukong's skill too much. He looks down at his phone, and Seo-jun quickly asks Mentor for some advice. Mentor says that he has something else to deal with first, and Seo-jun laughs, saying that he must be busy. And then he asks Seo-yun how long he's been out. She tells him that he's been out for 3 days. He's surprised, saying that he thought it would be half a day or a day at most. She tells him not to get her started, and after using that power, he was in a severe condition. They said that almost every bone in his body was broken. As if he was completely crushed. They all thought he was dead. Hae-eun goes on again about how she used all of her spiritual power, but there was no sign of anything happening. Yet money worked, and we see the rest laughing at her as she's so dead serious. Seo-jun wonders if it was really the smell of money that brought him back, or that it must have been the residue from the elixir that healed his body. He starts to inhale copium, saying that must be the case. A knock appears on the door, and Elena enters. Is completely surprised that he's awake. She says that this is the perfect timing as Antonio, Marcelo, and Samuel all came here to check on him. Not only can they discuss compensation, they also wanted to check on his condition, and he says to let them in now. We see them all enter the room, and they ask him how he is feeling. Seo-jun says other than a little stiff, he's feeling great. They start to feel how large the gap is, saying that even though he was on the verge of death, he's only feeling stiff. Everybody except Samuel, as he is not a hunter, so he doesn't understand. He clears his throat, saying that he heard they wanted to talk to him about something. Marcelo says that since he hasn't recovered, They should not waste any time. And he wants to get straight to the point. Elena hands him the profit from the processing of the corpses from all the dungeon clears. They haven't been able to process all of them since there are so many, but they are expected to generate approximately 90 million. Antonio tells him that the Mafia also prepared an award for him. Even though they don't know when Francesco and Agnese started, but they had made a lot of money through illegal activities. Although the money was earned illegally, the way you use it is what matters. They wouldn't have gotten that money if it weren't for him anyway, so he'll just give him all of it. And that is around 7.5 billion euros. Saw Jun does some quick maths, and Antonio says that they also have more assets hidden in Sicily, but as he knows, Sicily is gone. So Yoon quickly tells him that Saw Jun isn't listening anymore. Samuel says that if it wasn't for Saw Jun, Italy would be gone, and he was wondering if it would be right to compensate him with money at first. So he thought of another reward, but the Dream Team said that money would be the only option for him. Saw Jun is feeling loved since they truly understand him, and Samuel hands him some papers, saying that this is their sincerity and gave him another 30 billion. Saw Jun starts to think about how much he's earned so far, saying that he's earned 56 trillion for his currency. He says 50 trillion is the same amount of money that Jesus, who worked as a carpenter, could have earned if he was still working to this day, while making 70 million won per day, or the amount of money that the last Neanderthal who went extinct 30,000 years ago could earn if he was paid 1.6 billion a year. So Yoon tells him that they've already been told about the compensation, so they just discuss amongst themselves, and they will only take 1 trillion each. Minyul says that if you look at it, the Mafia work was done by him alone. It's only proper that he receives all the money Antonio gives, and they said that it's the same with the Demogorgon, since they only helped out. Saw Jun is confused, wondering when they became so considerate, and he starts to shake while opening his phone, wondering what the next casualty price is. And we see that it is a Shantou replica for 35 billion, and at this rate, not only will elixirs not be a problem, he can also freely buy other equipment as well, and he starts to imagine himself in a bathtub full of money, while pogging out of his gourd. Samuel says he's sorry it's not enough, but it's all they could do for him. Saw Jun quickly says that's plenty, and that he understands that Italy is going to be struggling for quite a while now, and the fact that he was given this much means that he's clearly done his absolute best. Samuel then asks him if he can do one thing for him. Saw Jun says of course and asks him what it is, and Samuel says if it's alright with him, could he just take a walk down the streets of Rome just once? It jumps to Rome as we see a helicopter flying over the city and a limousine pull up that is holding Saw Jun inside with Samuel. Samuel says that Italy has suffered a lot and asks him if he can give their people hope once more. He along with the Dream Team exit the limousine and start walking down the streets. We hear a woman calling out for her daughter as Saw Jun looks over to see a little girl approaching him and she hands him a super realistic 4K Ultra HD drawing of the fight. He thanks her and pats her head and then waves bye to her. As they continue up some stairs we see Marcelo and Antonio both cross their hands on their chest to show respect and salute and they all start to make a pledge. The Hunter Association along with the Mafia both begin to swear that they will protect and respect the weak and to protect the honor and glory with bravery and justice. They will abominate the unfairness and deceit and they will always be sincere and not turn down any challenge that comes their way. His pain will soon become their pain and his happiness will be their happiness as no matter where he is they will respond to him and his enemies will be theirs. They will remember everyone on the Dream Team as their heroes and they will regard them as the head of the Mafia and pledge to be loyal. They call him Kappa di Tutti Capi. Saw Jun says that it is a term that refers to the Mafia's godfather, and Andrea the hero of the Cataclysm. So Yun asks him what he is doing saying that he has to reply to them. He turns back around to see all the citizens, who have their eyes filled with hope and are all cheerful as they look up at him. He says that people say results are everything in life and they aren't wrong because that's what he used to think as well. However, through the series of experiences he's had so far he's finally understood. That's just something you say when you fight enemies. Even if the results are bad, people will remain by your side as long as you put in the effort. The destination is not everything, and they become narrow-minded because they think that that destination is more important than the journey itself. He starts to smile saying that his real reward in this moment is feeling truly happy, that he can make such a difference in people's lives. Despite the fact that they all just went through hell a couple days ago, they are all standing here together with him, showing that they are not truly alone. For those who are struggling, comforting them by telling them to cheer up is worse than doing nothing at all, and happiness may be nothing more than a simple deception for these people. Even though he hopes that they truly remain happy. He says it's similar to a caterpillar living each day with the belief that it's the last day before it transforms into a butterfly. No matter how hopeless the situation is, even when faced with an inevitable fate, as long as they don't give up and find the meaning of life, they will always be able to rise again. Instead of saying all of this, which would have been a pretty goated speech, he instead just yells, telling them all to please be happy. The dream team is completely confused, and Elena along with everybody else begins to laugh, which shows that he is truly lightened in the mood. Soohyun is laughing, saying that she thought he would say something else since he looked so serious. And Soyoon says that she's laughing too much. The citizens start yelling back, saying that they will be happy, and no matter what they will do their best to remain so. Samuel is smiling and everybody seems to be having a great time, including Sojun, as the area is full of laughter and joy. We see that the news from Italy took the world by storm. Professional hunters from around the world started talking about them as well. Some were skeptical, but more and more people had begun to hear the name Dream Team at least once. In Korea, Samuel requested Korea's cooperation for Italy's recovery. And at the same time, thanks to the positive image of Korea created by the Dream Team, all the fields related to people's lives have begun to revive, and boosted their economies. We see Soohyun asking Sojun if he really isn't going, saying that Elena said she would show them to good pizza places, and pasta restaurants. Haeun suggests they just leave him be, saying that his body is probably still sore. Soyoon tells him that they will be back later. We see Sojun biting his thumb, asking why he isn't here, then on cue his phone lights up as Mentor starts to pop out. Sojun barks at him, causing him to faint and die on the spot. Later we see Mentor asking how he is feeling, saying that he should be hitting his limits. Sojun says that he guesses that is the truth, and Mentor asks if he can peep his lecture progress. Sojun asks him what he thinks, and Mentor says there is indeed a problem, and then starts rubbing his eyes, saying that he thinks he is seeing stuff. He does a double take on his lecture results, saying that it looks like the error has occurred again, and then summons a hammer from the dark dimension, saying that he is going to destroy the device. Sojun tells him to calm down and picks up the little guy. Mentor starts screaming to let go, saying that it is spreading a casualty error and must be destroyed. He continues to scream, saying to let go. We see Mentor going insane, laughing, saying that there's no way this is right, and mumbling to himself. Sojun asks him what's wrong. Mentor barks at him, asking why he agreed when he said that he was feeling his limits, asking if he is faking it. Sojun says that's not it, and Mentor asks what on earth he's talking about and what he did with Buddha's lecture. Sojun says that he's not too sure what he means. It just turned out this way. Mentor sighs and then quickly asks him what limits he is talking about. Sojun says that he would like to learn the next set of Wukong skills, Heavenly Meteor Staff. In order to take this, you need to understand DGP. And whenever he tries to take the Heavenly Meteor Staff, a notification pops up saying that he must complete DGP to learn it. But as you can see, the progress with the lecture is extremely slow, as he is only at 14.3%. Mentor asks if he just doesn't understand the fact that he is progressing at an extremely fast rate. Sojun says even so, it doesn't have to be the Heavenly Meteor Staff. He's accumulated a lot of casualty this time, so any technique is fine. Mentor says he can recommend the best method to surpass his current level. Mentor says that it seems like he has really saved up a lot. And Sojun tells him he'll be surprised if he hears the truth. Mentor thinks about it, saying that if there are no limitations on casualty, then there are two methods he can recommend for his current situation. The first is to increase the total amount of magic power. Unlike other cadets, he can use magic power from all three of his energy centers. And just by increasing the total amount of magic power, he can easily break away from his current limits. To put it simply, it's like using all of the casualty he has and buying elixirs. Sojun asks him what the other method is. He says that it's learning the Heavenly Meteor Staff from Wukong, just like he said. Sojun asks how that would be possible since he hasn't completed DGP yet. Mentor shakes his finger, saying that is if you go through the lecture system at his academy. And it's a different story if you learn it directly from Wukong himself. Mentor says, to put into terms he would understand, it would be private tutoring. Sojun asks if that is even possible. And Mentor says of course. In fact, it is closer to single course lectures rather than private tutoring. Asking him if he understands the concept of Spartan training. Sojun recalls the movie 300, and Mentor continues, saying that it doesn't last forever. But recently, their academy updated their curriculum. The single course lectures were also updated, and he believes that Wukong is among them. Sojun pushes the play button. And we see a hamster running on a wheel as a broccoli-haired guy says that he's feeling nothing but self-doubt, and another man is feeling sadness. A narrator says that it must be hard to become a transcendent. Based on how the freshmen have been acting, They prepare the single course training to solve every problem they are struggling with. The problem that they don't know how to deal with will be solved by the professional instructors. The ad continues, saying that it's only for a limited time and to apply now for single course lectures. It even has a little jingle to it. Jun looks over at Mentor, who says not to worry as this is just an advertisement. He starts scrolling through his phone, looking for the Wukong lecture, and finally finds it. Jun asks if he applies for it if he will be taught 101, just like how he is speaking to Mentor currently. Mentor says yes, and perhaps his DGP lecture will increase as well. He will have the opportunity to learn not only the Heavenly Meteor staff but also other abilities from Wukong. However, since the instructor is invited directly, the cost of casualty is enormous. Although he will be in a spiritual form that can influence this dimension, his mere existence imposes a casualty burden that is extremely massive. So it will consume casualty on the hour. Jun says this is very tempting, asking how much it costs. Mentor says to give him a second as he's not good at math and says it would be around 1 trillion an hour. After thinking about it for a long time, Jun decides to just take it for an hour to try it out. And due to him breaking character, he turns into a stick man as does Mentor. Jun says just thinking about being able to receive a lecture from Wukong means that the 1 trillion is cheap. So, Mentor says he'll call him up now, and Jun thinks about it while crying blood, saying that even if the lecture is ass, it's just 1 hour. Mentor says that Wukong will be coming right now, and we see him appear behind Jun. Wukong asks if this is the freshman who wanted to fight him. Jun is completely surprised, saying that he couldn't even feel his presence and that nobody has been able to escape Chiron's senses until now. And Wukong asks him again if he is the freshman who wanted to fight with him. Jun is confused and his glance shifts to the side, and he says that Mentor said that he would be teaching him, and that he would point out each problem one by one. But where on earth is the teaching part since he just wants to fight? And he wonders if Mentor knew all this from the start. Mentor fakes as if he didn't, and Wukong whispers into Jun's ear, asking him why he's not answering him. And Jun says, for those of you who don't know, his nickname the Heavens equal Great Sage, literally means a sage as great as the heavens and is a title given only to Wukong as he caused a mess in the heavenly realm. The Jade Emperor was unable to stop his disturbance and approved it. And after becoming the caretaker of the heavenly peaches, instead of taking care of them, he ate them. In the end, the Jade Emperor got pissed and sent the best generals from heaven to deal with him, and they all got bodied. In the end, he was sealed by Buddha, who couldn't stand his sight any longer. After being rescued by Tripitaka, he was recognized for his contribution, helping him get to India, and he was called the victorious fighting Buddha. He's a fighter among fighters who is also a delinquent, and if Jun fights him, he will definitely die. Wukong keeps asking him if he is the one who wanted to fight him. Jun goes to turn around to make an excuse, but Mentor jumps in, saying yes, he is the one who wants to fight. And there's no need to go easy on him. Jun covers his mouth, asking him what bullshit he is spouting. And Wukong thinks about it, asking if that's really the case, and he begins to smile, saying that he'll let loose for the first time in a while. He rips out some of his hair and blows it, using a divination art to slowly change the landscape of the room into that of a grassy field. Jun looks around, surprised. But Wukong says that this will be none other than their own personal fighting stage. Wukong tells him not to worry as he just used a Taoist art to create a different space, because the space they were in was too small to fight. He quickly comes in for an attack, and Jun manages to block it. But we clearly see the recoil is intense. He says that it's only a spiritual form yet it's this powerful. He thought that he wouldn't be able to affect this dimension at all. Mentor corrects it, saying that his attack can only influence Jun, because he's the one who paid the casualty. Jun wonders why he's only hearing about this now as a giant explosion ensues. We see Jun upside down, and Wukong is confused, asking why the hell he's so weak and yawns, saying that it's boring. Jun gets pissed and leaps at him, using Disperse. Wukong is surprised and laughs, saying it turned out that he was one of his students, and we see that he has grabbed Jun's spear with his bare hands. Jun grits his teeth and then social distances himself. He unleashes his 3 energy centers, and Wukong says that this isn't bad at all and then says he must be the cadet whose casualty could not be measured. Jun then uses Grasp, and Wukong says this is the power of using the 3 energy centers at the same time. Even though he used only a small amount of magic power, the efficiency is really amazing. He then encourages Jun to show him even more. Jun begins to release more of his magical power and starts to attack by using Godspeed. Wukong says that's a little dangerous, and Seo-jun says even if his whole body breaks, he doesn't mind as long as he can take that stupid smile off of Wukong's face. He charges up for a mega attack and uses Pierce, and we see it coming from behind. Wukong has his eyes closed but quickly turns over towards the attack and uses the Heavenly Meteor Staff's first technique. It's called the Azure Sky Soaring Flow, and we see that it completely annihilates Seo-jun's Pierce attack, and Seo-jun starts to get severely flashbanged. It jumps to him waking up on the ground, saying that he couldn't see nor react to it, and he can't even fathom what realm Wukong is in and that this is the true strength of a transcendent. Wukong is talking to Mentor, saying that maybe it's because it's been a while, but he could not control his strength. Mentor says it's because he used his Taoist art, and that most of his power was already sealed due to the casualty restrictions, but since he used his art to create this world, the restrictions must have become worse. Wukong says that's true, but there's no way they could have fought in that narrow world. Seo-jun then jolts up, surprised that almost all of Wukong's powers were sealed, and Wukong asks why he's so surprised. Asking him if he doesn't understand who the Transcendents are and if Mentor didn't teach him this. Mentor laughs, saying that he told him that their people overcome the limitations of their race. Wukong sighs, saying that is superficial and tells Seo-jun to listen carefully. And he starts his grand speech by saying that Transcendents are literally people who transcended. Seo-jun's facial expression quickly shifts to confusion, and Wukong starts to laugh at him. Seo-jun gets pissed, saying that he wants to hit him so badly, and wonders if he signed up for a tutoring session that cost 1 trillion an hour, just to see this dude laughing at him. He realizes it's only an hour and then quickly asks how much time has passed. Mentor says that he can rest assured since he only signed up for an hour. Wukong will leave once the hour mark has passed. And since this is a space created by Wukong, there is nothing wrong with his physical condition either. So he can think of it more as a mental world. And then asks Wukong if he'll stop laughing at him and teach him now. Wukong says that there's no fun in teaching. And Seo-jun says that he only set up a single course lecture, didn't he? And that he spent a lot of casualty to learn from him though. Wukong says that he did set it up, but it's boring. He starts to pick his nose, which makes Seo-jun really want to hit him. His phone then dings, and we see that his lecture progress went up by a whole 13.5%. He says that Mentor said it was Spartan training, but this was closer to a fight. But he starts to smile, saying that this is it. And then he tells Wukong that he has a suggestion. Instead of him fighting, he said that if he can hit Wukong at least once, he wants him to obediently teach him. Kind of like a bet. Wukong says that's fun, but what if he can't hit him at all? Seo-jun says he has no other choice but to keep fighting with him. And since either way, he'll have nothing to lose since he can increase the lecture progress rate. Wukong agrees to it, and says that it's no fun if they do that, and he wants to add another condition. Seo-jun asks what it is. Wukong points at him, saying that if he succeeds in touching a single strand of hair on his body, as long as it doesn't violate the casualty restrictions, he will teach him everything he wants. Seo-jun asks if this means he can learn even the Taoist art. And Wukong says of course if he can learn them, that is. Seo-jun grins, asking if he is serious, and Wukong says even though he loves pulling pranks, he refuses to lie. Seo-jun picks up his spear, saying that he will definitely hit him once. Wukong appears behind him, saying no. Not hit. As he said, he only needs to touch a strand of his hair. Seo-jun turns, and we hear the sound of him getting smacked. If you've watched till the end, comment, pirate, to let me know. Subscribe for more videos like this, leave a like or a comment to help the channel out. Thanks for watching.